Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 5 petitions.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 54th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts entitled Report 5, Socio-Economic Gaps on First Nation Reserves, Indigenous Services Canada, of the 2018 Spring Reports of the Auditor General of Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills.
The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion, that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, any recorded division deferred until Wednesday, November 28, 2018, immediately before the time provided for private members' business, be deferred anew to immediately after the time provided for oral questions that day.
Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House to propose the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. It's the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. Adopted. Carried. Motions. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition signed by Canadians from several ridings, including the Bay of Quinte, Kingston and the Islands, and Cambridge. They call on the House of Commons to respect the rights of law-abiding firearms owners and reject the Prime Minister's plan to waste taxpayers' money studying a ban on guns that are already banned.
Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 4 petitions to present today. And the first one is from the residents of Kildonan St. Paul to draw attention of the House of Commons on the issue of amending the Canada Health Act by adding prescription medications prescribed by a licensed practitioner to the definition of covered services in accordance with established formulary, and develop a universal, evidence-based, sustainable public drug plan that contains purchasing power to secure the best available pricing, a list of essential medicines addressing priority health needs, and the ability to expand a comprehensive, permanent plan that would promote the health and well-being of all Canadians. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I've got a petition from the residents of Kildonan St. Paul and other ridings that we ensure fair access to health care for North Winnipeg Capital Region and urge the provincial government to reverse their decision to close the emergency rooms in North Winnipeg. The third petition, Mr. Speaker, relates to infrastructure, and the residents of Canada and Kildonan St. Paul draw to the attention of the House of Commons that they call on the Government of Canada to make the extension linking Chief Peguis Trail west of Main Street to Brookside Boulevard an immediate priority. And my final petition, Mr. Speaker, is that the residents of Canada, and in particular Kildonan St. Paul, draw to the attention of the House of Commons that they call for us to grant Ukrainian nationals with biometric passports visa-free travel to Canada for periods of stay up to 90 days, given Canada's long-standing relationship with Ukraine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Honorable député d'Ashlega.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition signed by hundreds of people from the Greater Montreal area, and they're talking about genetically modified foods and the fact that they're not labeled. 65 administrations across the world require labeling, and studies show that Canadians are in favor of this measure. Consumers are entitled to know what is on their plate, and that more and more genetically modified foods are on sale in Canada. Therefore, they are urging the House of Commons to adopt Bill C-291, standing in the name of the member for Sherbrooke, to make the labeling of genetically modified foods mandatory. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Minister of Health, that in relation to Bill C-86, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 27, 2018, and other measures, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to consideration of the report stage of the said bill, and not more than one sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the third reading stage of the said bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at report stage, on the day allotted to the consideration at the third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill under consideration shall be put forthwith and successfully without further debate or amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't need it.
Moved by Ms. Chager, seconded by Ms. Pettipas-Taylor, that in relation to Bill C-68, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 27, 2018, and other measures, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the report stage of the said bill, and not more than one sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the third reading stage of the said bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at report stage and on the day allotted to the consideration at the third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Pursuant to Standing Order 67.1, there will now be a 30-minute question period. I invite honourable members who wish to ask questions to rise in their places so the Chair has some idea of the number of members who wish to participate in this question period. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, the Finance Minister is now limiting debate on his massive 800-page omnibus budget bill. So I have some questions for him if he has the courage to stand up in his place and answer those questions. The deficit is 3 times what he promised this year. He said it would be about $6 billion during the election campaign, and instead it's $18 billion. Next year, the budget was supposed to balance itself. That's only a month from now, 2019. That was the year when we were supposed to be deficit-free. That tiny, temporary deficit was supposed to be gone. And now the government admits not only will it not be gone, it will be bigger next year than it is this year, as this Prime Minister stacks another $20 billion on the national credit card. Now, when governments use deficit spending to buy products and services in a tight economy, they drive up prices for consumers. When they go out and borrow $20 billion more a year, they compete with homeowners and consumers for credit and drive up interest rates. In other words, deficits not only drive up taxes tomorrow, they drive up the cost of living today. So will the Finance Minister tell the House how much are his massive deficits driving up interest rates on Canadians trying to pay their mortgages?
Minister of Employment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad to have the opportunity to talk about our record just in the short 3 years that we've had the opportunity and the privilege to form government. You know, after 10 years of Conservative inaction, we committed to Canadians that we would invest in the middle class, that we'd help grow our economy, and we've delivered on that promise, Mr. Speaker, through the implementation of the Canada Child Benefit, which has raised well over 300,000 children out of poverty, through the middle class tax cut, cutting taxes for 9 million middle class Canadians and raising them on the richest 1%. The average Canadian family, Mr. Speaker, is $2,000 better off now than they were under the Harper Conservatives. Mr. Speaker, the party opposite likes to talk about their support for small business, but it's actually our government that cut small taxes for businesses from 11 to 9%, meaning small business owners will have on average $1,200 more to reinvest in their businesses. That's real support for the small business and job creators, which, Mr. Speaker, I might add, have added over 500,000 full-time jobs in the 3 short years that we've formed government. Madam Speaker, we're very pleased of our record. We're very proud of this particular piece of legislation and the work that we're doing to grow our economy.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sudbury-Sur-Roy. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I find it unacceptable to see a time allocation motion on such a large bill. There are 850 pages, 7 pieces of legislation being changed, 7 acts, and the Liberals were fiercely opposed to the previous government's moving of bills of that size. And they were only 300 pages at the time. This is 3 times almost as long. Members of Parliament have hardly had time to debate it. What have we had? Some 2 days? Now our time is being limited. The NDP asked for the bill to be split, to have an opportunity to take the time to look into it. But most Liberals, I'm sure, haven't even had an opportunity to go through it, even a fifth of it. So how can the minister see the pertinency of this, and how can she agree with proceeding in this way?
Thank you,
Minister.
Speaker, and I will tell you that Canadians elected us to deliver on an ambitious plan and agenda, which we are doing. This is a bill that's been debated extensively in the House. In fact, we've seen more than 15 hours of debate at second reading and report stage debate. It includes 22 Conservative members, 8 NDP members, 1 member for the Bloc Québécois, a committee stage of which, by the way, it was studied under 4 separate committees. We've had 8 meetings during which more than 45 witnesses have spoken. We've accepted some amendments as a result of that careful deliberation. Madam Speaker, Canadians expect us to continue on our ambitious agenda, and that's exactly what we're doing today.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as we stand and realize that the broken promises from the last election to run small deficits and come back to balance is obviously something that was thrown out the window in the very early days of this government. You know, the small business reduction was something that we had, as Conservatives, put on the books to do. They chose not to do it until they were pressured by small business itself to actually, because of the tax reforms that they wanted to actually add taxation to small business rose up and made them reverse and walk back what they were going to do. That's the reality of the situation. You see, the reality of the situation is the Prime Minister has said the budget will balance itself, yet they cannot answer the basic question, when will the budget balance itself? Fundamental things that you make promises to people during an election campaign, yet you come here and you try to spin it that because of their desire to tax and spend the Canadian public, that's for the greater good. Well, it's not for the greater good, Madam Speaker. When will they balance the budget?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I find it hilarious, the phrase put on the books to do. They had a decade to do this, Madam Speaker, and clearly they didn't. And we, in fact, Madam Speaker, are the party that moved forward with a commitment to supporting small business and are implementing those commitments, Madam Speaker. In fact, they had a commitment to grow the economy. A decade of inaction led to a stagnation of an economy where fewer jobs were created, where businesses struggled, where our economy struggled. In fact, now we see one of the fastest growing economies in the G7. Madam Speaker, unemployment rates that are the lowest that we've seen in 40 years, wage growth. We're seeing all kinds of positive economic growth as a result of our ambitious agenda, which we will continue to deliver for Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I know we had a late night last night, but I do want to remind members that when someone has the floor, that person deserves a respect. The Honourable Member Brantford Brant had an opportunity to ask the question, and if he has other questions, he can stand up and ask those as opposed to yelling them across the way. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Madam Speaker, my question to the Minister of Finance is this. The Liberals, actually, during the campaign, did not say to Canadians that they would spend $4.5 billion to buy a leaky pipeline, but yet that is what they're doing. And instead of doing that, why don't we see the government investing that money into green energy, into the future, where climate action is so necessary, not just for our generation today, but for generations to come. So that's my question to the Minister of Finance. Why don't we reinvest that $4.5 billion to buy the Kinder Morgan, now Trans Mountain leaky pipeline into action that matters for the future, for the environment?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I share the member's passion for the environment, and that's why, in fact, we have proposed a price on pollution, because Canadians know that pollution isn't free, and we're all paying for the cost of storms and floods and droughts and wildfires and extreme heat. And so our government has a plan to protect the environment and grow the economy, and it's working. Our emissions are down. Canadians have created over 500,000 full-time jobs since we were elected, and we know we need to do more. And that's why we're going to move forward in ensuring a price across Canada on what we don't want, which is pollution, so we can get what we do want, which is lower emissions and cleaner air, new business opportunities, and more money in the pockets of Canadians. Madam Speaker, we know that Andrew Scheer's plan is...
I just want to remind the member she's not to mention the names of individuals that are sitting in the House, and I would ask her to wrap up so that other questions can be asked.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I apologize. We know that the Leader of the Opposition's plan is to follow Stephen Harper by making pollution free again. And, Madam Speaker, we're taking action to protect our climate, to ensure the health of this place for generations to come.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Madam Speaker, more than ever, the Liberals are showing that they lack respect, not only for Canadians, but also for this House. Once again today, they're trying to limit debate on an omnibus bill. It's over 800 pages, and it directly affects people's wallets. Let's remember, Madam Speaker, that just 3 years ago, these people were elected saying that they would just run 3 modest deficits, and that would be it, and then they would balance the budget in 2019. But we've seen 3 huge deficits, $60 billion in 3 years, and we don't know when they're going to balance the budget. They're scrapping all of their promises, and it's shameful. So, Madam Speaker, to the Minister of Finance, I'd like him to rise in this House and tell us when we'll balance the budget.
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Well, Madam Speaker, it's my pleasure to represent the Government of Canada today to defend our record on growing the economy. In fact, after 10 years of slow growth, Canada's economy has rebounded, and we now have one of the strongest records of growth in the G7. The economy's created over 500,000 full-time jobs since we've been in office, Madam Speaker. We see growth in all different sectors, Madam Speaker. We see employers with positive attitudes, in fact, having new problems as a result of the lowest unemployment rate in over 40 years, Madam Speaker. As a Minister of Employment, when I travel across the country now and meet with employers, one of the biggest challenges they have is not enough talent, and that is a testament to how fast our economy is growing under our leadership. Thank you.
Just want to remind members again, if they have questions, to stand up as opposed to yelling them across the way. I know that some of you may be tired. However, there is still rules to be followed. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just recently in my community, I participated in a Chew on This event where people, multi-faith community, came together and talked about how we can address poverty in our community. What are we doing and the steps that can be needed? And one of the things that I thought was interesting, because it's organized by Dignity for All, is that many of the requests that have been put forward by Dignity for All in respect of a Canada Child Benefit, an Index Canada Child Benefit, a Canada Workers Benefit, have been addressed by our government and have been in our past budgets. And I was hoping that the minister could perhaps help us to understand what is our government doing to address poverty issues in our country to ensure everyone has opportunities.
Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a fantastic question because, in fact, the kinds of actions that we've been taking since we formed government have the goal of ensuring that the most vulnerable Canadians have an opportunity to participate as fully as every other Canadian in our society, in our economy. So things like our historic housing plan, the housing strategy, but the Canada Child Benefit, which can't be overstated as it has lifted over 300,000 children out of poverty, a poverty reduction strategy that has concrete targets so we can actually measure our progress. Madam Speaker, the work that I am doing as a Minister of Employment, ensuring decent work and modernizing the Canada Labour Code so the most vulnerable workers in our federally regulated workplaces have basic protections as employees. The list goes on and on, Madam Speaker. I'm extremely proud of the record of this government on ensuring that every Canadian has a fair chance to succeed. We will continue to invest in the kinds of things that help people move along the continuum to prosperity and ensure that they have fairness in their opportunities in this country. Thank you.
And comments, the honourable member from the Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It was 42 years ago that Prime Minister Trudeau promised to legislate pay equity for Canadian women, equal pay. Didn't happen. Successive Liberal and Conservative governments delayed action. It was 3 years ago that the NDP got the Liberal government now to change their agenda and include pay equity. We were delighted they said yes. The next 3 years were a black hole. We didn't know what was happening. Ostensibly, there were consultations with the NGOs. Then pay equity legislation got bundled into this 800-page omnibus bill. It was rushed through at every single stage. Even still, the NGOs that have been working, the human rights lawyers that have been litigating this issue in court for 3 decades, proposed very specific amendments, which I was honoured, along with the member for New Westminster Burnaby, to advance at the Finance Committee a week ago. So I spent from 9 in the morning until noon moving amendments that had been made to pay equity legislation by the Teamsters, by CUPE, by Equal Pay Ontario Coalition, by the Canadian Labour Congress, and the Liberals voted every single amendment down. They said they knew best, much better than the Labour activists and the human rights lawyers that have been litigating this. So why did the government refuse every amendment on pay equity, and why are they jamming this budget bill through now with no changes?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm incredibly proud to be the minister that has introduced pay equity, along with my colleagues, to Canadian women in federally regulated workplaces who will see equal pay for work of equal value. Madam Speaker, this legislation was carefully crafted in consultation, as the member opposite references, with NGOs, with experts, with employers, with workers, to make sure that we got the balance right, Madam Speaker. On one hand, the member opposite is saying that it took too long for this legislation to come, and on the second hand, the member is saying that we're moving too quickly. Canadian women are expecting us to act now. We're proud of this legislation, Madam Speaker. We look forward to employers in federally regulated sectors coming up with proactive pay equity plans in the near future. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the debate right now is on the issue of time allocation and not on the substance of C-86, I just want to once again make it clear that the use of time allocation as a routine proceeding is completely unacceptable. I ask the Honourable Minister to reconsider, and I will say, in the substance of her remarks in answer to a question, she said that this legislation and the government's actions protect Canadians for generations to come. I'd have to correct her. As it now stands, we haven't protected the next generation, much less generations to come. I urge her to read the IPCC report on what we must do to reduce emissions so that we can hold to 1.5 degrees and no more.
The Honourable Minister.
Well, Madam Speaker, Canadians elected us to move forward on a very important agenda. It's an ambitious agenda, one that we have moved diligently to ensure that we can actually enact. And so this is an important part of that agenda, Madam Speaker. In fact, this bill has been debated extensively in the House. In fact, we've seen more than 15 hours of debate. It includes 22 Conservative members, 8 NDP members, 1 member from Bloc Québécois. At committee stage, of which there were 4 committees studying this legislation, Madam Speaker, we've had 8 meetings during which more than 45 witnesses have spoken. Madam Speaker, we've made a commitment to work diligently on behalf of Canadians to enact the agenda for which they voted 3 years ago. I'm proud to be part of a government that takes those commitments seriously. Thank you.
Comments? The honourable member for Edmonton, Wetaskiwin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, the government, as they often do, stands up and says, Canadians elected us to blah, 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 or in 2015, Canadians voted for blah, blah, blah. But I think the legacy of this government is going to be a government that said a whole bunch of things back in 2015 and then did a whole bunch of different things in the 4 years following. And you're hearing that in questions from members from all parties regarding the things they said around closure, the things they said around omnibus bills, the things they said about electoral reform, and of course, as they said in their 2015 platform, after the next 2 fiscal years, this is a direct quote, the deficit will decline and our investment plan will return Canada to a balanced budget in 2019. So my question for the minister is clear. There's a very, very clear promise regarding a balanced budget in 2019. She has a lot of very rosy things to say about the Canadian economy. So what is the rationale? What is the reason that the government would give to the Canadian people for the fact that they're running so desperately behind their promise, their projection for the balance that they made just 3 years ago?
Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, the Canadians chose a different approach in the last election. They chose a government that had confidence to invest in Canadians, to invest in Canadian businesses, and to help our economy grow. And just 3 short years later, we see that that approach is working, Madam Speaker. Over 500,000 full-time jobs added to our economy by small, medium-sized businesses who have seen prosperity, seen the opportunities, and are looking to grow themselves and contribute to the growth of our economy. Madam Speaker, we ended the Conservative approach of sending child benefit taxes to millionaires so we can provide more support to 9 out of 10 Canadian families. And believe me, Madam Speaker, this is providing confidence in those families that they will have what they need to raise children that are happy and healthy and can fully participate in Canadian society. Madam Speaker, we're proud of our record. We know that we're on the right track. Canadians know we're on the right track, and we're going to continue to work hard to achieve Canada where everybody has a fair chance to succeed.
Comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Now, it's quite interesting to note the Conservatives want a balanced budget. So where are they exactly going to cut? They say want a balanced budget, and I would remind the House that the balanced budget that they had when they were still in government was made on the backs of veterans, Indigenous peoples, Indigenous children, and indeed it was a very, very dark decade. The question is before us today is, do we invest in people today, or do we see a long-term loss in health, education, lost economic potential, the lost potential of Canadians? And I think this budget is about investing in the human potential of Canadians, ensuring that people have the tools to be successful. Now, we can cut or we can invest today, or we have to pay the cost later on as a Canadian society.
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I will say that I share the members' passion and perspective that when we invest in people in Canadian society, when we invest in our small and medium-sized businesses, that is good fiscal policy, because in fact it's very expensive to do nothing. Having said that, we are very committed to sound fiscal management as we continue to make investments that are going to contribute to that long-term economic growth. And that's exactly what we're talking about here today, Madam Speaker. We're talking about investing in Canadian families. We're talking about eliminating child poverty. Madam Speaker, when we actually help children grow up where they're not hungry, where they have opportunity, where they have the same opportunities as their peers, in fact, what we are contributing to is the next generation of profit, of wealth, of growth, of business, of profitable employees, of also business owners. And Madam Speaker, when we invest in people having a fair chance, Canadians don't let us down. They take that chance, they take that opportunity, and they contribute directly to their communities and to their country. Thank you.
Comments? The honourable member for Desnethé, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Thank you for this opportunity. I like to remind the minister and the government of the realities on the ground when it comes to poverty, child poverty, when it comes to lack of infrastructure for communities and reserves across Canada. Our youth across Canada, Indigenous youth, are struggling and they do not have the support of the government to invest in their future. How can this government sit here and falsely give us information saying Canada's great, Canada's moving forward, when it isn't? When I hear about suicides, when I hear about roads being inaccessible, when I hear about job cuts in my riding and across northern Canada, I want to hear an effective plan from the government.
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and we share the member opposite's passion for equity for Indigenous people. And as the Minister of Employment, I can tell you one of my proudest moments was being able to increase the Aboriginal Skills Education Training Program to ensure equity for Indigenous people who are looking to improve skills training. But not only that, Madam Speaker, we've invested in housing. We've invested significantly in ending boil water advisories. Of course, there's more to do. We continue to work with Indigenous leaders and communities to ensure that we can work in partnership. Unlike the Conservative government, who didn't invest in Indigenous communities, who didn't support Indigenous people for equity, who for a decade did not increase the Aboriginal Skills Education Training Program, Madam Speaker, as just one example of inequity, we are taking a different approach. We are working with Indigenous communities. We are investing in those things that we call the social determinants of health, things like housing, things like health care. We are transforming child welfare. Madam Speaker, we are on a good journey together, and I am proud to be part of a government that works collaboratively with Indigenous people for equity and for that equal shot at success.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Rise today again on time allocation called on a budget bill over 800 pages long. Should we be surprised by this? Unfortunately, no. We've got a government here that promised not to introduce omnibus bills, and yet we have a bill that's almost 900 pages long. They campaigned on a multiple of things, deficits no more than $10 billion. They've broken that promise. They promised increasingly or decreasing deficits over their term. They've broken that promise. They promised to return to a balanced budget in 2019. They've broken that promise. But what they're really breaking is their oath or their responsibility to future generations. We heard one minister talk about what they're providing or how they're building for the future generations. I'd like the Minister of Finance to answer, how can he feel that he's doing the right thing but when what he is really doing is passing on increasing debt to these future Canadians? Debt with a deficit of nearly $20 billion each of every 3 years. That's $600 in debt for every man, woman, and child. Every man, woman, and child, almost $600 further in debt every year because of this government, and this is the debt load that they're building. Here they are today trying to stop debate on this bill so that we can point out the flaws in their omnibus bill. I'd like the minister to answer why he's doing that.
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And when Conservatives were last in government, annual GDP growth was just 1%, and Canadians were worried that we might be headed into a recession. Under our plan, GDP growth has rebounded, and Canada now has one of the strongest records of growth in the G7 at 3%. This is the strongest growth of all G7 countries last year. Madam Speaker, we're proud of our record. During the last election, Canadians chose a different approach. They chose between the Conservative plan for austerity and cuts. One could argue that was the NDP plan as well, and they chose a plan, our government's plan, to invest in the middle class, to build an economy that works for everyone. Madam Speaker, when Canadians feel that they have a fair chance to succeed, when their children have a fair chance to succeed, they invest in themselves, they invest in their communities, they invest into this country, and in fact, Canadians are proving just that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, the minister earlier answered the question to say that they're doing a whole lot on the climate action file. Just to remind the government that they're actually adopting Harper's targets, and even at that, they're not going to meet those targets. Now, I want to ask another question. The government brags about the housing file to say that they have a national affordable housing program. The truth of the matter is 90% of that money won't flow until after the next election. So my question is, can people who are homeless today, who are in desperate need to have a home, to have shelter, and to have a safe place to go to, does the minister actually think that it's appropriate to defer the money in flowing the dollars to build the housing until after the next election?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And in fact, in our first budget, we invested $5.8 billion in housing across this country. It was just a down payment, Madam Speaker. We have an ambitious housing strategy that will eliminate homelessness by 50% in a decade. Madam Speaker, in fact, investments were made in the member opposite's riding in affordable housing, as she may know. If not, we're happy to tell her about those investments at any point. Madam Speaker, this is really one of the reasons I went into politics. And in fact, as a former executive director of a homeless shelter in northwestern Ontario, I can tell you that investing in affordable housing is one of the best ways to actually help people out of poverty and move people along the continuum and ensure that they too have a fair chance at success. It was my extreme pleasure to be one of the ministers to be able to talk about the housing strategy when it was launched. I will continue to work with my colleagues from any side that wants to work on this issue with us, because it's incredibly important. It will contribute to the prosperity and the fair chance for every Canadian. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, here we are again, an 800-plus page budget implementation act. And who's answering the questions? Not the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Employment. Now, she brags that there's been 15 hours of debate. 15 hours debate on a massive budget implementation bill, and yet here's the Minister of Employment answering the question. And perhaps it's because she is used to this undemocratic process. After all, this was the minister who forced the C-89 through this House with limited debate. But then in the other place, the other unelected place, she allows a massive study. She allows those to come in as witnesses. This is the same minister who took away the right to a secret ballot for unionization. And yet here she is. Here's the Minister of Employment answering questions because the Minister of Finance will not. Will she answer one simple question? When will the budget be balanced?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Well, Madam Speaker, as tempting as it is for me to talk about the member opposite's party's record on their relationship with organized labour, I will pass on that temptation, and I will stay focused. I will stay focused, Madam Speaker, on our incredible record of ensuring prosperity for every Canadian in this country. Madam Speaker, when we were elected by, through the vision of Canadians who saw a different way. For over a decade, the previous government had led austerity budgets, had invested in the wrong things, leading to stagnation of growth, leading to a loss of hope by Canadians that there would be a bright future for themselves and for their children. Well, Madam Speaker, we've reversed that. We see one of the fastest growing economies in the G7. We see the lowest unemployment record in 40 years. Madam Speaker, as a Minister of Employment, it is my privilege to meet with employer groups from all across this country, and one of the things they tell me that they need most profoundly is new talent. And that's because, Madam Speaker, we have one of the highest records of employment since the 40s, where Canadians are working to their full capacity. Madam Speaker, we are proud of our record. We are ensuring that Canadians have the money they need to raise their children, whether it's through the Canada Child Benefit, whether it's through a reduction of middle-class tax cuts, which will result in an average of $2,000 more per couple across this country. Madam Speaker, when Canadians feel confidence in the economy, they invest in themselves, they invest in their communities, and they help grow our economy. Thank you.
It's my duty to interrupt the proceedings now and put the question to the House.
Hager, seconded by Ms. Petitpas-Taylor, move that in relation to Bill C-86, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 27, 2018, and other measures. Should I dispense? No? Not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at report stage of the bill, and one sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill.
And that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at report stage, and on the day allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required, for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. À mon avis, il est non, là.
In my opinion, the nays have it.
La question est la...
The question is the following one. Ms. Chager, seconded by Ms. Petitpas-Taylor, moved that in relation to Bill C-86, a second act to amend certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 27th, 2018, and other measures. Not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at report stage of the bill, and one sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, and
15 minutes avant la fin.
That 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders. May I dispense? All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Petitpas-Taylor.
Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lausanne, Chantal, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argenté, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan and Tobico North.
Ms. Duncan and Tobico North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est, Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cara.
Mr. De Corsi.
Mr. De Corsi.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pescasilido.
Mr. Pescasilido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Brettina.
Mr. Brettina.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Jahari.
Mr. Jahari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Matal, Matapédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Matal, Matapédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port
Mr.
Coquitlam.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Serry.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission, Matsby, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission, Mashpee, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion vont...
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Ledoux.
Ms. Ledoux.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Monsieur Hayes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Monsieur Blaney Bellechasse Les Etchemins Lévy.
Mr. Blaney Bellechasse Les Etchemins Lévy.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Abu Tayyaf.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Generu.
Mr. General.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Dion.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Carroll.
Mr. Carroll.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Miss Malcolmson.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Ms. Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Ms. Jolibois.
Miss Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir. Yeas pour 156, 156. Nays contre 115, 115.
I declare the motion carried.
Toujours.
Orders of the day. Government orders, government bills, comments. Resuming debate at report stage of Bill C-86, Budget Implementation Act 2018, number 2.
Order. I wish to inform the House that because of the proceedings on the time allocation motion, government orders will be extended by 30 minutes. Order. I encourage honourable members to take their conversations into the lobbies. Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. It's really exciting to be here today to support the Budget Implementation Act, and specifically the legislation establishing the College of Patent Agents and Trademark Agents. And this is at subdivision D of part, you like my tie, a little Santa Claus tie, thank you, Mr. Speaker. of Part 7 of the Budget Implementation Act. This is an important element of the government's IP strategy, a strategy that, taken as a whole, will ensure that Canada's intellectual property regime is modern, robust, and supports Canadian innovations in the 21st century. Patent and trademark agents are a key component of the innovation ecosystem, as they help inventors to secure exclusive IP rights. And I was the only Newfoundlander who was a patent agent at the time of my election, and although I'm not practicing in that area of law now, I do have some pretty good information regarding the need for a college of patent agents and a college of trademark agents. Given the rising importance of IP in the innovation economy and the central role of patent and trademark agents, it is time to have a professional oversight body responsible for maintaining the high standards that are expected of trusted advisors. As a bonus, this will address long-standing gaps in the current framework for the regulatory oversight, which previously lacked clarity and transparency and was without a binding code of professional conduct. Given the importance of the profession, good safeguards here are needed to ensure that agents do the jobs they do well and have the trust of their clients and Canadians more broadly. While there is no evidence suggesting a large problem with agent conduct, the need for modernization is imperative now that communications with IP agents are protected by statutory privilege in the same way as solicitor-client advice. This is an extraordinary right that requires ethical guidelines to prevent its abuse. The College of Patent Agents and Trademark Agents Act will establish an independent regulator, specifically a college, for the professional oversight of IP agents in the public interest. The college will administer a licensing system to ensure that only qualified professionals are authorized to provide agent services. As an independent regulator, will also be responsible for enforcing a code of professional conduct to ensure that IP agents continue to deliver high-quality advice. The college will also be responsible for implementing requirements for continuing professional development to ensure that agents stay informed over the ever-evolving IP practice landscape. And ultimately, these measures will raise the bar of IP professional services in Canada. The college will have an investigations committee to receive complaints and conduct investigations into whether or not a licensee has committed professional malpractice or incompetence. And a separate disciplinary committee will have the authority to impose disciplinary measures if it's decided that a licensee has in fact committed professional misconduct or was incompetent. And finally, this act also creates new offenses for claiming to be a patent agent or a trademark agent, or for the unauthorized representation of another person before the Patent Office or the Office of the Registrar of Trademarks, if that is in fact not the case. And these offenses are intended to serve as an important consumer protection function to ensure that innovators are receiving representation from qualified licensed agents. I would like now to speak about the important features that have been built into the legislation to ensure that the regulation is undertaken within the public interest and with the public interest as the priority. Careful consideration was given to ensuring that the legislation supported the public interest in a competitive marketplace of well-qualified and professional IP agents. For example, the college will be governed by a board of directors that includes public interest representatives appointed by the minister and patent and trademark agents representatives elected by members of the college itself. Further measures directed towards safeguarding the public interest include providing the minister with the authority to review the board's activities and, if necessary, direct the board to undertake any action to ensure regulation in the public interest, and requiring the board to report to Parliament annually on its activities. The framework for the legislation takes into account comments from stakeholders over the course of several public consultations. During these consultations, risks were identified relating to the fact that many IP agents are also lawyers. There were concerns expressed about dual regulation, that lawyers and agents would be subject to two potentially conflicting regulatory schemes. In recognition of this potential for overlap, the legislation ensures minimal regulatory conflict for lawyers who may also be agents. In addition, where appropriate, the college's Investigations Committee is authorized to refer a complaint to another body that has the duty to regulate another profession, for example, a law society for a lawyer. And in fact, Madam Speaker, it's been my experience as someone who's regulated both as an engineer, regulated as a lawyer in 3 different jurisdictions, regulated as a patent agent and a trademark agent in 2 different countries. I appreciate the concern that might exist about over-representation or over-regulation, and also the concern that might be raised by conflicts in ethical obligations. Whereas a lawyer, for instance, may have an ethical obligation to maintain the strict solicitor-client privilege of their client, an engineer is in fact required to put the public interest ahead of that interest. And so it's important to note that there can in fact be proper and reasonable conflicts in the ethics associated with different professions. In the case of the patent agent, they are there to protect the interest in their client, obtaining the most protection possible for their inventions, in the case of a patent agent, or the broadest scope of trademark protection for their brands. And sometimes that might conflict with another ethical obligation that might apply in a different fashion to a lawyer or to an engineer. And balancing these is important, and making sure that when somebody is wearing their patent agent hat, they're regulated as a patent agent. When they're wearing their lawyer hat, they're regulated as a lawyer. When they're wearing their engineer hat, they're regulated as an engineer. And in fact, this legislation does allow for that nuanced differentiation. We also heard during consultations that specific care must be taken to safeguard privileged information, that significant measures be in place to ensure the appropriate handling and safeguarding of privileged information, and to strictly control access to such information. To do so, the legislation draws upon similar safeguards and processes used by provincial law societies to safeguard privileged information in the investigation of its members. More specifically, privileged information can only be used for the purpose of regulating agents. Disclosing privileged information to the college will not be considered a waiver of the privilege, and the privilege will be preserved for other purposes. And those purposes could be some type of lawsuit before the courts, a solicitor-client privilege, or it could be the maintenance of the confidentiality of an inventor's right to invention for having filed before first being disclosed to the public, for instance. The Act places strict obligations on employees and directors of the college, preventing them from disclosing privileged information. The Act further clarifies that the government cannot use its oversight authority to access privileged information. And there is a strict process of court oversight to access and contest access to solicitor-client privilege information. And I know that these were things that were of importance to the patent bar and the development of the legislation. And, from my perspective, as someone who went through the process of becoming a patent agent, I can attest to the fact, as I find my last page of my speech, Madam Speaker, I can attest to the fact that we, there's an additional element that's brought to bear on a regulated profession. Sometimes professions can be regulated in such a manner as to encourage more people to join the profession. Sometimes they can be regulated in a fashion which prevents new people from coming into a profession. I think what has happened in Canada, and this is demonstrated by the fact that the United States has 100 times as many patent agents as Canada does, or patent practitioners as Canada does, with only 10 times the population, is the fact that our patent regime for licensing patent agents had become too restrictive. And I think now the creation of an independent college will actually have the extra function of aligning the college's role of growing the profession with the public's interest in having more patent agents available to help inventors spur the creation of these assets. Patent and IP assets simply do not exist if they're not filed and registered, and the professional advice is not brought to bear. It's not like a copyright, Madam Speaker, where people create a new work and then they own the rights to that work. In the patent and the trademark space, it's the professionals who actually assist the creators or the brand makers in protecting and acquiring and preserving those rights both at home and abroad. And if that work is not done, there is no asset to protect. Canada needs more, probably 10 times as many patent and trademark agents to have the same level of asset creation as the United States, and this is important in the 21st century economy. And so, in conclusion, the College of Patent and Trademark Agents is responsive to stakeholder input and follows international best practices and professional regulation. Care was taken with the legislation to establish well-structured bodies to ensure proper independent oversight, with an option for the government to intervene only if necessary. The checks and balances included in the legislation will ensure regulation in the public interest. And as a whole, I would encourage all members to support the Budget Implementation Act, including this subdivision of Part 7. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Whitby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech and for standing up in support of Bill C-86. He talked about the IP and the IP strategy, and as a member of the Industry, Science and Industry Committee, it really is important to understand that a comprehensive IP strategy does help businesses not just protect their IP on the home front, but be able to grow and succeed and then be able to export to international markets. And I'm wondering if the honourable colleague can talk about what some of the small businesses perhaps in his riding or what he's hearing from small businesses around this strategy, the comprehensiveness of it, the fact that it includes education, it includes the ability to grow and prosper, and how that has impacted businesses in his riding.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member for Whitby for the excellent question. I really appreciate the work that the Indu Committee does. They have a lot of very interesting files, and with my professional background, I actually think I would probably bring too much bias to that committee. I do read their reports with a lot of great interest, and it's nice to see what a fresh perspective brings to those topics that are close to my heart. I know in Newfoundland and Labrador, as the only patent agent there, it was very difficult for me. I'd have to travel to get the support that I would need in terms of maintaining my professional credentials. I lacked the network of local folks to bounce ideas off of, and it really is important to have a true bar. By creating an independent college that will help grow the profession, more patent agents will exist in small communities like Newfoundland and Labrador, like the market in New Brunswick, like the market in Nova Scotia, so that they can have the proper, coordinated, long-term professional development that will benefit their clients. And there are plenty of innovative companies in Newfoundland and Labrador who seek their professional services from Boston, from California, from Montreal, from Alberta, depending on their industries. The creation of the college will allow better local representation for these folks and growth of our industry. Thank you.
Comments? The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened intently to my colleague, and I appreciate his comments. But he's defending a budget that's indefensible. And Canadians did vote for a change in 2015. And what the government promised and what the government is delivering is very different. Madam Speaker, the government promised that they were going to balance the budget. And now this budget that is before us isn't even close to balancing a budget. So the question to the member is, when will the government balance the budget?
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member for his question. I mean, it's really quite an ideological question, a direction of the country question that goes to what are the appropriate fiscal anchors that should guide our development and our borrowing practices and our spending practices. And I know as someone who knocked on just over 10,000 doors and got to speak to just over 4,000 folks at the doors, that my commitment to them was that we would focus on growing the economy for the middle class, and if that meant deficit spending to do it, we would be guided by the principle that we would grow the economy more than we would grow the deficit, so that in the long term, the deficit would shrink as a percentage of the economy, and that's exactly what we've done. And the proof is in the pudding, Madam Speaker. Canada's growth has led the G7 for much of our mandate. Now I think we're in second place, and the debt-to-GDP ratio has fallen. We're the best in the G7, and that allows us, Madam Speaker, the economic resilience to put in place new programs to help the folks in Oshawa, to respond to crises, to create supercluster funds, to do things that will create the jobs of the future. With respect to the portion of the bill that I'm speaking to, I will say that it's cost neutral to the government. The college will pay for itself through its fees to its members. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Brief question. The honourable member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to ask a question of the member from St. John's East. That when he was talking on those, or knocking on those doors that he mentioned, did he pass on the message that this current government has passed on a debt to every man, woman, and child in his riding that of at least $600 per year for every man, woman, and child? And if he even mentioned that to them, and what sort of a reaction he might have gotten if he had passed out on that information. I think it's abysmal that this government keeps passing on this massive debt to future generations they're going to have to pay back.
Very brief answer from the member from St. John's East.
Thank you. When I speak to people at the doors about the complicated issue of debt to GDP ratio, I say to them, listen, Yes, you're going to have debt that'll be more than $600 more, but the growth in the economy will be closer to more than $2,000 in the on average in the pockets of working families, and they understand that. You have to spend money to make money, and they think we're growing the economy, and they appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Whitby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it gives me great pleasure to stand up and talk to Bill C-86. Madam Speaker, since we came into government, we really focused on the middle class and those working hard to join it, and I think what we see in front of us with this piece of legislation helps to continue along that trajectory, continue along making Canada one of the fastest growing economies in the G7, continuing along helping to ensure that Canadian companies are able to create the good middle class jobs that they have been creating. In fact, over 500,000 they've been able to create. We've created the conditions with investments to ensure that these companies and Canadians are able to grow and prosper. We've done it through our trade. We've done it through other investments in education and skills training, and we'll continue along that path, Madam Speaker. But I want to focus my comments today on 3 specific points, but I'm going to ground them within the Sustainable Development Goals. Of course, earlier this year, I was with the Minister of Families, Children and Social Services in New York to present our voluntary statement to the United Nations around the Sustainable Development Goals. Canada has a role to play to ensure that we reach those 2030 targets and those 17 goals, the 169 targets, and we are well on track to do that. We've been doing it from day one. But I'm going to focus on some particular components of the Sustainable Development Goals that are really sort of emphasized through this budget. The first I'm going to focus on is goal number 5, one that's really important to my heart. It's on gender and ensuring that we have gender equality in our country. And Madam Speaker, as we are in the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, I want to ensure that my actions matter, and speaking to this particular legislation allows me to do that through Bill C-86. What we have in front of us, Madam Speaker, is a number of different initiatives that help us to ensure that we have gender equality in Canada. We have brought forward legislating gender budgeting. We have made the status of women a full department. We have enacted proactive pay equity legislation, Madam Speaker. If I could speak a little bit to each of those, the status of women becoming a full department, the Department of Women and Gender Equality, Madam Speaker, wage. I think that it's nice that we have wage in there as we are introducing proactive pay legislation. Madam Speaker, when we think about the fact that Indigenous women, women of color, women with disabilities, religious individuals, people with different sexual orientation, women that are too old or too young have disproportionate negative impacts and barriers that they have to face within their workplaces and their communities, Madam Speaker. It is important that we are sensitive to those, and when we are enacting legislation, we are looking at how our legislation impacts individuals differently. And I think by legislating gender budgeting, by ensuring that we allow increased participation of women, especially the ones that are most vulnerable, we are working towards supporting women and girls, and we are reducing the gender wage gap. We are making sure that our country is prosperous for everyone. When we think about the current gap of, around 20 cents between what men make and what women make, it grows proportionately bigger when you think about some of these vulnerable communities, or when we look at intersectionality and see that when you have different intersecting identities, that of course the gap between men and women gets larger. So ensuring that we do that is really important. Having a full department to the status of women, as I mentioned, the Women and Gender Equity Department is really important. They have an expanded mandate for gender equality, which includes sexual orientation, gender identity and expression, promoting a greater understanding of gender diversity, often known through what is known as a gender-based analysis plus, Madam Speaker. We need to ensure that we're leveraging and we have the capacity to leverage movements like Me Too and Time's Up and ensure that every woman in this country feels that they have a place, that they are valued and they are respected. And Madam Speaker, the initiatives that we've taken so far with regards to gender ensure that that happens. Madam Speaker, I also want to, continuing along with my theme of the Sustainable Development Goals, speak to Goal 8, which is decent work and economic growth, Goal 9, which is industry and innovation and infrastructure, Goal 10, reducing inequalities, Goal 11, sustainable cities and communities, and Goal 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. And to tie up all of those goals really is the work that we're doing with stakeholders in the charitable sector. Madam Speaker, I worked before I got into politics in research, as I owned a research management company, but I worked with organizations like Neurological Health Charities Canada, Alzheimer's Canada, Parkinson's Canada, Epilepsy Durham, and many organizations in my riding like Sunrise Youth Group in Whitby, or the Charles H. Best Diabetes Center, of which Kennedy, a 6th grade student, is a very strong champion. She came to see me in Ottawa last year. These charitable organizations are the foundation by which our middle class rest. They are the ones that do a lot of hard work to ensure that we are able, as a society, to continue to function. The Sunrise Youth Group, they work with adult or support adult individuals with developmental handicaps so that their parents could go to work. This is what our charitable sector does, and they really are a strong part of our society. So in strengthening that role with our charitable sector, we are ensuring that charities are able to do the work that they want to do on behalf of Canadians, and we're removing the limits to political activities, allowing charities to participate fully in policy development. They could provide feedback on legislation and legislative proposals. We're providing a permanent advisory committee on the charitable sector. Madam Speaker, the charitable sector is one that provides to our economy. They could generate up to $2 billion of economic activities and create as much as 100,000 jobs. This is a sector that is growing, it's vital, it's innovative, they do a lot with very little, and we need to support them. And through what we have determined as a social finance fund, Madam Speaker, our government will be providing the support in resources up to $750 million over the next 10 years to support and establish a social finance fund. Madam Speaker, when we look to our charitable organizations to provide support for our families, we need to support them, and that's what we're doing here in this Budget Implementation Act. Madam Speaker, the last thing that I want to speak to is goal number 1, no poverty, goal number 2, zero hunger, and goal number 3, good health and well-being. Madam Speaker, when we look at reducing poverty and ensuring that people have the capacity to live a full and contribute to our economy, we need to look holistically at the social determinants of health to ensure that we help to create the conditions that allow Canadians to live the best life possible. And Madam Speaker, with our poverty reduction strategies, programs like the Canada Child Benefit, our national housing strategies, enhancing seniors benefits, the Canada's Workers Benefit, we have lifted 650,000 Canadians out of poverty. 300,000 of those are children. Madam Speaker, we are developing our first national poverty reduction strategy and establishing for the first time ever an official poverty line. Madam Speaker, we are looking holistically at ensuring that Canadians of all stripes are able to have a good quality of life. And since October of 2015, we have hit the ground running to ensure that this is happening in a comprehensive, holistic way. Madam Speaker, not only are we going to be able to achieve our Sustainable Development Goals and the Agenda Agenda 2030, but we're doing it here in Canada. We are taking leadership by ensuring that everyone has a fair chance to succeed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her remarks today. One of the disturbing things, Madam Speaker, is to see how far this government has led us into increasing debt, in spite of the fact that they promised in their election campaign that by now we would be coming back to balance. And we know, Madam Speaker, that's way, way far from the truth. In fact, Madam Speaker, the cost of interest alone from 2017-18 goes from $23.9 billion that we spent in 27-18, $23.9 billion on interest. By 2021-22, that's going to $39 billion. Madam Speaker, that's a $15 billion increase in interest costs alone. That's got nothing to do with paying down debt. So an extra $15 billion just to pay the interest on our rising debt that's rising every year because of the increased deficits that this government is spending, in spite of the fact that they promised a very small deficit and they promised to bring us back to balance by now. So, Madam Speaker, my question is simple. Couldn't that extra $15 billion that we're spending on interest, couldn't that be put to better use, for example, in providing great palliative care for Canadians, Madam Speaker?
The honourable member for Whitby.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable colleague for his question. Madam Speaker, I'll start off by saying that we are keeping our debt to GDP ratio low. The investments that we have made to date have ensured that we are creating the conditions within this country to allow our small to medium-sized businesses to create over 500,000 jobs. Madam Speaker, we are ensuring that our investments in technology and skills training, in public transit, for example, in Durham Region, the largest investment in public transit that we've ever seen, Madam Speaker, that allows us to reduce our carbon footprint as well. We have made investments to ensure that Canadians have a little bit more in their pockets. Over the next year, an average family of four will have $2,000 more in their pocket for them to be able to spend on the things that they find are necessary for their family. We're reducing poverty, we're investing in communities, and we're helping to grow a strong Canada. And that's what Canadians find important.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Disnething-Missinippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to have this opportunity to ask my colleague across the way, but before I ask the question, I want to clarify some points. One of the recent reports that came out across Canada about poverty, the top two areas in Canada that are affected with child poverty and poverty are in northern Saskatchewan and northern Manitoba. My experiences are in northern Saskatchewan shows that any level of government, be it the federal, Conservatives, or the Liberals, or anyone at the provincial level, are way out of touch. They ignore and neglect northern Saskatchewan and possibly northern Manitoba as well. I'm curious as to what this poverty reduction plan looks like, and I want to believe that it's suitable to northern Saskatchewan as well as northern Manitoba. Can this government clearly explain? I don't want to hear about First Nations involvement. I want to hear specifically in ridings like Disnething-Missinippi Churchill River riding, specific population, Northerners who are First Nations and Métis, and farmers and farming communities and rural municipalities. How can this government clarify its point?
Member for Whitby has 1 minute to respond.
Madam Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for her comments and for focusing on areas in her riding where she's really concerned. Madam Speaker, that is the approach that we have been taking from the very beginning, a whole of government approach, ensuring that we are listening to stakeholders to ensure that when we introduce Canada's first national poverty reduction strategy, that we're doing it in a way that eliminates poverty, Madam Speaker. We are establishing an official poverty line for the first time ever in the history of this country. We know the devastating effects that poverty has, and in order to reduce poverty and ensure that we are giving members in her riding or her constituents the best possible chance, members in my riding the best possible chance. I was just at a school the other day doing a breakfast program. We want to ensure that we're listening to everyone and that we are making sure that our poverty reduction strategy has real impact for Canadians across the country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Belleuil.
Now, a member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The good news is that despite this cold that I have, I seem to have recovered my voice, and hopefully it'll last for 15 minutes so I can speak to this Budget Implementation Act, or BIA. Madam Speaker, before I talk about what's in the BIA, or more importantly, what's not in the BIA, and that's probably what I'm going to speak the most about, first of all, I'd like to talk about the process. This is an omnibus bill, which is something we saw a lot from with the previous government, and we're seeing more and more of it with this government. They promised during the election campaign not to do it, but they've broken that promise, and they're presenting more and more omnibus bills, not just budget legislation, but in all kinds of other arenas like transportation, public safety, justice. We keep seeing these kinds of bills that are harder for members to examine closely. And I could be wrong. Maybe someone could check the figures. But just to give you an idea, with C-38 in the last Parliament, it was a Conservative bill, which was the omnibus bill that demonstrated how abusive the practice had become. It was really a new height, if you will, in this undemocratic process. It undermined EI, and it did away with the environmental assessment system, which was already an adequate system to start with. That bill, Madam Speaker, was hundreds of pages long. And imagine that the first Liberal omnibus bill, and I'm talking about their first one, not the one we're talking about today, but if you put it together with the Conservatives' 2012 omnibus bill, you would have had a bill that's as long as this one, which is some 800 pages. It's crazy, Madam Speaker. Imagine the hours we have to put into examining such voluminous bills. Let's be honest, Madam Speaker. To even claim that we have time to consult all the stakeholders and do justice to our examination of this bill. And there are provisions in C-86 that affect other provisions. It's unrealistic to think that we can keep track of all that. And it runs counter to any notion of parliamentary privilege. How are we supposed to debate this? But it certainly provides fodder for a point of privilege, Madam Speaker, a bill of this volume. And when you consider how thick and heavy this bill is, and the fact that we're not allowed to use props here in the House to support our arguments, but I would certainly say that I would discourage my constituents from even trying to print this bill because it would be such a waste of paper to print so many pages. So this bill is huge. And then a motion was tabled this morning to allocate time. So not only is debate limited by the fact that the bill is so unwieldy, they saw fit to further limit debate by imposing time allocation. So not only was there not enough time to start with to examine all these provisions in detail, they're further limiting our ability to do our job. And the most you'll be able to hear is 8 MPs out of some 40 of us. And you could say that budget implementation legislation is among the most important legislation in a parliament. So I think it's fair to say that we're a recognized opposition party, and less than a third of us will have an opportunity to speak to this bill. So putting the procedural objections to the side for a minute, and the whole idea of broken promises, I'd now like to turn to all the things that are missing from this bill, all the broken promises by omission. There are so many things that have been neglected since the Liberals took power, and there's a few things I'd like to focus on, beginning with the fact that they still haven't done the simple things, the common sense things, the fairness things, like collecting sales tax on web giants. People were saying, well, a few weeks ago, the Liberals were saying, well, this is today's reality. People are online, they consume, they purchase music and movies and so on the internet. But we're not talking about reinventing the wheel here. We're just asking for two things. First of all, we want all companies to be treated equally. There should be a level playing field. Internet companies shouldn't have preferential treatment versus traditional brick-and-mortar stores at the point of sales. For those listening, it seems so obvious, and yet the federal government has done nothing for far too long about this. The Quebec government has said one thing. Hopefully other jurisdictions will follow suit, but with all due respect for our colleagues in the National Assembly, it's not enough, because there are tax levers and fiscal levers that the federal government could use and should use in order to ensure fairness and a level playing field, so that the government of Canada can have a proper tax base and enforce the law, because that's what's really lacking here is enforcement. And it's not just sales tax on Netflix and Google and other online services, or when you make purchases, digital online purchases. Basically, it's an honor system. There's an expectation that companies will behave as they should. But when it comes specifically to Netflix, I maybe don't know quite as much about it as my colleague from Longueuil Saint-Hubert, but there's the whole music situation too with Spotify and iTunes and what have you. But I'm just going to focus on Netflix this morning.
Now, with respect to the sales tax, the previous Minister of Canadian Heritage found it difficult in Quebec because everyone unanimously agreed that the agreement Canada had signed with Netflix was lacking, far from perfect, not only when it came to the percentages. In fact, there were no percentages set aside for production in French, but also the fact that we were relying on proactive action by Netflix and their good faith. Now, you've indicated I've only got a couple of minutes left, but I think that shows clearly that this is the problem with an omnibus bill under time allocation. We don't have enough time. But back to my point, what we realized was that we've got a situation here when we look at what's happening in other jurisdictions. In France, for example, there are models that we could emulate. We could come up with our own model to acknowledge that, yes, this is the new reality, but we can't set aside our culture. We need to value it, enhance its value, and focus on the specialized cultural network and milieu that we have. It's not just about the quality of content, but also about the sharing of this culture. And with the some 60 seconds I've got left, I'd like to address another shortfall in the Liberal legislation, despite what the Minister of National Revenue says about the $1 billion. And that $1 billion simply was like turning the knife in the wound. It isn't dealing with the tax evasion and avoidance. It's like salting the wound. There is a situation in the Liberal government. What we're seeing is, well, in fact, we've seen all the names come out in the Panama Papers. None of those issues have been resolved by this government. This $1 billion, well, it's also a matter of fairness. Now, I see that my time is up, Madam Speaker. I'd just like to say that not only are we dealing with this omnibus bill, it's a bill that will not resolve the issues that the progressive government thinks it will. It's the third try at it by this Liberal government, and the third time they've failed. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I listened very carefully to the remarks made by my colleague, and I greatly appreciated the correlation that he made between the Liberal government, the current one, and the previous Conservative government when it comes to the way that they do things. Now, I'd like to hear him say a few words about the positions. Now, I'm having trouble making a distinction between the Conservative and Liberal positions. The fights against tax evasion is not there. My colleague talked about the big issues, the web, Netflix, etc. Neither the Conservatives nor the Liberals have found a solution to these. Are we facing two parties that are simply half a dozen of one, six of the other? The Honourable Member. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. What's even more frustrating is that the government's predecessor, well, in fact, they just keep talking and talking, but they aren't doing anything. And to go back to the example of Netflix, we had the minister who continued to talk about the digital era, the fact that we were in the digital era. And it was on Infoman several times because it was talked about and talked about and talked about, but nothing was done. Now, my colleague talked about EI, the 15-week period, people who are seriously ill, who are simply abandoned. And as he so adequately mentioned, these problems date to before the government was elected. Now, I participated in a debate, Mr. Speaker, on employment insurance back in my riding in 2015, on employment insurance specifically. And if it hadn't been for me and my predecessor, who ran for the Bloc, there wouldn't have been much talk about employment insurance. It didn't seem to interest the Liberal candidate at all. And what we can see is that it's still not of interest to them. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the most vulnerable are the ones who are suffering. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and appreciate at least some of the comments that the member across the way had made during his speech time. And there's a couple of thoughts that come across my mind when I think in terms of the budget implementation. One of them is the fact that we're looking at, really for the first time, looking at the whole idea of a pharmacare program. This is something in which over the last few years we've seen the Standing Committee on Health. We've seen now a special group looking at coming forward to the Minister of Health with recommendations. This is something in which I believe that would be of great value to Canadians from all regions of the country. And I'm wondering if my colleague could just provide some of his thoughts in regards to just how important it is that we move forward on the issue of a national pharmacare program from his perspective.
The Honourable Member. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And we do want to go ahead with that, and we don't understand why the Liberals aren't doing it. For decades, they've been promising a pharmacare program. It is the natural progression of a public healthcare system that was put in place in the 60s. But what we're seeing is that nothing's been done. They keep talking about restudying, reviewing the information. The Healthcare Committee put forth a report with recommendations they heard from experts. So I don't understand why we're still looking at the idea of studying the matter without taking action. we need to proceed. We need to take action and do so now, because once again, vulnerable people who are paying the price for this. And one last comment, as a member for Quebec, it's important to point out that we know that Quebec has a lead when it comes to the medical prescription program. Quebec also has the option to opt out of programs with compensation, and the other issue we need to focus on is reducing the prices of drugs for the provinces. Now, there's going to be a lot of negotiations. It will require a great deal of work, so it's time for us to get down to work and actually do the work.
Honourable Member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to be able to speak today in support of Bill C-86. For people watching at home, some of what we're discussing here today may sound familiar. That's because we've heard about these programs earlier this year with the Minister of Finance presented the 2018 budget on February 27th. Budgets by their nature are aspirational, forward-looking documents. They are an expression of what we as a government are planning to do. In order to achieve the objective which we have set out for ourselves in the budget, we must make new laws or make changes to existing laws. To do that, we must pass legislation. The aspirations in this year's budget took nearly 400 pages to express. Now, if the budget took nearly 400 printed pages to express, the laws needed to implement the plan have to be written, and that generally involves multiples of 400 pages, and then those laws have to be presented and debated in the House of Commons, be examined by the committee or committees, or passed by the House, then sent to Senate, debated and reviewed by the Senate committee, passed by the Senate, and then sent to the Governor General of Royal Assent. All of that takes a lot of time. So we divide the budget plan into those items that need to get passed right away. And soon after the budget is presented, we deal with those items with the first piece of legislation. Then later, we deal with the more forward-looking plans in the budget, and we create a second piece of legislation to implement remainder of the budget plan. Today, we are discussing that second piece of legislation to implement in the budget 2018. One of the aspirations expressed in 2018 was that we should address the gender wage gap by making progress towards equal pay for equal work. The issue arises because, as the budget said, in Canada today women, quote, in Canada today women earn 31% less than men do. The median income for women is $28,120 compared to $40,800 for men, unquote. The budget went on to say, as the largest employer in the country, many have called on the federal government to lead by example. That is what the government will do. Pay equity. The bill we are debating today introduces productive pay equity legislation for workers in the federal government and in the federal regulated sectors. Equal pay for equal work value is the smart thing to do. We are very proud to be moving forward with proactive pay equity legislation. It's a key way in which our government is delivering on its commitment to gender equality. Bill C-86 enacts the Pay Equity Act to establish a proactive process for the achievement of pay equity by the readdressing of the systematic gender-based discrimination experienced by employees who occupy positions in predominantly female job classes. The new act requires federal, public, and private sector employers that have 10 or more employees to establish and maintain a pay equity plan with set time frames to identify and correct differences in compensation between predominantly female and predominantly male job classes for which the work performed is equal value. The new act provides for the powers, duties, and functions of Pay Equity Commissioner, which include facilitating the resolution of disputes, conducting compliance, audits, and investigation dispute objections and complaints, as well as making orders and imposing administrative monetary penalties for violations for that act. The new act also requires the Pay Equity Commissioner to report annually to Parliament on the administration and enforce of the new Act. Bill C-86 also amends the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act to provide for the application of Pay Equity Act to parliamentary employees. It also makes the Minister of Labour responsible for administration of the Federal Contractors Program for Pay Equity. Modernizing the federal labour standards. Among the amendments to Canada Labour Code, which Bill C-86 makes are providing 5 days of paid leave for victims of family violence, a personal leave of 5 days with 3 days an unpaid leave for court or jury duty, and 4th week of annual vacation with pay for employees who have completed at least 10 consecutive years of employment. B, eliminating minimum length of service requirements for leaves and general holiday pay and reducing the length of service requirements for 3 weeks of vacation with pay. C, prohibiting differences in rate of wages based on the employment status of employees. And D, updating group of individual termination provisions by increasing the minimum notice of termination. Bill C-86 also amends the Wage Earner Protection Program Act to, among other things, increase the maximum amount that may be paid to avoid under the Act, expand the definition of eligible wages, expand the conditions under which a payment may be made under the Act. It is interesting to note that while the Liberal federal government is enhancing labour standards for workers, the Conservative provincial government in Ontario is in the process of diminishing labour standards. You would think that the first rule of government would be like that of the medical profession: first, do no harm. I must say that I share the disappointment of some members of this House that we were not able to take a further step forward by protecting workers' pension in the event of insolvency of employers. Bill C-86 makes amendments to Canada's insolvency legislation and improves the Wage Earner Protection Act, but doesn't address the issue, which essentially of deferred wages remaining unpaid. Workers' pension need protection from employers' bankruptcy by giving pension funds priority in employer bankruptcies. I hope we can move forward to correct this problem in the not-too-distant future. Mr. Speaker, I also want to talk about our record of our government and what we've done for middle-class Canadians. The investments made from our government to middle-class Canadians consist of $40 billion in a national housing strategy. This will help much-needed Canadians have a decent home to live and raise their family. We've also increased the Canada Child Benefit. This will be indexed as of this year, so an average family will receive $2,000 more in their pockets to help raise the high cost of raising their children. We've lifted hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. In terms of jobs, Mr. Speaker, we've created over 500,000 new jobs since 2015. We've had the lowest unemployment rate in 40 years. The unemployment rate nationally is around 5.8 to 6%. In my region, in Waterloo region, at the end of October, that unemployment rate is at a 5.2%. We've also announced federal funding for a company in my riding, a high-tech company named North, which is making high-tech focals and glasses. This has increased jobs in my region. They've added 230 new jobs, 230 good, well-paying jobs in the high-tech sector. We've also, this is not in terms of the budget, but in terms of on my committee, citizenship and immigration, we've brought in the global skills strategy to bring in high-tech workers to our region to ensure that we're closing the gaps that we're seeing in the high-tech sector. In infrastructure spending, Mr. Speaker, we've added a historic spending of $120 billion in infrastructure projects. In my region alone, I've announced $97 million for a highway expansion going from 6 lanes going to 10 lanes, so that way we can get our products to market faster, and then we can have faster commutes to in and around the GTA from our region to the GTA and vice versa. Taxes, Mr. Speaker, we've lowered taxes on the middle class from 22.5% down to from 22% down to 20.5%. We've also lowered taxes on businesses from 11%, and in 2019 it'll be going down to 9%, Mr. Speaker. These are some of the things that we've laid out in our government and in the past records since we've formed government, and this is why I'm supportive of this budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened intently to my Liberal colleague sharing with this House and Canadians what his perspective on how good the budget is. And the theme is spend, 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 and spend some more. My question to him is, if any other association, organization other than the Liberal government in Canada, if it was a business or a family, and if they spent and spent and spent the way this government is spending, is it sustainable? If a company was to borrow and hire more staff and pay higher salaries and provide additional benefits and spend all on borrowed money, how long can that go on? And I believe it can't go on. It's not sustainable, and a company would go out of business because you cannot live and prosper on borrowed money. And so the question is, does he believe that this is sustainable? And hopefully he'll say no. And if so, then when would the budget balance?
The honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question, and rightfully so. You know, they're the opposition, and they have to ensure that the government is investing in Canadians, and to ensure that investment is recuperating, and ensuring that investment is coming back to Canadians. So I'll give you the record, Mr. Speaker. Since we've took office, we've invested in Canadians. We've seen an unemployment rate hovering around 7%, now down to 5.8%, around 6%. And as I mentioned before in my speech, in my region it's at 5.2%. So when we put the investments in place to Canadians, we see that record. Also, we've lowered taxes on middle-class Canadians from 22% down to 20.5%. So that has led to Canadians spending more in the economy and ensuring that when there's more spending, more businesses will be able to sell their products. So we've seen that kind of a record, and when we invest in Canadians, we see that record coming back.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague there for his speech. But he mentioned about the Bankruptcy Act, and he was talking about the pension protection on the deferred wages. Did I hear him correctly when he said that he is for making sure pensions are protected, that these are deferred wages and they should be going to a higher priority if it comes to a bankruptcy, liquidation?
The honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in terms of pension protection, there's been companies in the past, and we've seen it here in Nortel, that's been in Ottawa, and I'm sure that the member have seen it maybe in his region in Hamilton. Companies go into insolvency or bankruptcy, and a lot of the time pensioners are the last to get paid. And we want to see moving forward that pensioners are protected. A lot of these pensioners that are in unions have taken minimal wage increases throughout the years in order to protect their pensions and in order to protect their benefits. So we want to ensure that pensions are protected, and personally I want to see this going forward so that we can see pensioners being protected. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for the comments. I think it's clear, Mr. Speaker, that it's never a good thing to impose rules that would limit debate time on a bill, particularly since this bill is quite large. It's nearly 900 pages. And we shouldn't forget, Mr. Speaker, that this political party promised in the last election campaign to not to run omnibus bills, and also to use time allocation as infrequently as possible. So this is obviously a contradiction with their promise. But worse, Mr. Speaker, this government is moving forward with compulsive deficits. They have no control over the budget, and they won't say when they're going to balance the budget. And these members were elected 3 years ago saying that they would balance the budget by 2019. Why did this government not keep their promise?
Member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Mr. Speaker, we made a promise to invest in Canadians, and this is the promise that we were making. We're doing the best in the G7 countries. Canadian wages are among the best in the G7 countries, and this is what we'll continue to do, is invest in Canadians, and we'll see this record through, and we'll ensure that we're doing the best for Canadians, investing in Canadians, opening up markets, which we have done with the TPP, with CETA, and with the new USMCA. We will continue to deliver for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise today to speak to this bill, Bill C-68, a Budget Implementation Act. I feel fortunate that I will get to rise to speak on this bill, but because of time allocation called multiple times by this government as we debate this bill, many of my colleagues are not going to have that opportunity. So I do feel fortunate that I at least get to stand, question the government, debate this bill. Mr. Speaker, it's been pointed out many times that this government has made numerous promises in their election campaign and since that time that they have no intention of upholding. Myself, when I make a promise, that's something I vow to uphold to someone, but this government seems to have no respect for that whatsoever, no respect for the Canadian citizens, and that's something I simply find abhorrent. They promised not to introduce omnibus bills, and yet here we have a Budget Implementation Act of over 800 pages, almost 900 pages in fact, and I hold here just the summary of this bill, and the summary is over 12 pages long. It's a massive bill that really deserves full debate, full questioning in this House, and yet with time allocation being called, we will not get that true opportunity. I've talked to my colleagues that wanted parts of this bill split out and debated separately in their committees, but those requests were denied by the Liberals in the committee. It's a shame that we cannot debate something like this that is so important to every Canadian that we don't have the opportunity to debate it properly. Getting on to the election promises that this government made back in 2015, they claim to be elected on a mandate by what they said they would do for the Canadian public. And the big part of that promise was to keep deficits below $10 billion per year. Promise broken. Another big part of that 2015 campaign was that the deficits would be decreasing annually as they moved through their mandate. Promise broken. They promised to reach a balanced budget by 2019. Promise broken. They promised to be open and transparent in their government. We've seen multiple times how that promise has been broken, and here we have another example of it again today, with time allocation being called on debate on this bill so that we cannot fully expose this bill for what it is to the Canadian public. Now, when I return back to my riding of North Okanagan Shuswap, it's increasingly often that people approach me and ask, what can we do to stop this out-of-control government, the out-of-control spending that they're going through, and the debt that it's passing on to future generations? That truly concerns me. We have a lot of young entrepreneurs in my riding looking to have a brighter future. But when we start examining what this government is doing with these continual deficits of nearly $20 billion year after year after year, people don't most people can't visualize what that $20 billion would look like in a project they might be working on in relation to a project in the town or the community they're in or their project at home. $20 billion really doesn't translate easily to the individual. But what it does is it creates approximately $600 debt load per person. That's for every man, woman, child, infant, senior, every man, woman, and child in Canada further in debt by almost $600 every year from this government. In 3 years, that's $1,800 for every man, woman, and child. You take that to a family household of 4 people, that it's unbelievable when people hear what this is really meaning for family households, for individuals. When you multiply that onto the factor that the percentage of Canadians that are actually full-time in the workforce is probably about 25% of Canadians. So 1 in 4 Canadians is paying back this incredible debt that this government is building up. Now, in 2019, we are working towards electing a Conservative government led by our leader, and we're looking forward to bringing reality back to finances in Canada so that we can provide hope and prosperity and a future for those young Canadians. But the only way we're going to be able to do that is to try and keep them out of this incredible debt that this government keeps piling on. I can't imagine if I have a daughter and son-in-law that they've established themselves, but I can't imagine having teenagers or young children right now and telling them that with this government, they're going to be $600, $500, another $600 per year further in debt every time this government passes a budget. That's very, very troubling to me. I can't imagine passing that information on the doorstep. And that's what I'm hearing when I'm back home from people at home. They don't want that debt passed on to their children. Time and time again, people are saying, how can we stop this? Now, a few of the other factors that have popped up in this bill that have been pointed out is the increase in the debt servicing costs of government. And it won't matter whether it's a Liberal government, a Conservative government, a coalition government, a minority government, it doesn't matter. But the increased debt servicing costs could grow by up to 60% under this current government's plan. That's incomprehensible. What it'll mean is that we could end up paying more in debt servicing per year than our current health care transfers to the provinces. So what it means is what this government is creating in deficits and debt load to future governments is going to be taking away from something else that we should be able to pay for in the future. Now, whether that's housing, whether that's health care, whether that's business investment, all of those things are going to be impacted by the debt load that's currently being passed on by this government. Getting back to some more of the promises that were made by this government and have now been broken, they promised to reduce business taxes. And yes, they've done that in some ways, but in other ways, they've reached into the back pocket of business people and taken more out than they've actually put in. They've done that earlier this year with the implementation of the deferred income taxes, increasing taxes on those, the passive income investments, they're called. So they've increased those passive investment income taxes by they'll be up to 73% now that individuals would have to pay on those passive investments. That is absolutely killing corporate investment in other avenues other than their core business programs. I know many people that had surplus income in their primary business that decided to purchase rental properties, whether they were detached homes, small apartment buildings, and so on. They would invest their extra income in purchasing those rental properties to create income or lower income opportunities, rental opportunities for individuals elsewhere in the community that couldn't afford to purchase their own home. Those individuals, I've had them time and time again approach me over the summer and since, that say they're no longer going to do that. There's no point in investing in a secondary business other than your primary investment. It's just no longer feasible because of what this government is doing. I know my time is running down, Mr. Speaker. I've got about 1 minute left, 1 minute. So I'll try and wrap up. But with over 800 pages in this bill, it's really difficult to fit in much detail about the individual pieces out of 800, almost 900 pages in a 10-minute presentation. And again, I want to stress the fact that this government has called time allocation on this, which will remove the opportunity for most of our members from even having an opportunity to speak on this bill. Again, it's deplorable that the government keeps doing this on us, and I can't comprehend how we're going to get past this. We need to work together as government, as opposition, on what is good for Canadians, but this government is making it almost impossible. I'll wrap up with that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the common issues that is constantly brought up, whether it's a member of the Conservative Party giving a speech or asking a question, is they like to refer to the deficit. And when I think of the deficit, I think of the last 151 years of Canadian Confederation. In that last 151 years, 38% of the time, Conservatives have been governing the country. And during that 38% of the time, Mr. Speaker, they accumulated almost 75% of the deficit. Yet when they're in opposition, they seem to be so focused on the deficit. It seems to be at odds at each other. In government, they don't really care about it, as historical numbers clearly demonstrate that. Yet when they're in opposition, they want to talk about it. I'm wondering if my colleague could explain why that is the case.
Honourable Member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague opposite for his question, and I gladly respond to that. I believe the biggest reason that we have to deal with deficits is we take over from a Liberal government that has spent the cupboards bare, absolutely bare. We come back in when the economy has changed, business investment has left the country because of the tax situations that a Liberal government has created. We come in as a Conservative government, have to put the books back in order, so we have to deal with deficits, with taking on debt load to try and bring business investment back to Canada, to turn around the negative situation that the Liberal governments continuously put in place.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. It was thoughtful and highlighting that the government continues to fail and the legacy of broken promises. The government has said that they're investing into Canadians. My question to him is, where is this money coming from that they're investing into Canadians? And if they're spending, is it sustainable? Thank you.
Member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Langley Aldergrove for the question. He asked where the money is coming from. That's plain and simple. It's coming from future Canadians, but they don't realize it yet, unfortunately. We cannot continue to rack up deficit after deficit after deficit. I came from a small business. If I ran my business that way, it would be bankrupt. If I ran my household that way, spending more every year than I was breaking in, either I would go bankrupt or I would pass on a huge debt load to my children, my grandchildren. But that's what this government seems to think it's okay to do. It boggles my mind how they think it's okay to pass on huge debt to future generations like they are.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I pointed out that it was the Conservatives that accumulated most of Canada's debt. almost 75% of it. The response I got was, well, the Liberals made me do it. So it's the Liberals that forced the Conservatives to do it. Well, Mr. Speaker, that's just not true either. Take a look at the Paul Martin budget, where it was a multi-billion-dollar surplus. The carpets were not, or the cupboards were not bare. A multi-billion-dollar surplus, Stephen Harper assumed. And now, even before the recession kicked in, that multi-billion-dollar surplus was converted into a multi-billion-dollar deficit. I'm wondering if my colleague would change his mind and, upon reflecting, and as opposed to trying to say that the Liberal Party made us have deficits, maybe take responsibility and allow for the fact that the Conservatives really don't know what they're talking about when it comes to deficits.
The honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his question. Deficit situations came with the great global recession, 2007, 2008, 2009. We were forced into deficit situations to keep the economy, keep Canadians working. And in fact, when we were running those deficits, it was a Liberal government that kept screaming from across the way, actually from this side of the House at that time, they wanted bigger deficits, bigger and bigger deficits. And yet, now that they're done, now they want to stand back and criticize it. But now, when times are good, when the economy seems to be relatively stable, is when a time when most prudent businesses and governments would actually be trying to pay down their debt. When there's some surplus income, try and put it towards paying off that debt so that when the tough times come, you're not in such a drastic situation trying to scramble and find out where you can save and cut money in order to pay back the debt you've built up.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it gives me great honour to stand today to support the initiatives of this government that are expressed through this bill as we implement the budget promises we made last spring and deliver real hope, real change and real possibilities for growth in this country to some of Canada's most vulnerable populations. For me, the main focus of my comments will be centred around the poverty reduction strategy, Canada's first ever poverty reduction strategy, with real targets and real tools to measure not just poverty as it exists across the country, but as it exists in specific regions, specific centres, and within specific populations. The new strategy is critical because one of the goals of this government, and you hear the phrase repeated often, is it's not just about growing a stronger middle class, but it's the support that's required to help people join that middle class, to lift themselves out of poverty by giving them the tools they need, the support they require, and the opportunities they desire to make sure their lives are transformed. And this is critical for the success of this country, because as we build stronger families and more healthier communities, we also build more resilient children, and that gives us a hope for the future that the next generation will have the capacity to provide much more support for all of us as we move forward together as a country. Now, to set the context, we need to understand that the poverty reduction strategy, while a new strategy enunciated in policy, is not something we have just started to begin work on. The day we took office, we began making investments right across this country to make a transformational change in people's lives. In fact, well over 600,000 Canadians have been lifted out of poverty as a direct result of steps taken by this government. And that doesn't include the close to 500,000 new full-time jobs, which has also created a context to avoid poverty, because the prevention of poverty is just as important as the alleviation of it. But the $22 billion we invested include about $5.6 billion of that being invested into housing. We tripled the transfers to the provinces in our first budget, and we doubled the investments in community organizations leading the fight against homelessness right as soon as we introduced our first budget. We also introduced the Canada Child Benefit and changed the profile. Not only is it a more generous benefit, but it's also a benefit that is now tax-free and means-tested, which means those who have the greatest need get the greatest support. And unlike the previous government, we don't send the checks to millionaires, and we don't tax the dollars after it's arrived in families' bank accounts. This has led and probably been the most profound change in social policy in this country in a generation, and it has been probably the most important component of lifting those children I just referenced out of poverty. Additionally, there have been changes to CPP as we move forward to secure people's retirement funds, and as well to GIS. We boosted GIS to make sure, in particular, single women who are often alone at the end of their lives in terms of income support got the boost they need to make sure that their incomes were more supportive in terms of giving them the capacity to sustain the circumstances of their life. Additionally, $7.5 billion has been invested in early learning and childcare. These transfers delivered directly to the provinces, who since the collapse of the previous national daycare strategy have evolved their programs and is now have more of an asymmetrical situation across the country. As we have invested that $7.5 billion over the next 10 years, it has already started to not only sustain existing spaces, provide new capital for expansion, but also provide that critical component expansion to the child care system. In fact, in Ontario, 100,000 new units, 100,000 new spaces of subsidized, quality, affordable child care are being created as a direct result of the investments in the partnership with provinces. And for the first time ever, the child care support has also been directed towards Indigenous organizations to make sure that distinction-based programs led, designed, and delivered by Indigenous communities to themselves for their children are now part of the program, and we've also made those investments, which are having an impact on families outside the mainstream programs that have existed for a generation in this country. On top of childcare, there's also been substantial investment into Indigenous communities, both on and off reserve, both inside and outside of treaties, both in rural, remote, but also in urban centres. And this investment has led to cleaner drinking water, has led to better housing, better education, all it comes, most importantly, better health programs being provided. And in particular on Jordan's Principle, where the approval and enrollment rate in comparison to the previous government, which in 10 years managed to get one child served through Jordan Principle, we're talking about thousands and thousands every single year. These are transformational changes which set the base for an even more aggressive push to eliminate even more of the poverty we see in this country, because poverty cannot be sustained in a country as rich as ours with a clean conscience. And so as we set the new poverty standard and come across a standard way of measuring it so we can have a common base to understand exactly who we're lifting out of poverty and how our programs are having that impact, we are often criticized for not having announced new programs simultaneous to the establishment of this poverty line. Well, let me assure you that there are already programs and investments forecast into the future which have been included in the 650,000 calculation we've already used to address the people we have lifted out of poverty. For example, we are signing bilateral agreements. I was just in the Northwest Territories last week doing exactly this, bilateral agreements on the Canada Housing Benefit. The Canada Housing Benefit is a new way to subsidize people's living arrangements, giving agency and choice to low-income Canadians to choose the housing that best suits their needs. And those subsidies don't kick in until next year, but those subsidies are going to have a dramatic impact on the quality of life and the alleviation of poverty of those people who are in core housing need. In fact, close to the program, when you include all the other components of the National Housing Strategy, we seek to support well over 600,000 Canadians, closer to 700,000, and then we get into repairs and some of the other programs that are part of the 10-year forecast. Those dollars are locked in. They're built on top of the $5 billion we've already spent, and we've reprofiled those dollars to make them more flexible, in particular for the way in which they impact women and children, to make sure that those housing needs are addressed specifically through a national housing strategy. They weren't in the previous iteration of the program. The new national housing strategy reprofiles that $40 billion and projects it into those people's lives as yet another way we're going to alleviate poverty. As it relates to this particular bill, pay equity. You know, I've heard the members opposite complain that the bill is too big. It covers 7 distinct pieces of legislation, but the piece on pay equity covers the entire breadth of federally regulated and federally administered pay programs. And so it is a big, complex bill because pay equity touches virtually every corner of the government as well as significant parts of the country's private sector. That's why the bill is 850 pages. It's a comprehensive all-of-government approach, all-of-country approach to pay equity, and we're very proud to push that forward because pay equity is, again, one of the most important tools we can put together in order to make sure we reduce poverty, in particular for women, but for families and Canadians right across the country. Pay equity, giving a fair chance to everybody, in particular women, benefits us all. As women's economic situations solidifies and strengthens in this country, small businesses, medium businesses, all of our social dynamics strengthen as women become more powerful. And that's one of the most important reasons to support pay equity, is because it's good for you even if you're not a woman. Additionally, we also have put an indexing formula into the Canada Child Benefit, so it grows over time with families as children grow, to make sure that inflation doesn't claw back the good, strong investments we've made to eradicate child poverty. Those dollars, aren't calculated as part of our poverty reduction plan that was in place prior to the strategy, but they will have an impact afterwards. And then, of course, the National Housing Strategy, the $40 billion investment. I've heard how some have suggested that the way to do a housing program, and you can see it in some of the platforms of previous parties as they try to get elected to this House, is that you put the money up front and you just let the program drift off into the future. The reality is that someone who's done much of the consultation work with the minister and with CMHC to get this strategy put together is that the advice we got from academics, from housing providers, from municipal partners, from provincial agencies, is the best way to build a housing program is to invest heavily at the start and then grow the investment as the system gets bigger over time. In other words, if your riding were to receive 1,000 units of public housing this year, and 1,000 next year, and 1,000 the year after that, your housing needs go from 1,000 to 2,000 to 3,000. Your repair needs grow with that. Your subsidy requirements grow with that. And if you don't back-end load the program, you don't build a successful system as you build good, strong housing programs. And so that's why the program not only lasts 10 years, past 2 elections, but it grows over time to support a bigger, stronger, robust capacity to house Canadians in need. Put together, this constitutes our government's strategy around housing, around poverty, around improving the lives of Indigenous people, women, many of the marginalized and racialized communities of this country. We have focused our programs based on data, based on the information that we've received from stakeholders, from partnerships with Indigenous governments, municipal and provincial governments, and territorial ones. And this program in total, the early investments, the projected investments, the new tools to measure and study and drive data into the system to alleviate poverty is the reason why this bill is large, why our ambitions is just as big, but most importantly, why the achievements are so profound. We are very, very, very proud of this particular piece of legislation. I hope all of Canada can support it. I hope all of Parliament can support it, because this is real change, delivering real change, real housing, real support to Canadians from coast to coast to coast, and I encourage all parliamentarians to support it as such. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I thank the member for his speech, but he tries to make the world look pretty rosy through his glasses, Mr. Speaker, when in fact the simple question of when will the budget be balanced can't be answered by anyone on that side of the House. And they're embarrassed, Mr. Speaker, that it will be at least 27 years before that happens. You know, we've heard a lot about the 500,000 jobs that they say they produced. I was only here for 23 months in the Harper government. We produced 1.2 million permanent jobs in Canada, Mr. Speaker. You know, if things were so great, and I'd be in favor of a poverty reduction program as well, Mr. Speaker, but only a Liberal government, as we found out earlier this week, could spend $500,000 on a slogan for a poverty reduction program instead of putting the $500,000 towards poverty, Mr. Speaker. So out of control spending, $4.5 billion for a pipeline that no one wants to buy now, to purchase, $10.5 million for a convicted terrorist, Mr. Kadar, as well. These are examples of why Canadians are upset today with this government, never mind the fact that they haven't been able to build pipelines to get our natural resources, which are an economic driver for our country, to do the kinds of spending that they'd like to do in place. So with that, I just want to ask my colleague along the way, across the way, if he can actually tell us how soon he believes that the budget will be balanced, but even more so if that is actually important to him.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Making sure that Canada's fiscal house is in order is critically important, and that's why we've made sure that we sustain the discipline to make sure that our debt to GDP ratio continues to trend in the right direction and is the lowest, in fact, ratio in the G7. It's one of the things that's given us the capacity to stimulate the economy and grow those jobs. The member opposite talks about jobs created. What he didn't talk about were the jobs that were lost, as not only a global recession hit this country, but the conservative austerity measures plunged this country into a second recession, the only G7 country that managed to try to achieve that. And as a result, the net number of jobs that came to Canada were significantly reduced. It's why we have the lowest unemployment rate in 40 years right now, which is a good anti-poverty strategy. As it relates to the deficit that the party opposite talks about, there are lots of different deficits within a complex economy. For example, there's an infrastructure deficit. The previous government left us with a $660 billion infrastructure deficit. It meant that expressways were falling down, bridges weren't getting built, transit wasn't being delivered, water wasn't clean, highways were broken, housing wasn't being fixed or repaired. That deficit was real because it impacted people's lives and the economy and the productivity of this country. And they passed that on to this government and future generations. You need to bring the books back into balance, but it's not just the books as they relate to deficit and debt. It's also the social deficit, the environmental deficit, and the infrastructure deficit of this country. And one of the reasons their party got tossed out is because those other deficits were atrocious and required change. And the change they're getting are sustained, focused investments that are not only good for the people using those infrastructure and social pieces of government, but they're good for the country because they're growing.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaires. La députée.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For a bill with over 850 pages to it, there are numerous 7 pieces of legislation within C-86, and there are 106 amendments tabled. The committee had only 3 meetings for a bill of this size, Mr. Speaker. And coming back to the 36 amendments the NDP proposed at committee, they were all rejected. They didn't even take the time to study and debate them. All the NDP's amendments were rejected, including those recommended by the Pay Equity Coalition and other organizations, including the Teamsters. All the witnesses agreed that the amendments were necessary to correct the shortcomings in the bill affecting women, and that this would force women to resort to the courts to obtain pay equity under the bill. If the Liberals were so serious about pay equity, why did they not just table a standalone bill that we could have debated here in the House? And then women wouldn't have had to wait so long to get pay equity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Complains about 2 things. Either you're consulting and going too slow, or you haven't consulted and you're going too fast. And I think we've hit the right balance here. We have put together comprehensive pay equity legislation after substantial consultation over the last 3 years with stakeholders, unions, the private, public, as well as governmental sources. The amendments that were spoken to, look, we've all been around committees in this place, and we all see a sort of a consensus emerge around how to fix a particular bill. The opposition presents one way to fix it. The government produces a different way. Their proposal might be defeated, but a very similar proposal would be supported at the government side. It's really a question of detail sometimes on those decisions. But as for pay equity, it is essential that we get it done in this term of Parliament. Women have waited too long. I was here in 2005 as a reporter when the NDP rolled the dice and decided they could get a better deal under Stephen Harper than under Paul Martin. And what they did is they not only collapsed the Kelowna Accord, they not only collapsed an extra $2 billion for housing, they not only collapsed the National Child Care Strategy, they collapsed pay equity legislation, comprehensive pay equity legislation as well. Now, they'll say that they didn't roll the dice and that Canadians changed the government. And sure, Canadians changed the government. But at some point, the NDP is going to have to take responsibility for what it does, not what it aspires to. And in this case, they collapsed those pieces of legislation, and they can live with that. That's their party record. But I would also remind the party opposite that the $0 they wanted to spend on housing this year, or the $25 million they wanted to spend on Indigenous infrastructure, totaling a grand total of $375 million, if that's what they thought the scope of the problem was in Indigenous communities across this country, they either didn't care, didn't know, or didn't want to act.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Salaberry.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're talking today about the Liberals who have put forward a beefy bill with under 850 pages. It's an omnibus bill. This is the biggest bill ever tabled in the House of Commons, and way back when the Conservatives themselves were tabling omnibus bills, we were talking 75-page long bills. But today we have 800 pages more, 851 pages, and the Liberals were elected on a promise that they'd be more transparent, more accountable. and I'm trying to shout over a discussion that's going on here, Mr. Speaker, but in short, in addition to facing an uncommonly beefy bill, we're under a gag order too. The Labour Minister was boasting this morning about allowing opposition members to have had 15 hours of debate already. 15 hours of debate, Mr. Speaker, for an 851-page bill. I calculated it. That's about 1 minute and 5 seconds per page. Do you think that's responsible? Is that an adequate amount of time for debate? And it all depends, because 8 NDP members have been able to take a stand on this bill, and not many more Conservatives so far. So when they talk about being more democratic, more transparent, more accountable, allow me to be a bit skeptical, Mr. Speaker, and we all should be a bit skeptical about the good faith and the goodwill of the Liberals. Mr. Speaker, this bill, as my colleague said, my colleague from Jonquière, it refers to 7 other pieces of legislation, and the Liberals have never been able to answer the question, how many clauses and subclauses, subsections are there in this bill? How many of those have been dealt with? They don't know. They don't know themselves. They've tried to stick so many things into it. It's ridiculous that we are forced to debate in this manner under a gag order. I'm going to skip over a few points in my speech because, unfortunately, nobody has talked about everything in, or could talk about everything in a 10-minute time slot. When it comes to pay equity, the unions have been fighting Canada Post before the courts for over 30 years. And the Liberals are telling women they're going to have to wait a little longer because it doesn't just take weeks or months. It's going to take some time before this bill even enters into force. It'll take 4 years. We've been fighting tirelessly for pay equity, and we proposed some changes, but as you heard my colleague from Jonquière say, the NDP proposed 36 amendments. The Conservatives did 2, all other parties. How many of our amendments were accepted by the Liberals? None. 0. Not a single amendment, even though those amendments reflected what the unions and women's groups were saying. There's been no amendment to improve this bill so that women have a louder voice. The Liberals simply haven't heard them. Then there's Canada has huge challenges, and it requires more courage to meet these challenges than the Liberals have shown so far. So what justification is there for such a long delay for women to get pay equity? Why should they have to wait another 4 years? In 2018, they get $12,000 a year less on average than men. Multiply that by 4, and you're up to about $50,000 less for each woman on average. This coming from a government that claims to be proud that it has introduced pay equity legislation. But what it really means is about 50 grand less per woman.
Now, if I had to summarize, I'd talk about half measures, and employment equity is clearly the problem that we're seeing here. And to that we can add the fact that the Implementation Act doesn't require the employer to put in place these changes following a tender offer. Now, why is this? We have no idea. There's a lack of transparency when it comes to salaries called for by stakeholders. That isn't part of the bill either, so we can't compare their incomes, even though we're talking about pay equity here. Will the Commissioner have the necessary resources to do the job? We don't know that either. When it comes to other half measures, well, why, when we talk about the Wilson report, were those recommendations not put in place? Another question. And finally, the Liberals are saying once again that part of the population, and I'd point out that it's 50.1% of the population are women, to simply wait. Mr. Speaker, the government is setting aside or not implementing investments for women and pay equity in favor of who? The richest in this country, large corporations, and there's $14 billion in savings, tax measures, whatnot, tabled last week by the Minister of Finance in his most recent fiscal update. $14 billion, Mr. Speaker, for rich people and corporations. Did they need it? I don't think so. Many of them are also involved in tax avoidance or using tax havens in order to not pay taxes. And we see the same thing for the web giants, Netflix, Apple, Facebook, which are paying peanuts when it comes to taxes. And they're given tax relief. They're using our services, and they're happy to have qualified workers from Quebec and Canada. And the Liberals are saying, well, our SMEs are really important. We want to encourage local procurement, but they're promoting web giants that don't have to pay taxes the way small businesses do in this country. And how much of this money will go to the region is no idea. The government is proposing billions of dollars for companies to be innovative, but how can anyone be innovative when our regions don't even have access to high-speed internet? They don't have LTE or 3G. The Auditor General had harsh criticism for the government when it comes to the management of public funds for connecting Canadians. Thousands of municipalities can't have access to this money or the CRTC for reasons that they always have. There's a 25-kilometer radius for high-speed internet in the area. So in Solange, there are a number of places covered by a 25-kilometer radius. But why do we seeing this two-speed system for urban areas and rural regions? Now, the poverty reduction strategy, how will it be funded? From existing programs and without additional funds. Well, this is really lovely, isn't it? There are targets, but no plan. And I think this must be the government's simply their way of doing things. They don't have a plan for the environment either. They were elected in 2015 saying, we have a plan, we've got a plan, we've got a plan. But no, we keep saying, nope, there's no plan, nope, there's no plan, nope, there's no plan. I think I could do an ad on that. Now, what about improved access to health care? No, there's nothing for that either. We know that in the most careful fiscal calculations, some $3 billion could be saved per year, and those are the most prudent calculations. $3 billion in savings from a health drug plan. So changes could be made. And what other measures do we have? Measures to reduce CO2? Nothing. They're inviting rural regions to convert to ecological approaches, to use public transit, use energy or wind power? No. What they're doing is helping large corporations or not even helping large corporations reduce their greenhouse gas emissions. And how are they going to be assessing these reductions? No, there's no plan there either. Now, there were a lot of initiatives, citizen projects with a number of different stakeholders who've signed the Pact for the Environment. We've got a group of young people. Now, people have criticized the millennials for not having gotten involved, but young people are the ones who have understood the importance of the environment and have noted that the government isn't doing anything, and a youth group is taking action against the government for the government's lack of action. So that shows just how important it is for people under the age of 35, how important the environment is, and how absurd it is for the government to be buying a $4 billion pipeline with taxpayers' money without putting anything forth as a plan or investment for current and future generations to have a viable planet, Mr. Speaker. It's shameful. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Families, Children and Social Development.
Merci pour l'opportunité pour le
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to put a question to the member opposite. I have a simple objective for my question.
In English, but it says the member opposite complained that there wasn't enough investment to back up the strategy or forward motion on some of these critical social issues in order to achieve. I'll take housing as the example because it's often, I've heard the side opposite say that it all comes after the next election. The member opposite knows, because she complained about it in the first budget, that the money was too little to solve the problem, and I agree, we needed the full $40 billion on top of the first investment. But in our first budget, we tripled transfers to provinces. That's building housing now and supporting houses now and renewing housing agreements now. And we doubled the money that was going to homeless organizations that were fighting homelessness, and now we've added an additional $40 billion on top of that and reprofiled the money to make it more flexible so it can in particular support women and children across the country. In other words, the National Housing Strategy is not a 10-year $40 billion program. It's actually closer to $55 billion over 14 years if you take into account the dollars announced before we reprofiled the money. Would the member opposite not agree that from the minute we took office and the first budget we passed, right through to now, we've invested well beyond $40 billion, and will they not also agree that those dollars are being spent as we speak?
The Honourable Member. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hear my colleague for Hamilton yell that it's 14 years. Well, I'm not the one saying it. Many organizations working in social housing across the country are saying that 90% of investments announced by the Liberals will come after the next election. Bravo! The housing crisis is now, and we're talking about other emergencies as well. I don't know if the Liberals' ears are plugged, but over the past 4 weeks, we've heard every week the issues surrounding climate change, global warming. Everyone is talking about the urgency of acting now. What are the Liberals proposing? And there are over 800 pages in the bill. Nothing for the environment. No investments. Zero. No plans. Nothing for public transit. Nothing for building code standards so they're more energy efficient. Nothing to leave fossil fuels in the ground and to look towards greener energy. Where's the Liberals' vision when it comes to climate change? I don't see it.
Questions and comments. La députée de Saanich Gulf Islands.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for her remarks. I agree with her comments when it comes to climate change. Because we don't need to be simply saying it's an issue. No, this is an urgent matter, an urgent issue. It is crucial, and it's clear that it's not just an environmental issue, it is a threat to the safety of the planet and our country. And I'd like to ask my honourable colleague if she'd like to add some comments as to what we can do to help deal with this threat. The Honourable Member. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Saanich Gulf Islands, who is very involved in the issue and who has made several proposals for action since she has in society in general, since she, and in fact, many people in industry, many scientists and people from across the world have initiatives in place, local funds, crops, geothermal technology, wind technology, creating or putting in place building standards to make buildings more energy efficient, education, to make people more aware of how to stop using plastic, for example, but we need plans in all departments. At present, there are 5 out of 19 that have a greenhouse gas emissions reduction plan, but not even the Department of the Environment is not one of the 5. That makes no sense. The government needs a plan to adjust to climate change. And it needs to be a whole of government plan. Each department needs one, be it for transportation, building, home constructions, in all sectors. It's urgent that we take action immediately. People have understood that, the people of Canada, but the government needs to buy in and get on side.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's an honor for me to rise today to talk about our update on the budget. And I'd just like to take a few moments, because I didn't have an opportunity to ask a question to my colleague who spoke just before me, but it seems to me that she was very unfair when it comes to the Connecting for Innovation program. We invested $500 million across the country. The CRTC will be investing as well to create the backbone, as we call it in English, the backbone for the system. Now, it's true that with the maps, there are some difficulties, but the CRTC and the department are open to redrawing them to ensure that Canadians are connected. We have invested $120 million through Quebec. Mr. Speaker, I was there for many of the announcements, and I can assure the House and the honourable member opposite that we are connecting Canadians. It's something that has become very necessary.
That I have, Mr. Speaker, to speak about some of the intellectual property provisions in the economic update, with the backdrop being, Mr. Speaker, that this government had to address yet another deficit from the previous government, which was the innovation deficit. The previous government under Harper had not invested for 10 years, Mr. Speaker, in either basic research or in innovation. We had fallen behind our neighbors and our competitors in a variety of different ways, and it's something that we had previously been good at. We have now brought that back with massive investments, historic investments in both fundamental curiosity-based research, as well as investing in both people and technology in order to make Canada a world leader in a variety of different digital areas, the new economy, artificial intelligence, and training people from kids all the way to the elderly, upscaling, retraining, in order that we be positioned to take advantage of that. And all of this framed by an IP strategy, which we announced earlier in 2018, Mr. Speaker, which really pushes Canadians and Canadian inventors to think about intellectual property as part of the way in which they monetize their investments. I know the minister is fond of saying, and he's right, that companies that think about intellectual property tend to be more profitable, tend to do better, and we are certainly trying to, Mr. Speaker, buttress that with an array of policies in the IP strategy, as well as now in the fall economic statement. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I want to speak a little bit about notice and notice regime and the improvements that we have made to that regime. It's an interesting Canadian invention, Mr. Speaker, the notice and notice regime. One of my old colleagues, Daniel Gervais, who was at the time at the University of Ottawa, he's now at the University of Amsterdam, who came up with this. The idea is, Mr. Speaker, that Internet service providers should not be liable for copyright infringement going on the Internet where they're acting only as a conduit. This accords with our traditional underlying principle of net neutrality. And so what we do is we allow copyright holders, right holders, to point out to an Internet service provider
that there has been an alleged infringement of copyright through their architecture, if you will, and then we ask the internet service provider to act in a certain way in order to maintain an immunity from liability. In the United States, the Americans reacted with something called notice and takedown, in which a copyright holder would say to the internet service provider, there's been an infringement, and in order for the internet service provider to maintain their immunity, they would simply take down the work. Now, it happened in the United States. This system was widely criticized because it was widely abused. People were alleging copyright infringement in all sorts of cases when perhaps there wasn't even copyright infringement at all. And it led to, I think, a silencing or a chilling effect on free speech, amongst other things, in the United States. Our Canadian response was quite a good one, which was, when such an allegation is made, we will ask, that they give notice, we will ask the internet service provider to, first of all, freeze the information that is there and archive it, and then give a notice to the person who put up the content in order to say that some sort of infringement had happened. This would then allow for both the information to be preserved and for the copyright holder, if he or she wanted to pursue the case, to be able to pursue it in front of our court system, in which we have a great deal of confidence, Mr. Speaker, and get to the right result without the abuse that was happening in the notice and takedown system. What began to happen in Canada, Mr. Speaker, and I saw this myself a number of times in my teaching, is that American right holders, through American law firms, would often allege content infringement in Canada and send out a letter saying, you've infringed copyright, we're going to sue you, please pay X thousands of dollars by clicking on this link, and we will forget this. And sadly, Mr. Speaker, a number of people didn't realize that this kind of claim was actually being made against Canadian law, in contravention of Canadian law, and actually paid out. This kind of trolling, Mr. Speaker, is what we're trying to prevent by standardizing the kinds of letters that are used in the notice and notice regime, and indeed by prohibiting any asking for a monetary settlement in these kinds of letters. We also heard from internet service providers in Canada that it was difficult for them to maintain and archive all of these various kinds of claims. So by standardizing the form, we also reduce the costs and increase the incentive for Canadian internet service providers to comply with the system. So it's a good system. It's a good system. We're improving it by standardizing costs, making it more fair, and preventing trolls, if you will, from taking advantage of the system. I'm very proud of the Minister of Foreign Affairs and her team in renegotiating the free trade agreement with Mexico and the United States to have preserved the notice and notice regime in that system. I think it's a strong Canadian addition to international copyright, if you will, and I'm pleased that we have taken steps here to improve it based on the consultations that we have heard, and these were widely shared amongst people and widely agreed upon. Mr. Speaker, we're also making improvements to the patent regime, which again will help the innovative climate in Canada. First of all, we're allowing for experimentation on patents and not calling it patent infringement. Mr. Speaker, it's been said that the patent system is a bargain in which a person gets a monopoly for 20-odd years for an invention after having disclosed the secret of the invention publicly. Yes, that's true, and we don't want people to infringe upon the economic rights of the patent holder. But that being said, it isn't an infringement on the economic rights of the patent holder because it's not an absolute right for some other researcher to be doing experiments with the patent in order to perhaps develop another invention or improve an invention. And so we've recognized that in the statute. We've also, because licensing is such an important part of the patent regime, we've also protected licensees who perhaps license a critical patent for their own processes and inventions, such that if the company falls into insolvency or bankruptcy or goes under creditor protection, that licensee will not lose the right to use that particular license. Finally, and with respect to trademark, Mr. Speaker, we are adding bad faith as a ground for opposition to trademarks, and that too is something that accords overall with what we are trying to do. Mr. Speaker, other colleagues have spoken, and I have spoken about a new college for patent and trademark agents to improve the quality of the advice that is given, the quality of service that's given. Again, this helps Canadian innovators. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we have brought major improvements to the functioning of the Copyright Board, which plays such a critical role for both right holders and users in order to establish rights and tariffs moving forward. If we can do that more quickly, more efficiently, and in a substantively better way, it helps everyone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know my colleague has expounded on a number of programs that they think that they are putting to good use in Canada. They just have one problem, Mr. Speaker. They're spending $49.5 million more every day than they're taking in. They're adding that much to the debt, over $2 million an hour, Mr. Speaker. And there are programs that will actually be put in place, projects in Canada, that would actually help them with the revenue side and sustain jobs that we already have rather than losing them. And one of those would be pipelines, Mr. Speaker, the building of pipelines in Canada to even reduce greenhouse gases around the world if we could actually get pipelines to the coasts, both coasts, Mr. Speaker, so that we could have a more efficient export program and help those in other countries be able to put people to work in their countries as well as reduce greenhouse gases with the oil that they could be using here rather than the products they're presently using. So I just wanted to point that out to my colleague across the way, who has made his presentation. I heard the Minister of Employment this morning refer to this, as we started this debate, as a fiscally sound management update for the fiscal accountability of the government. And I'd just like to ask him two things. When does he think the budget will ever be balanced? And with $49.5 million more being spent a day than he's taking in as a government, how does he think this is sound fiscal management?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question. Mr. Speaker, I'm a homeowner. I have a mortgage on that house. If the roof caves in, if the plumbing breaks, I'm going to have to spend money to fix that. That's what my colleague beside me was referring to before as an infrastructure deficit. There are simply times, Mr. Speaker, when in order to preserve the whole of the investment, you've got to make other investments. And that's precisely what we're doing. We inherited an infrastructure deficit, massive, bridges falling, in my home province, Mr. Speaker, infrastructure deteriorating, water infrastructure, environmental infrastructure. We had an innovation deficit, and now we are remedying that. Yes, we have to spend money to do it, but as has been pointed out a number of times, our debt to GDP ratio is going down. We have the best position in the G7, both with respect to overall debt and debt to GDP ratio. We're doing it prudently, and we're saving the House, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton, Griesbach.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we have heard talk on the other side of the House about lifting people out of poverty. Hear that constantly, and I'm going to state some figures. I know my colleague on this side of the House was getting into some of these, but one figure is the figure of $2,066,210. The other figure, number two, is $17,948, and another figure number three, is $49,589,041. Now, I guess I could do a quiz, but maybe the folks on the other side of the House realize that the number one figure is the amount that the debt in Canada is going up per hour. The number two figure is the amount that every Canadian owes. That's $17,948. And the number 3 figure is of $49,589,041 is the amount that the debt grows every day. So I'm wondering what my Liberal colleague across the way says to when they're talking about lifting people out of poverty. What's he saying to Canadian youth who will be faced, right now, they're faced with a debt of $663 billion. How is that lifting them out of poverty?
French Secretary to the Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his proficiency in math. The answers are quite obvious. First of all, the major part of Canada's overall debt was loaded by Conservative governments, first Mulroney and then Harper, Mr. Speaker. In a massive way, it was only Liberal governments, such as this one, such as Mr. Martin's government, that managed to reduce the overall debt load. Our overall debt load, Mr. Speaker, is going down as a function of our GDP, and it is precisely the answer to young people, which is we are investing in the kind of economy that's going to give you a great job when you finish school, that's going to subsidize the education that you're getting in order to get those great jobs. And as the economy grows, the overall percentage of that debt and the importance of the debt actually goes down. I would put it to any young person, Mr. Speaker, they would like to have a better, more challenging, and better paying job and knowing that the debt has been managed moving forward than otherwise.
I see the honourable member for Coast Bay Central Notre Dame. We're out of time for this particular 5-minute period, but I can promise him that we'll get him the next time around. So we're going to resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This budget builds upon previous budgets by protecting the environment and strengthening the economy, and the results quite clearly speak for themselves. At 3%, Canada has the strongest economic growth of G7 countries. In the last 3 years, Canadians have created 550,000 new jobs and have pushed unemployment to a record 40-year low. More Canadians are working, wages are growing, and business confidence is strong. Budget 2018 is the next step in our plan to ensure that every Canadian has a real and fair chance at success. In British Columbia, we understand the importance of measures that protect our ocean and ensure a strong and biodiverse ecosystem. Canada relies on safe and healthy coasts and waters for trade, economic growth, and quality of life. And we recognize that the ocean holds a special place in the traditions and cultures of Canadians, and in particular, Indigenous peoples. It gives me great pleasure to focus on the Oceans Protection Plan legislative amendments that enhance marine environmental protection and strengthen marine safety, to support safe and environmentally responsible shipping. Passage of these amendments will strengthen safeguards to better protect marine environments from the impacts of shipping, including protecting endangered whale populations. They'll enable more proactive, rapid, and effective response to oil spills in Canada's waters. They will modernize Canada's Ship Source Oil Pollution Fund, including unlimited compensation for victims and responders in the event of an oil spill from a ship. And it will support research and innovation to enhance marine safety and environmental protection. Our government is entirely committed to the sustainability of wild Pacific salmon and recognizes that this commitment requires ongoing action in order to succeed. Recognizing the importance of fisheries to Canada's economy as a whole and commensurate with the Atlantic Fisheries Fund, this budget creates a British Columbia Salmon Restoration and Innovation Fund, which includes a contribution to the Pacific Salmon Endowment Fund of $5 million in 2018-2019. As well, our government is committed to the sustainability of wild stocks and is investing $107 million to support stock assessment and rebuilding efforts from coast to coast to coast. Canadians are deeply concerned about threatened whale populations. We're committing $61 million to help whales to recover, building on the approximately $800 million in investments to date under the Oceans Protection Plan and the $167 million in Budget 2018 dedicated to protecting endangered whales. The additional measures announced today focus on increasing the food supply for whales, reducing disturbance caused by vessel noise, and addressing ocean contaminants in order to strengthen our overall effort. Our government is making a real, long-term, and sustained effort to help whales to recover. Plastics in the ocean is a threat to whales and to many other species. In my riding, the Pacific Science Enterprise Centre on the West Vancouver waterfront was the staging ground for Vortex, an art display by internationally renowned artist Douglas Copeland and commissioned by the Vancouver Aquarium to draw attention to the magnitude of the ocean's plastics global challenge. Copeland collected plastic waste from the shores of Haida Gwaii, which most people think of as pristine, and over the course of a few months assembled a display that's at the aquarium today. The Pacific Science Enterprise Centre is partners with the Coastal Oceans Restoration Institute at the aquarium, resulting in laboratory research collaboratively on microplastic distribution and its effects on the marine environment. This is really important because under the previous government, the long-term viability of this DFO lab on the West Vancouver waterfront was under severe threat. Today, we are expanding science research and partnerships to address ocean health. Mr. Speaker, we know pollution is not free. We pay for the cost of storms, floods, droughts, wildfires, and extreme heat, which is why we are ensuring a price across Canada on what we don't want, which is pollution, so that we can get what we do want, lower emissions, cleaner air, and new business opportunity. British Columbia has been a leader in pricing pollution, beginning since 2008. We were successful in British Columbia, and we know why. That success is about to be Canada's success. And I would like to share the outcomes of a report I was involved in 2015 about why BC was successful. First of all, we found that pricing pollution and a thriving economy coexists. Secondly, you need strong political leadership. Thirdly, keep it simple by creating broad coverage. Fourth, start with a low price. Fifth, commit from day one to a schedule of price increases and stick with it. Revenue neutrality makes pricing pollution durable. A price on pollution can't do everything. It needs to be part of a suite of climate policies. Prepare for a vocal and not fact-based opposition. And finally, expect a cleaner environment, an enhanced reputation, and a thriving clean tech sector. That is where this budget brings this country. We are also supporting the transition to a cleaner economy by providing an accelerated capital cost allowance for clean energy equipment. To increase investment in the clean tech sector, the government proposes that specified clean energy equipment be eligible for immediate expensing. With this change, the cost of clean energy equipment will be eligible for a full tax write-off the year it is put into use in the business. This change will encourage investment to create jobs for the middle class and help Canada to achieve its climate goals. Mr. Speaker, the Fall Economic Statement proposes two further important changes to Canada's tax system in order to enhance business confidence. Allowing businesses to immediately write off the cost of machinery and equipment used for manufacturing and processing of goods will fuel new investments and support adoption of advanced technology and processes. Introducing the Accelerated Investment Incentive and Accelerated Capital Cost Allowance for businesses of all sizes across all sectors of the economy that are making capital investments. The Accelerated Investment Incentive will help to encourage investment in Canada, providing a timely boost to investor confidence. Coupled with these new incentives is our government's strengthening of free trade agreements, and something that I've been very honoured to be a part of. Canada has a unique place in the world, located next to the world's largest economy to the south, with close business and economic and historic ties to Europe to the east, and deep connections to the fast-growing Asia-Pacific nations to the west. With the successful conclusion of the United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement, the Canada-European Union Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement, and the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, Canada is the only G7 country to have free trade agreements with all other G7 nations. These countries represent 2/3 of the world's total GDP taken together. The government's ongoing commitment to free trade with economies around the world, including those in vibrant emerging markets, will help to further strengthen and grow the middle class and deliver long-term economic growth to benefit all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, equal pay for work of equal value is smart and just. We are very proud to be moving forward with proactive pay equity legislation. It is a key way our government is delivering on its commitment to gender equality. Work is underway and consultations on key design elements of the proactive pay equity system with stakeholders, including employers and organized labour, as well as other experts, has concluded. Our government will introduce proactive pay equity legislation for workers in federally regulated sectors in 2018. As we work hard to protect the environment and to build a robust, resilient economy, I think it's important to remember the difference we have made for families at home. In the 2017-2018 fiscal year, 9,650 families in my riding received the Canada Child Benefit. 16,060 children benefited from just over $57 million of investment through Canada Child Benefit payments. Since introducing this legislation in 2016, the policy has lifted more than 500,000 people, including 300,000 children, out of poverty. We believe in supporting Canada's middle class, and that's why we created the Canada Child Benefit. This summer, we increased the CCB to keep up with the cost of living 2 years in advance of our initial plan so that families can keep up. Mr. Speaker, this budget puts this government on the right path. We take into account the environment and the economy. We take into account the importance of a strong middle class, and we take into account what's required for the 21st century for each and every Canadian. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite, also being a fellow British Columbia. It's always wonderful to see BC's voices here in this chamber. I would like to just refer to her speech. She talked about the need to support the clean tech environment. Well, Mr. Speaker, we have General Motors announced that it wants to build more high-tech autonomous cars. These cars of the future also need to be electric, is something that they've said in many different press releases. Yet the Oshawa plant is not part of those. She is part of a government, Mr. Speaker, that says a lot of things on innovation, says a lot of things on investment rules, but yet it appears that Oshawa and perhaps other parts of Ontario's economy are not going to be part of that future. How does she square the two?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
First of all, I'd like to express my empathy for the employees who are facing such a devastating decision. This is the government that is standing up for a 21st century economy where the fundamentals must include putting a price on pollution. This opposition party continues to live in the past, continues to advocate for a future that is very bleak for our children and grandchildren, and I'm very proud of the fact that we are focused on growing the clean tech sector and admitting the challenges that we face in order that Canadians can thrive in the future.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, I understand that when in government you have to make tough decisions and you have to decide where technology is going, you have to listen and whatnot, and I think the government probably has all the resources they need to. But the member did not even try to address the question. She just pointed the fingers at the Conservatives and said somehow it's our fault that they're not succeeding in attracting investments in clean tech for the next generation of automobiles in places like Oshawa. Can she give some concrete examples as to why someone on the streets of Oshawa right now should believe the rhetoric of this government?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, I'm choosing not to exercise selective thinking, and I think we're all well aware of the GE plant that opened in Welland and created 250 jobs. The point, Mr. Speaker, is what does the future of Canada's economy look like, and what are the fundamentals of that future? I'm quite surprised because the member opposite is also from British Columbia and is well aware of the success of putting a price on pollution in British Columbia and how the economy of British Columbia has thrived, if not led the country, in the context of being properly rooted in what our future is telling us we simply must do.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families and Children.
The member opposite was looking for an example of a targeted investment supported by the federal government that is driving new work in Oshawa related to the auto industry. is the Parliament aware of the part of our $5.6 billion investment into the auto sector that GM selected Oshawa for the site for its new electronic vehicle research centre, that close to 1,000 engineers have been hired in Southern Ontario? I know the member from Milton said that engineers don't matter and aren't part of the ecosystem of the auto sector, and dismissed them as good jobs and dismissed them as a remedy to some of the unemployment challenges in this country. But is the Parliamentary Secretary aware of the fact that these investments are being made in Oshawa today and set the stage for retooling that plant that was closed yesterday?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, of course we are. And of course, I would like to further stress the importance of the free trade agreements that we have worked so hard in the space of 3 years to not only improve upon what went before, but also to finalize agreements around the world to benefit Canadian workers and their families.
We've got time for one more short question and response. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I certainly appreciate the members saying that in British Columbia, our experience of the carbon tax, I should know. Actually, I do. I was actually on a task force with the BC Chamber of Commerce to evaluate it because there's two very different sides to this. If she means by innovation in terms of the results of the carbon tax, Mr. Speaker, the last year that was referenced, 2016 to 2017, we actually saw an increase in overall carbon emissions. We've also seen a decrease in the amount of the cement industry, the local cement industry, has in their own marketplace. Washington State has decided to not go ahead with a carbon tax. They've actually voted it down twice. Mr. Speaker, if she's saying that the only innovations that come out of that is to have higher gas prices and at the same time higher subsidies, well, I think she's kidding herself because, Mr. Speaker, they may say it's a price on carbon, but they're also subsidizing a number of different industries. And if they look at BC, greenhouse growers and the cement industry have seen subsidies go up.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much. I'd also like to focus on the fact that putting a price on pollution puts Canada in a global leadership position. It brings together business, academics, research, and most importantly of all, it offers hope for the future for our children and grandchildren. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Langley, Aldergrove. I see the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Pardon me. We'll just hold the member for Langley, Aldergrove here for a moment. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, just very quickly on a point of order, Mr. Speaker. I rise in response to the question of privilege raised on Tuesday, November the 26th by the member for Skeena-Boca Valley. The member contended that the absence of the member from St. Leonard, St. Michel constituted a breach of privilege. Page 145 of the House of Commons Procedure and Practices reads as follows. The matter of privilege to be raised in the House must have recently occurred and must call for the immediate action of the House. Therefore, the member must satisfy the Speaker that he or she is bringing the matter to the attention of the House as soon as practicable after becoming aware of the situation. Speaker Sauvé ruling from May 26, 1981 also states there has to be a balance in relation to the question of privilege. If an honourable member has a question of privilege, then it has to be dealt with very rapidly. If we defer questions of privilege for several days and they are serious, then I wonder what the meaning of a question of privilege is. If it is urgent and therefore has to be heard immediately. Clearly, the member for Skeena-Boca Valley did not raise the issue at the first opportunity. Media reports from November 20th quote from a November 8th 2018 letter from the member from Skeena-Boca Valley and Timmins, James Bay, to a conflict of interest and ethics commissioner where they asked the commissioner to examine the facts surrounding the member from St. Leonard, St. Michel. Media stories also state that the Office of the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner has confirmed that his office has begun a preliminary inquiry into the conduct of the member for St. Leonard and St. Michel under the Conflict and Interest Code for members of the House of Commons. Furthermore, the rights of the House to maintain the attendance and service of its members have also not been denied, as the Board of Internal Economy, which is the governing body for the House of Commons, has legal authority to act on all financial and administrative matters respecting the House of Commons, its premises, its services, and its staff, and the members of the House of Commons. the Parliament of Canada Act, which gives the Board of the Eternal Economy its powers and authority, outlines the process to be followed for non-attendance by members. Furthermore, Section 59 allows the House of Commons to go even further, stating the Senate or the House of Commons may make regulations by rule or by order rendering more stringent on its own members the provisions of this Act that relate to the attendance of members or to the deductions to be made from sessional allowances. For all of the reasons cited, I do not believe that this issue constitutes a breach of privileges of the member or of this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for these additional comments on the matter, and they'll be taken under advisement and commented upon at a later time. We're resuming debate, and the Honourable Member for Langley-Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A real honor to be able to represent my beautiful community of Langley-Aldergrove and share with this House a perspective of what I'm hearing from the community on the growing debt that we're hearing from the government. The government is defending the fact that the debt is growing and growing. The last speaker, the Liberal speaker, highlighted the BC carbon tax is going to be providing hope for the next generation. Mr. Speaker, this is not what I'm hearing from British Columbia residents. It has actually come out that the $35 a ton, what percentage is that? And I was asked by a constituent, do you realize what we're paying in the form of a tax? Is it 5%, 10%, 15%, 20%? What is the percentage that we're paying on the energy, on the carbon, on the natural gas in British Columbia? And most Canadians, in fact, as everyone that I've asked after meeting with that constituent, said we have no idea. So you ask Canadians, get them to check on their bill. And in British Columbia, natural gas is provided by Fortis Gas, and they have it listed on the bottom. And I'd ask anybody in this House, any Canadian watching, what do you think the government is endorsing as their model, their plan for taxation on carbon? So we are told it's $35 a ton. Last year it was $30 a ton, $35 this year, and every year it goes up another $5 a ton. What does that mean in a tax? People don't understand. We don't know. I didn't know. But when you check the bill, it's 112%. Last year at $30 a ton, it was 72%. 72%. Can you think of any other country in the world? Now, the Liberal government is bragging, saying, we were providing great leadership, and the great leadership is being provided by a 72% tax on carbon. That last year. This is what they're saying is going to provide hope to the next generation. This year, in April 1st, the carbon tax on energy, on natural gas, this year in British Columbia is 112%. April 1st, Mr. Speaker, just a few months from now, it goes up to $40 a ton. It will be over 155% that the government will be charging on energy. That's what $40 a ton means to British Columbians. And that is what this government is saying is the hope for the next generation. And including that, they're going to be putting debt upon debt upon debt in a growing interest rate economy, uncertainty. Mr. Speaker, that is not hope. That is what will become, this is what this government does. They say one thing and do something else. They promise one thing and do something else. And when you actually dig down, you open the curtains and look at the Wizard of Oz that is pulling the rods. Mr. Speaker, this is what we get with this government. They say one thing and do another, and they are hurting Canadians. They're hurting this generation. They're hurting the economy. They're hurting confidence in the economy, and we're seeing this now come out. They've been government for 3 years, Mr. Speaker. In 3 years, they have broken promises and made a growing mess. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm hearing from young, middle-aged, middle income. I'm hearing from a full spectrum of the economy, from my constituents, even the youth, that are getting fed up with this government. They don't trust this government. There's an uncertainty from this government. And Mr. Speaker, that's why this Canadians are getting more and more desperate, looking more for a change in government, because the pathway that we are on is not sustainable. Now, Mr. Speaker, before I was elected federally, I was a bureaucrat for a few years. And before that, I was an entrepreneur, a business person. And so I know what it means to take a risk. Actually, 25 years as a business person. And it is hard to make a buck. People that work hard and take a risk and hire people, we need them. They're the economic engine of this country. That's what this government has said, and they know that. That is to be true. And so we need to create an environment in this country where people are willing to invest, to take that risk, that there is a possibility of a profit, that they don't have a government calling them tax cheats, that the Canadians are willing to be fair and pay their fair share tax. Mr. Speaker, I've just shared with you the shocking news of what their carbon tax actually equates into the form of a tax, 112% tax on energy. I encourage people watching, go and check your bill, your Fortis bill. People don't realize. And natural gas right now is not that expensive of a gas. It's a very clean energy source. But who in the world, in good conscience, could charge Canadians 112% tax? Mr. Speaker, that is what they're saying is leadership. World leadership is tax, tax, tax. Now, Mr. Speaker, I've been in this House since 2004. What a great honor to be here. And in those years, I've heard over and over again that the Liberals love taxes. And they will say whatever Canadians want them to say to get elected. They will say whatever. Mr. Speaker, but it's a great honor to be here to represent our communities. And every one of us, I'm sure, realizes that great honor. But we have a responsibility along with that honor, Mr. Speaker, is to represent well and to make sure we make this country better, stronger, a better future for this generation and generations to come. And Mr. Speaker, not keeping our promises and putting a growing debt on this country is not leaving the country in better shape than when we came. It's been 3 years of a 4-year term of this Parliament. This Parliament began in 2015. It will end in 2019, less than a year from now. And Canadians will be going to the polls, and they're going to have to elect. And Mr. Speaker, Canadians are realizing that the promises that were made by this government, they promised that they were going to have a balanced budget. There was going to be a temporary phase, maximum $10 billion for that 1 year, and it was within 3 years, balanced budget. And why did they make their promise? Because Canadians realize that it is not sustainable to continue to go into deficit budget. A business cannot operate that. If a business year after year after year was deficit spending, was spending more money than what was coming in, the business would go bankrupt. And we see that. It's a proven fact. And in a family, you cannot spend more than what you are bringing in. And it's the same thing as in our country, Mr. Speaker. The government knows that, and that's why in the leading up to the 2015 election, they promised they would balance the budget. Have they kept that promise? No, they haven't. Have they promised to be a world leader in putting a price on pollution? They've said they're going to do that. Boy, did they put a price on pollution. 112%, next year going up to 155%. I cannot imagine any country in the world that would brag and say, we're providing world leadership and we have the highest rate of taxation on any country on this earth on energy. 112% next year going up to 155%. 1 minute. So, Mr. Speaker, This is not what the government promised. The government promised change, not this kind of change. And we will be approaching in less than a year now, Mr. Speaker, a situation, an election where Canadians are going to be faced with a decision, fool me once, shame on you. And they are not going to say, fool me twice and shame on me. They are not going to do that, Mr. Speaker. I believe, and I've listened to the youth. I have a youth advisory board, and they're not happy with this government. They're not happy with what the government has done to their future in saying no to pipelines, to the point where our natural resources, we're not getting world prices for our natural resources. That's their future being squandered, Mr. Speaker. It's our youth's future that's being squandered by this government and borrowing. They did not give their credit card to this government, but this government has taken their credit card and is mounting debt on their credit card, and they're fed up, Mr. Speaker. Do I have any time left? I don't. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Whitby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. He spoke about leaving the country in better shape than when we started it, in government. I'd have him remind him that our economy is one of the fastest growing in the G7. We have put policies in place to ensure that we are lifting 650,000 people out of poverty, 300,000 of which are children. Next year, a family of four will receive $2,000 more in their pocket than they are currently receiving. 500,000 new jobs created by Canadian small and medium businesses. In this C86, we have introduced a social finance fund to help charitable organizations. We've introduced a poverty reduction strategy. What would he say to his constituents who are benefiting from the policies that we've put in place?
Honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Well, Madam Speaker, I trust the member balances her budget every month. And the question that she's asking of this House is, what do Canadians say regarding spending more money than what you're taking in? A company that would be spending money, increasing the wages of their employees at the employee's cost, and saying, yes, I'm paying you more, but all that extra pay, all of that extra economic activity, you're actually paying for. And it makes us look good as a company. Is that sustainable? And the answer is no. It can only go on so long. Where does the money come from? It comes from Canadians. There's only one taxpayer. The government needs to realize that. And the taxpayer is getting fed up. It needs to stop.
Well said. Well said.
The honourable member, there will be 3 minutes and 15 minutes remaining in questions and comments following the honourable member's speech when the House resumes after question period. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. L'honorable député de La Pointe.
The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, the life of every Haitian Canada will send back to Haiti in the coming days, weeks, and months is in danger. It's as simple as that. Haiti is basically experiencing a civil war, and this federal government is refusing to strongly commit to not deporting anyone back to Haiti as long as the situation has not improved. We need a moratorium. We need to show humanity, heart, and compassion. We need to act responsibly. Mr. Speaker, I'm calling on the Minister of Public Safety and on his colleague, the Minister of Immigration, not to play with the lives of Haitians. Those who are here need a safe haven. Haiti is not a safe country. Let us not wait until a person who has been deported becomes a victim of violence, as there is so much violence in that country. Let's not wait until it is too late.
For Scarborough Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Dorset Park Community Hub provides outstanding services to Scarborough, founded in 2011 to serve one of Toronto's priority neighbourhoods by the Agincourt Community Services Association. The hub is a shared community space offering valuable programs and services. It is the largest food bank in Scarborough. They have given out more than 100,000 baskets already this year, going into the busy Christmas season. They provide services for newcomers such as settlement counseling, workshops on housing and employment, and help learning English. They also run programs to support seniors and youth, and programs just for women, which are greatly appreciated by the community. I've attended many events there, but I will always remember the Christmas party in 2016 when many Syrian families experienced their first Canadian Christmas. I would like to thank Executive Director Lee Soda for her outstanding leadership and all the staff and volunteers for their service to Scarborough.
The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to the Avalon Retirement Lodge in Orangeville on their 35th anniversary of serving our community. Both my parents are graduates of Avalon, so this wonderful facility has a special place in my heart. Established in 1983, Avalon has become a vibrant and vital part of the community, serving seniors in a family-oriented, warm and inviting atmosphere. Their commitment to the care and comfort of their residents is well known in the community, and their reputation is top-notch. Avalon Retirement Lodge and Avalon Care Centre have a combined staff of 212 and are located in the beautiful town of Orangeville. Residents have the opportunity to partake in a variety of interactive events and experiences, develop friendships, take advantage of in-home services, and connect with a wider local community. So it's my pleasure, Mr. Speaker, to congratulate them on 35 years of service to Orangeville and District and wish them many more.
The Honourable Member for Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, in my riding of Shefford, there are young people who do sports and who work extremely hard to improve their athletic performance. That's the case of Mathieu Ostigui of Saint-Angèle de Montnoir, who from the time he was very young has competed in figure skating competitions. His discipline and hard work have meant he has already had a full career. Mathieu Ostigui and his partner, Chloé Chouinard, who's from Ontario, recently won the Junior A Figure Skating Championships, Quebec section, which were held in Gatineau. In doing so, they qualified for the Skate Canada Challenge, which will be held in Edmonton. We wish them the best of luck. We're very proud of having such a great talent in our riding. Thank you, Mathieu, for making our region look good. And thank you for your amazing performances. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, I was and am extremely disappointed and saddened by the demolition of Boileau House in Chambly. This is a reminder that all levels of government need to work very hard to prevent this type of situation from happening again in the future. The cost and ongoing maintenance are some of the challenges which must be addressed. Built around 1820 by René Boileau, MP and patriot, this house represented another aspect of the rich history of the region and of Quebec, and one thing is sure. The way Quebecers reacted was reassuring. People know that we need to demand more to protect our built heritage. I commit to working with my fellow elected officials at the National Assembly and with all elected representatives to fulfill our collective responsibility and our duty to remember. I would invite my colleagues to do the same. Je me souviens. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Vimy. Mr. Speaker, this year again, from November 25 to December 10, will unfold the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. This is an opportunity for each and every one of us to reaffirm our commitment to prevent and eliminate violence against women and girls across the country, half of whom are affected. These 16 days are essential because we highlight the work that has already been done in the cause against gender-based violence, but also because we reiterate the importance of our actions in this fight. I know that my actions matter, and I pledge to be an ally, to listen, to believe, to denounce, to intervene, and to act. I promise to be present. I invite you all to do the same, not only during these 16 days, but throughout the year. Together, we can make a difference. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Mr. Speaker, during the 2016 fires in Fort McMurray, over 80,000 people were forced to evacuate. Sadly, thousands lost their homes. I regret to report many of these people are still without their homes. Many homeowners have been scammed by home builders who have taken deposits never to be seen again. Members of the Hillview community are particularly struggling with condo fees escalating from $300 to over $800 per month, in addition to special assessments, which has added over $50,000 per unit, which is still under construction. These families pay for their home mortgages, temporary housing, and all unforeseen costs. Some have, and many are at risk of losing their homes. Many have received assistance, but many, through no fault of their own, have not. These families simply fell through the flaws in the system. I request the government investigate this travesty and work with the Red Cross to ensure everyone who needs assistance gets assistance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, we held our first formal meeting of the Subcommittee on Sports-Related Concussions in Canada, where the legendary Ken Dryden, winner of the 6 Stanley Cups with the Montreal Canadiens and goaltender for Team Canada in the 1972 Summit Series, appeared before our committee to share his insights on this important issue impacting far too many Canadians. With the majority of child and youth visits to the emergency room being sports-related injuries, and a majority of those being concussions, and knowing the serious long-term impact that this can result from these injuries, the Standing Committee on Health created this all-party subcommittee to have conversations with Canadians on further actions the government can take to address this important issue. I look forward to working with my colleagues and providing recommendations to the government that will help keep children and youth in sport safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, it's with great pride that last Friday I attended the unveiling of the new season of the Roussillon Archaeology Museum located in my riding of La Prairie. I was all the more proud to be there, as this year the museum celebrates its 5th anniversary. Inaugurated on September 10, 2013, the museum is much more than a place for the conservation and showcasing of our heritage. It's also and especially a place for research and education. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the museum has more than 200,000 artifacts, which many are of national interest. This incredibly rich collection is the envy of other museums in Quebec and Canada. To recognize this important anniversary, the museum will not charge admission in December, so I would invite all of my colleagues to visit this museum and to discover for themselves the richness of our Canadian heritage. Don't miss it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Richmond Centre.
Mr. Speaker, because they are especially vulnerable, Canadian seniors are being targeted for scams and fraud more than ever. We all have heard of the Canada Revenue Agency fraud, threatening arrest over the phone, or immigration scams that threaten deportation, especially in my riding of Richmond Centre, where it is delivered in a non-official language. We also have financial scams, where seniors are being asked to sign away their pensions and life insurance benefits to those that are not working in the best interest of the senior. Motion 203, fraud activities against seniors, will have the government recognize that it can do more to tackle seniors' fraud. I look forward to all party support on this very important motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Mr. Speaker, as the largest provider of out-of-school programs in Canada, the Boys and Girls Club play an integral role in our communities. In my riding of Dartmouth Cole Harbour, I know firsthand how families and youth benefit from the incredible programming the Boys and Girls Club provides. Their programs are comprehensive, integrative, and include physical activity, homework and academic support, healthy eating, arts and culture, civic engagement, leadership, Mr. Speaker, the list goes on. Their clubs are primarily located in low-income areas where they use their program funding to meet the needs of children, youth, and families, while delivering programs that challenge, support, inspire vulnerable children to succeed. Mr. Speaker, I encourage my colleagues to support the efforts of the Boys and Girls Club and to commend them for their hard work helping young Canadians be productive and successful members of our communities.
The honourable member for Laval-les-Îles, Mr. Speaker. Franco-Ontarians and Francophones across Canada will not let themselves be brought down by the cuts announced by the Government of Ontario. Despite those decisions, Francophones in Ontario and across the country will not be afraid to, if necessary, fight for their rights in the courts. If it comes to that, they will be able to use the Court Challenges program, which our government has brought back. Francophones will keep on being proud to speak French and to defend their language. They will also go above and beyond to spread the French language across the country and around the world. Speaking French enhances the status of our Canadian identity. Mr. Ford, you want to divide. Instead, Mr. Ford has helped to bring all of Canada's Francophones together. We stand with Franco-Ontarians.
Honourable Member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, this week marks a milestone in Canadian military aviation history, the final flight of the Sea King helicopter. At 55 years of operational flight, the Sea King is the longest-serving aircraft in Royal Canadian Air Force history. And that's a testament to our maintainers, to our aircrew, and our Royal Canadian Navy partners. We've been innovators, the first Navy in the world to land a large helicopter on a small naval ship using the bear trap landing system. That's let us sail in all three of our oceans and around the world for Canada. And at 465,000 operational flight hours, Mr. Speaker, it's like we've had a Sea King flying 24/7 for 53 years straight. So today I want to thank the military families in the Sea King community. 406 Squadron, 443 Squadron on the West Coast, my squadron, 423 Squadron. We used to say that we were flying yesterday's aircraft tomorrow. Well, tomorrow is Saturday, the final flight of the Sea King. We salute the Sea King community.
Now the member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to rise in the House today to recognize Major Dr. Trevor Jane of Charlottetown. Major Jane is one of 5 members of the Canadian Army recently awarded the officer level of the Order of Military Merit, the second highest honor awarded by our Governor-General to recognize outstanding military service. A surgeon with the Armed Forces, Major Jane serves in the 36th Brigade of the Army Reserves for Prince Edward Island and was nominated by his fellow soldiers. His most recent deployment was in Iraq, where he served as a trauma team leader. When he is not serving his country as a reservist, Major Dr. Jane is an emergency physician at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital in Charlottetown, the program director of the Bachelor of Science in Paramedicine program at the University of Prince Edward Island, and the medical director of the paramedicine program at Holland College. Mr. Speaker, I ask the House to join me in congratulating Major Dr. Trevor Jane on his recent award and to thank him for his dedicated service to our country. Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, fighting climate change is everyone's business. Every country has to do its part. We have 12 years to turn the situation around, according to the IPCC. Every sector of the economy has to bring down its emissions so we can hold global warming to 1.5 degrees. So we have to radically change the way we consume, our habits, and the way we get around. That's why I'm organizing a public assembly on December 2nd next in Salaberry de Valleyfield in the Salle Raphaël Barrette. We will be lucky to have with us Patrick Bonin of Greenpeace, Julia Posca of the IRIS, and Laurent Simard of Comité 21, and we will watch excerpts of the documentary Demain. As political leaders gather in Poland for COP24, the people of Salaberry-sur-Roi will take the opportunity to talk of citizen initiatives which are calling on governments to act and to also adopt consistent federal policies. Every person around the world understands that we have to be part of the solution. So let's come together this Sunday, the 3rd, in Salaberry de Valleyfield.
Member for Perth Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, manufacturing, and auto manufacturing in particular, are key economic pillars of our economy in Perth Wellington and across Ontario. Our community is home to many manufacturing jobs and thousands of people who are employed in the parts manufacturing field. Our communities rely on these jobs. This makes yesterday's news out of Oshawa all the more concerning. The abrupt announcement that General Motors would cease operations at its Oshawa plant affects not just the people of Oshawa and Durham, but the people of Ontario and Canada. the ripple effect across the entire supply chain is already being felt. We must ensure we have the economic conditions in place to enhance competitiveness and encourage investment. In my riding, I hear from small and medium-sized employers who are feeling the impacts of not only the steel and aluminum tariffs, but also the retaliatory tariffs as well, the effect of which is making it harder and harder for our businesses to compete. Last week's Liberal economic update failed to address the brutal economic realities of these tariffs. Now is the time for these Liberals to act. Ontario workers deserve nothing less.
The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, today is the national launch of Sight Unseen, an art installation from British Columbia, directed by West Vancouver Secondary School teacher Jackie Wong and Hartley Bay High School principal Cam Hill. With the guidance of artist Corey Creed, students from the Gitga Nation and West Vancouver, coastal communities in northern and southern British Columbia, embarked on a journey of revelation to build personal and community awareness of their diverse culture through art, stories, and life. Having shown Sight Unseen at the West Vancouver Art Museum and Harmony Arts Festival and the Museum of Northern British Columbia in Prince Rupert, the students and Sight Unseen are now in Ottawa. To Olivia, Haley, Brianne, and Mackenzie from Hartley Bay, and Steve, Carmen, and Megan from West Vancouver and your fellow students, thank you for courageously walking in one another's footsteps toward truth and reconciliation.
Questions orales. Oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, this morning I had the opportunity to meet with workers at the GM plant in Oshawa who will soon be out of a job. I heard firsthand the anxiety and the fear that their families are now going through because of yesterday's announcements. Now, we can all agree that government support should be there for workers in times like these, but the government's ability to provide that support is severely hampered because it's already running massive deficits. Can the minister confirm if any of the support programs being contemplated for GM workers were factored into the fall economic statement, or can we expect the deficit to be even higher?
The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the Leader of the Official Opposition that this is devastating news for Oshawa, and this is a very difficult time for the workers and their families. That is why we as a government have been very clear. We will stand there with the auto workers. We will stand and support the automotive sector. We will never give up on our workers, Mr. Speaker, because we believe in the work that they do. They provide high-quality service when it comes to the automotive sector, and we've also been very clear about our support when it comes to the automotive sector by the additional support through the Strategic Innovation Fund in the fall economic statement.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to protecting jobs for workers, one thing the government could do is pull back on its plan from the carbon tax. We know that the carbon tax will make it harder to create and protect jobs in Canada because they've admitted it. They've admitted that the carbon tax will threaten jobs so much that they've granted a huge exemption to large industrial emitters. Can the minister confirm whether or not that same exemption will now be granted to the auto sector to protect those Canadian jobs?
Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, you know why companies invest in Canada? Because we have the best workforce in the globe. We have the best skilled employees around the world. We have top-notch quality in our automotive sector. The Oshawa plant received numerous J.D. Power Awards for quality and production. We're proud of our workers. That is why, as a government, we're going to defend our workers, invest in our workers, support our workers. We're going to continue to support our automotive sector and those hard-working middle-class workers that support and work in Oshawa.
Chef de l'Opposition.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
They're making Canada a more difficult place to invest in to keep those jobs here. Now, Liberal policies have been making it difficult to keep jobs in Canada for some time. Liberal policies in Ontario have driven up the cost of energy to the point where an auto plant in Oshawa pays almost double the amount of energy costs that that same plant would pay in Texas. So, will the minister give Canadian auto workers a fighting chance to save their jobs and cancel the carbon tax?
Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we have been defending auto workers since day one, since we formed government in 2015. Because of our programming and policies, we've seen a record investment of $5.6 billion in the automotive sector. We introduced the Automotive Innovation Fund and changed those terms, and also provided additional support through the Strategic Innovation Fund. These programs brought in additional investments, and through the fall economic update as well, and the statement provided by the Minister of Finance, we have provided additional measures for companies to make more investments in Canada. More growth, more investments, more jobs. That's our plan.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Well, maybe that's their plan, but it's not reality. Canada is still reeling from the announcement that 2,500 workers and heads of families would be losing their jobs over the course of the next year. And the suppliers are also at risk. So there are thousands of Canadians waking up to this sad news. The role of the government is to support workers. What is the government's plan to support workers dealing with this crisis? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, our automobile sector remains strong. It is well placed for building cars of today and cars for tomorrow. Clean vehicles. We will always stand with our auto sector and with our workers. We will continue to work with the automobile sector, and we will continue to protect our workers. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Well, the results aren't particularly positive. This week, 2,500 GM workers lost their jobs. But a little while ago, it was thousands of Bombardier workers. So there are 19,000 workers in the oil sector who are affected by this government's bad policies. The government is here to help businesses invest, not leave. What is the government doing to help keep a strong economy in Canada?
Talk about the numbers because they tell a compelling story. 3% GDP growth last year in the Canadian economy, the fastest growth rate amongst the G7 countries, a record unemployment rate of 40 years, 500,000 jobs have been created since 2015, full-time jobs, may I add, Mr. Speaker. Yes, we understand the unique challenges faced in different regions and different sectors, but we have a plan. Our economy is growing, and we're focused on Canadians. We're focused on making sure they have the ability to succeed and they have the ability to find meaningful employment. That is our plan. We're going to continue to invest in Canadians.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Les Well, if there's one thing that unites Liberals and Conservatives, it's their lack of transparency when it comes time to bail out big companies. The announcement of the closure of the GM plant in Oshawa is a tragedy for the 2,500 workers and their families, and it's a tragedy for the community. What's frustrating, Mr. Speaker, is that GM does not seem to feel any gratitude towards the country that got it out of the hole. In 2009, the Conservatives loaned $7 billion to GM, and GM still owes $1 billion to EDC from a loan in 2009. What is the plan? If there's no plan to keep jobs, will they at least get that money back?
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, I am very disappointed with GM's decision, and my thoughts are with the employees, the workers, their families, and the community. I understand that this decision is part of a global restructuring plan. It's terrible news for the workers who are affected and their families, and we will continue to stand up for our workers. We will continue to defend our automobile sector. The honourable member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Les Yes, but Mr. Speaker, they're not telling us how. I mean, the GM plant in Oshawa once employed more than 23,000 people in Oshawa. It was one of the biggest companies in the world. Now, it was before NAFTA and the Auto Pact when the Liberal governments and Conservative governments decided to abandon their traditional role to support keeping jobs here. But they said, don't worry, the free market will take care of everything. When there's a crisis, governments act with a minimum of conditions, and you end up with the results you get.
Export Development Canada. Will the Liberal ask for a refund if they can't maintain the jobs?
Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Mr. Speaker, our number one priority are the automotive workers. We've been very clear that this news in Oshawa, this news that was presented by GM, is very devastating for that community. That is why we met with Unifor today. That is why we met with their leadership to talk about next steps and how we can help them going forward. We've also connected and working with the provincial government, with Premier Ford, to see what we can do to help the workers going forward. I also called and met with the mayor from Oshawa as well. All hands on deck. All options are being examined. We're going to continue to make sure we never give up on our workers.
Honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Well, this planned closure is devastating to the thousands of families and to all of Southern Ontario. When we have to remember that billions of dollars came from Canadians to support General Motors in the past few years, it was given with no obligation to maintain jobs. It's clear that the Prime Minister is failing the people of Oshawa. He has no auto strategy and has shown no clean energy leadership. Why is this government giving up on Oshawa? Why is the Prime Minister not fighting for these Canadian auto worker jobs?
Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I disagree with the member opposite. We never have and never will give up on the workers in Oshawa. We've been very clear, Mr. Speaker. We have our plan. Our plan is investing in people. It's because of our policies and programs we've seen a record investment of $5.6 billion in the automotive sector since 2015. $4.1 billion is directly attributed to the programs that we put forward to build partnerships, to see investments in our plans to make sure that they can compete going forward and to make sure that they get product mandates. We'll continue to defend and support our auto workers, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Ministers should be fighting for Canadian jobs, not handing out billions of dollars with no obligation, but that's exactly what this government did again last week. Another $14 billion in money for corporate luxuries like plush jets and stretch limousines. No obligations to workers or to communities. Every time there are handouts given to corporate executives, why are there no obligations to Canadian workers or communities? Why does this Prime Minister always give a blank check when he should be standing up for Canadian workers?
Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, this is where we fundamentally disagree with the NDP. We believe in investments because investments leads to growth, and growth means more jobs. This is our plan. We've been investing in Canadians. We've been investing in our companies. We've been investing in our regions. We've been investing in the automotive sector. That is why we've seen record investments of $5.6 billion in the automotive sector. That is why Toyota's invested over $1 billion, Honda $500 million, Linamar $750 million. These are clear examples of our policies and programs working. We're going to continue to make sure we defend the workers in Oshawa, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I was in Oshawa when we got the devastating news that our award-winning plant will have no new product after 2019. This morning, our leader and Conservative MPs were at the gates of GM Oshawa offering support to the workers affected by this decision. It's about the workers, Mr. Speaker. The news that 2,500 people are losing their jobs and the ripple effect that this decision will cause is devastating. Will the Prime Minister join us in the fight to save these jobs in Oshawa?
Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for his very thoughtful question. I understand how difficult this is for him because he represents the community. Members in this side of the House also share with his concerns about the impact, the devastating impact this is having on the workers, on the community. That is why we've engaged with the local municipal leadership there. That is why we've engaged with the province as well. And we're speaking and just met with the Unifor as well and the workers to move forward on a path forward to see what we can do to assist the community and to make sure we protect these good quality middle-class jobs.
Member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, I grew up in Cape Breton, where we lost our industry, we lost our jobs, we lost our economy, and at the end of the day, we lost our people. And the fact of the matter is that there are certain things that are worth fighting for, and there are certain times to fight, and this is one of those times when we need a government to fight. The minister went to Davos 3 years ago and bragged about the fact that he was an activist government in deepening the relationship with GM and showing how competitive Canada was. And he failed. But I would implore through you, Mr. Speaker, that now is definitely not the time to give up. Will this government fight with this party to ensure that we keep these jobs for
the Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we will never give up on our workers. We will always defend our auto workers and will always defend the auto sector. We've actually demonstrated that through meaningful action by putting forward policies and programs. Unlike the previous government, which introduced the Automotive Innovation Fund, it was never used because the terms and conditions were such that the automotive sector could never benefit from that program. Once we formed government in 2015, we changed those terms and conditions. That helped bring in more investments, which meant more jobs in the automotive sector. That's a plan, that's what we've done, and that's what we'll continue to do, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, after a century of auto manufacturing in Oshawa, GM determined that Ontario was no longer competitive because of tariffs, taxes, and trade uncertainty. If there's any chance of saving these jobs in Oshawa, we need a plan. We need more than words and sympathy, Mr. Speaker. We need a plan to address tariffs, taxes, and trade. Where is the plan?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I was rather surprised yesterday to hear the member for Durham criticize Canada's retaliatory measures in response to the illegal and unjustified U.S. 232 tariffs.
Terrible.
He called our response dumb. Our response was perfectly reciprocal, a dollar-for-dollar response. It was essential to defend our industry and our workers. The Conservatives supported it at the time. Now they're losing their nerve. But I guess that's no surprise from the party that urged us to capitulate on NAFTA.
Order. The honourable member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, if Canada's taxes is hurting Canadian manufacturers more than the American targets, they are dumb and they should be removed, Mr. Speaker. And I would invite that minister to go and meet small and medium-sized manufacturers across Ontario. But the industry minister is the most lobbied minister in Canada. In fact, GM is the most frequent meeting. I want the minister to tell us, did GM mention tariffs? Did GM mention payroll taxes, NAFTA? What was GM asking the minister about before they decided to close up shop in Oshawa?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like the Conservatives and the leader of the Conservative Party to be very clear. Is the Conservative position now that Canada should unilaterally drop our retaliatory tariffs? Because I want to tell you what this deal.
Order. 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 The honourable member for Durham and the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs will come to order, along with lots of others, I hope. Order. The member for Yellowhead can't hear, and we all need to hear both the question and the answers. Order. So we'll have some order. Order. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs has the floor.
So I would like the Conservatives to come clean on what their policy is on Canada's just and correct retaliation. Because here's what the Canadian Steel Producers Association said today. Canada's retaliatory tariffs are vital in protecting the jobs of 23,000 steelworkers. We stand with them. Do you?
I remind the Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs to direct her comments to the Chair. I don't think she was asking me a question, but as far as I can tell. Order. I'm getting heckled on all sides all of a sudden. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, everyone knows that this government capitulated time and time again when they did their NAFTA negotiations. Now, Mr. Speaker, over 2,500 people are out of work in Oshawa, and this government's plan appears to be to do nothing. This Prime Minister is admitting defeat. throwing in the towel before the fight even starts. On this side of the House, we aren't going to give up on those workers and those jobs. What is this government's plan to fight for manufacturing jobs in places like Oshawa, Mr. Speaker? Where is their plan?
I remind the Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs that the time order. I remind the honourable members, including the Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs and others, I didn't hear a particular member on that side, so I appreciate the assistance, but I'd rather have quiet. Order. Order. Remind members that the time to speak is when they have the floor and not otherwise. The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, read my lips. We will never, ever give up on our workers. We will never, ever give up on workers because we support the automotive sector. We support the automotive industry. We've been very clear that this sector is absolutely critical to the Canadian economy. And when it comes to Oshawa, we understand how difficult this is for the workers and the communities. That is why we're working with local community officials. That is why we're working with the province. That is why we're working with the unions to make sure we look at all options and move forward on a path forward to help our auto workers.
I appreciate members addressing the chair. The order and speaking when they have the floor only. The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, read my lips is exactly what George H. Walker Bush said before promising not to raise taxes, which is exactly what he turned around and did. Right. And it's exactly what the current minister is doing. He's promising something, the opposite of which he is delivering. He's got a new carbon tax that makes it more expensive for factories to heat themselves, to operate machinery, to move goods from A to B. That is precisely what it means to give up on our workers. Will he stand with our workers and cancel this carbon tax to save our jobs?
The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, of course we will stand up and defend our workers, and of course we understand how difficult this is for the workers in Oshawa and the impact this is having on their families and communities. But what the member opposite should also understand, when $5.6 billion worth of investments are made, it's because we have the right conditions. We have a world-class workforce. We have free trade agreements that has market access into North America, into Europe, into Asia, and we have the right incentives in place to make sure that we have the ability to build the best vehicles in the world. That is a plan that is working. It's because of the Strategic Innovation Fund, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Liberal Tory, same old story, Mr. Speaker. The GM plant closure in Oshawa is just like the one in Windsor's, shattering families. They learned nothing. This government never even bothered to put in a national auto strategy. Liberals knew this was coming and they did nothing. These families deserve a government that puts families first, not a Liberal government that gives billions of dollars to rich corporations like GM without a guarantee that jobs are going to remain in our communities. What more than expressing disappointment are they actually doing for these families?
Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, it's a bit rich for the NDP to talk about our government's plan, because when the Prime Minister was in Windsor and he announced a $1.2 billion investment into the Windsor engine plant, we had members from the NDP in the audience clapping, Mr. Speaker. So make no mistake, we have a plan. That plan is working. We're investing in the automotive sector, and that's creating tens of thousands of jobs, Mr. Speaker, and we'll continue to defend this sector, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, workers have suffered enough. After the massive layoffs at Bombardier, the announcement that the Oshawa GM plant was closing, now we've learned that workers won't see a single penny from the Via Rail fleet renewal contract. The U.S. has set local content standards at 65%. And China has set theirs at 70 and 90%. Why is it so complicated for the Liberals to protect jobs here, integrate Canadian technology, and develop our expertise? Well, Minister for Transport. Mr. Speaker, it would be absolutely inappropriate for anyone to comment on the RFP that is taking place for the Via Rail fleet renewal for the Quebec-Windsor corridor. But I can assure you that this process was open and transparent. And I would recommend to my colleague on the other side to wait for the outcome. The Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, we've just learned from a CRA internal report that the data of 10,000 Canadians was accessed unknowingly by them by employees. And this is on top of the Liberal government allowing Statistics Canada to continue accessing Canadians' personal information. The government must take steps immediately to protect the confidential information of Canadian men and women. Can the government confirm that steps have been taken to deal with the CRA employees who breached the private information of Canadian citizens? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. That kind of behavior on the type of employees is unacceptable, and it does not reflect the high professionalism of the tens of thousands of employees at CRA who do good work on a daily basis. We try to ensure the highest standards of the employees in the Government of Canada, and we continue to improve. I can confirm that the individual in question is no longer an employee of the department. At the time, though, that employee was working under the Conservatives. Now, this case is before the courts, and therefore I cannot comment any further on it. The Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, another report from Parliament tells us that more than 2,000 incidents of privacy breaches took place between September 2016 and June 2018. And the Minister didn't even feel the need to inform the Privacy Commissioner of this. If the Commissioner is supposed to be able to do his work, the government has to be responsible and disclose any irregularities within her own department. So I will repeat my question. Are the employees who were responsible for this been dealt with? The Honourable Minister of Revenue. Mr. Speaker, each case of misbehaviour is unacceptable and does not reflect the professionalism of tens of thousands of employees in the agency. The government has strengthened oversight technology by investing $10 million in the implementation of management solutions. Our investments are giving results, Mr. Speaker. There was an increase in the number of breaches reported, and that is thanks to that oversight technology. Any allegations are taken seriously and are consistently investigated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the CBC has reported that, quote, the files of at least 10,000 Canadians were compromised at the Canada Revenue Agency, including cases where employees kept files on neighbours, family members, and even fellow employees. The report also said data snooping is getting worse under this government, and yet the Liberals can't understand why the majority of Canadians oppose being required to give their bank statements to Statistics Canada. So when will the Liberals end its unauthorized surveillance of Canadians?
Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, each case of misbehaviour is unacceptable and does not reflect the professionalism of tens of thousands of employees at the Canada Revenue Agency. I am very pleased that our government invested more than $10 million precisely, Mr. Speaker, for this. That's something that the government didn't do under the Conservatives. So think of all those situations that weren't detected under their watch. We take these situations very seriously. We take Canadians' privacy very seriously, and it's a priority for the agency.
Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, the problem is getting worse under this government. She's been the minister for 4 years. Yes. It's time for her to take responsibility, or 3 years, responsible for her own track record. This week's report that says unauthorized snooping is, quote, on the rise, does nothing to give Canadians confidence in this government. Given that thousands of compromised files at the Canada Revenue Agency, will this government finally tell Statistics Canada that it can't have Canadians' financial information without their consent?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, once again, Our government invested $10 million to protect the safety of these files of the population. We aren't acting like the Conservatives opposite, who for 10 years just stuck their heads in the sand.
Alors.
Order.
L'honorable député de Salaberry-sur-Roi.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, Environnement Jeunesse and Environment Youth Group contends that the government has violated fundamental rights of young people, and they are bringing a class action suit on behalf of Quebecers who are 35 years of age and under. According to the organization, the government displayed gross negligence on the climate change file. It's clearly not this government that's going to make a real change. They're buying pipelines with our money. They're going to miss their GHG reduction targets because they have no plan. Will Liberals listen to this passionate plea on the part of young Quebecers, or do they prefer to listen to their friends in the oil industry? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of what young people are doing in terms of climate change action. We have a plan. We're working seriously day in, day out. We have put a price on carbon, a price on pollution. We are making historic investments in public transit and renewable energies. We're investing in clean technologies. We will continue to do so. I will push for real progress on the Paris Accord. We're doing this for our children and our grandchildren.
Mr. Speaker, more than a third of one-bedroom units in the Toronto area are overcrowded. Imagine a one-bedroom apartment for a family of 6. This is a snapshot of Canada's housing crisis. Renters and families are among the hardest hit. And still, this Liberal government refuses to make housing a right as they promised. Yesterday, housing providers and advocates presented the government with a way forward. What do Canadians have to do to make this Liberal government ensure that housing is a right in this country now, not later, and certainly not after the next election?
Honourable Minister of Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to be able to answer this question. Providing a safe and affordable home for all Canadians is a key objective of our government. That's why, since 2016, we have helped 1 million families having access to a safe and affordable place to call home. And that's why only a week ago we celebrated the first anniversary of a historic first-ever national housing strategy, a 10-year plan to invest $40 billion in the housing needs of Canadians. And that's why a right to housing will be a key pillar of that long-term plan.
Excellent. The member for West Nova.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Having energy-efficient buildings is critically important to our government's efforts to reduce GHGs and to make our communities more sustainable. In my riding of West Nova, residents know that ensuring our buildings are in a good state of repair now and for years to come is essential to our well-being. Can the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities explain what steps our government is taking to ensure this is the case?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member from West Nova for his question and for his great work on behalf of his constituents. Our government was proud to recently invest $3.4 million to improve green infrastructure in the municipality of Argyle. This investment in Argyle is to build a new, fully accessible and net zero energy municipal administrative building to better serve the region. Mr. Speaker, we are proud to improve the people's quality of life in Argyle and across Canada.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, major ethical lapses are a hallmark of this Liberal government. Today we learn Raj Grewal, the former member for Brampton East, has been under RCMP investigation for months in connection with millions of dollars in gambling activity using suspect funds. This at the same time the Ethics Commissioner has been investigating the MP's extra-parliamentary employment and for greasing the way for that employer to attend a Prime Ministerial event in India. Again, a question asked so many times in the last 3 years, Mr. Speaker, when did the Prime Minister become aware of this RCMP investigation?
Before I go to the Honourable Government House Leader, I remind members that we cannot use the personal name of a member. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as I stated yesterday, it was last week
that we were informed that the member told us that he is addressing certain challenges and is receiving the treatment from a health professional. Based on these circumstances, it was agreed that his decision to resign as member was the right one. We hope that he receives the support that he needs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister himself misled the House because he said that the member had resigned. So we'd like to know, there is at the present time an investigation by the RCMP and the Federal Ethics Commissioner because the member in question had invited his boss to an event during the Prime Minister's India trip. When did the Prime Minister learn that his member was being investigated? It was last Monday that we heard that the honourable member was being treated for health problems, and we hope he gets the help he needs. The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, after 3 years of Liberal government, veterans are still waiting for them to keep their promises. It's really discouraging to see that more than 3,000 veterans have been waiting more than a year to get answers. They have to undergo another medical examination when they've already been examined by physicians in the National Defence Department. Will the government respect the diagnoses of National Defence physicians in the interest of our brave veterans?
Delivering timely services for veterans, and we know on this we need to do a lot better. Members opposite should also remember that the Auditor General said it was the Harper government that was not doing enough to facilitate veterans' timely access to mental health services and benefits. Mr. Speaker, we have invested $10 billion. We've hired 470 new frontline staff. We are getting it done, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Brantford-Brant.
Mr. Speaker, here are the facts. Dysfunction, mismanagement, and incompetence. 29,000 veterans are in a backlog waiting for a decision. Of those, 3,000 have waited for over a year. There has been $42 billion spent by this minister, and nothing has improved. When is this minister going to stop wasting time and money and help veterans directly?
Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, since the member was a part of the Harper government, I'll take him at his word that he knows something about dysfunction. What did he think, Mr. Speaker, would happen when they closed 9 offices? What did he think would happen when they cut the budget of the department? What did he think would happen when they cut 1,000 members of the staff of the Department of Veterans Affairs? In what world do they live in that they think that will cut wait times? Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to clean up the mess they made. Thank you.
The honourable member for Desnithie, Mississippi, Churchill River. Order. Order.
Speaker, communities across northern Saskatchewan have become...
The honourable member for Desnithie, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, communities across northern Saskatchewan have become inaccessible because of broken and unfinished roads, lack of rail access, and no safe public transportation. The conditions are worse now that winter has settled in. The Liberals keep neglecting the calls from local leadership like Mayor Bruce Fiddler in Creighton to invest in safe and reliable infrastructure. Northerners deserve better. Why doesn't this Liberal government care about infrastructure in northern communities?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for a question. Actually, we're acting, Mr. Speaker. We have an historic investment of $180 billion over the next 10 years in infrastructure that will see communities across Canada, northern community, rural community, urban communities see better infrastructure, because we know that what Canadians want, Mr. Speaker, is infrastructure of the 21st century that are modern, resilient, and green. That's what we're going to deliver to Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Mr. Speaker, Liberals have no strategy to bridge the digital gap. None. And who says this? The Auditor General. He asserts that the lack of liberal planning in rural and remote regions has deprived them of high-speed internet access, and they really need this. In my riding, 16 out of 25 municipalities have connection issues. In order to help small business, families, and young people in the regions, we need a strategy. When will the government invest to make sure everyone is connected? The Honourable Member of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, I understand how important high-speed internet access is, and that is why we have brought in a program, Connect to Innovate, in order to help rural and remote regions everywhere in Canada.
My provincial and territorial counterparts to put forward a framework on the first national broadband strategy, high-speed broadband strategy for rural and remote communities, Mr. Speaker. We'll continue to work on this very important issue.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, Friday, November 23rd, last, we learned that the President of the Treasury Board had provided contradictory information. In the House, he declared he had gotten involved in the ship procurement contract, but to the RCMP, he said that it was not the role of Treasury Board to get involved. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are entitled to understand the role of the President of Treasury Board in this entire ambiguous process. Who did he tell the truth to?
Public safety.
Mr. Speaker, if the honourable gentleman has a specific accusation to make, he should draw that accusation to the attention of the appropriate police authorities, or perhaps he would care to say it outside.
The honourable member for order. The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the Treasury Board has told two different stories with respect to the political interference with the naval supply ship contract. In October, he told the House that it was his job to examine the details. And in 2016, he told the RCMP that it wasn't his job. He can't have it both ways. Will the President of the Treasury Board stand in the House today and tell us which version of the truth is accurate?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, when legal matters are to be investigated, they are investigated independently by the RCMP, and any decision with respect to charges is made independently by the Director of Public Prosecutions. Mr. Speaker, the creation of that office in the first place was done back in 2005 by the previous government. Indeed, the Prime Minister of the day, Mr. Harper, said, "We will ensure that decisions about criminal prosecutions are independent of politicians and independent of politics." That's our system, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for order. The Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is not about a court case. This is about the integrity and honesty of the President of the Treasury Board. He's told two different stories that contradict each other. This is a serious issue with respect to political interference in a major contract. Where is the transparency and accountability? Why won't the President of the Treasury Board come clean and tell us which version of his story is true?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the details of any legal case are to be determined independently by our court system. That is how the process works. The Distinguished Defence Counsel, acting now for Admiral Norman, proclaimed that our legal system should never be denigrated for political gain. We have, she said, one of the greatest legal systems in the world. End of quote. Mr. Speaker, let it do its work.
Right. Member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has a long history of resettling the world's most vulnerable refugees through the private sponsorship program, thanks to Canadians coming together to help resettle the most vulnerable. The residents of Brampton South have raised the plight of Sikh and Hindu refugees from Afghanistan who have faced violence and persecution. The Buller Foundation has answered the call to help resettle this religious minority population through the private sponsorship program. Can the minister please update the House on the progress to resettle these privately sponsored refugees?
Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member from Brampton South for her strong advocacy on this issue. Mr. Speaker, as you know, we've quadrupled the number of spaces available in the private-sponsored refugee program as compared to the Conservatives. This has allowed us to reduce processing times, to reduce backlogs, to work closely with community sponsors like the Buller Foundation to resettle even more religious minorities. That is why I'm so happy to update this House that on the 3rd-year anniversary of the passing of the late Honourable Man-Made Buller, that the approved families for resettlement will be arriving in Canada early in the new year.
Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, Tides Canada has led the coordinated campaign against the construction of new pipelines and the Alberta energy sector. We know foreign money flows to Tides to help fund that campaign. But this morning we found that the Liberal government has decided to flow money to Tides to support the campaign as well. No one believes the Prime Minister supports Alberta's struggling energy sector while he funds the greatest opponents to it. Can the Minister of the Natural Resources explain why they're funding the Tides campaign against Alberta jobs in the energy sector?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources. Order.
Mr. Speaker, we understand that right now in the oil fields of Alberta, people are frustrated. They're frustrated by the price differential. We know that the solution is to build pipeline capacity and expand the oil to new markets. That is why we are working hard to do that and make sure that we do that in the right way. Currently in Alberta, there is no consensus within the industry on short-term solutions. However, we welcome workable solutions to work with the province of Alberta to make sure that we move forward in the right way. Merci.
Order. I remember for Yellowwood couldn't hear earlier, and now. Order. 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 Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Liberals are blocking equal pay and safer workplaces at Canada Post. Postal workers in my riding say, quote, social assistance checks were held back by Canada Post. We were instructed we could not deliver these checks even though they were in our Nanaimo facility. Workers want to deliver assistance checks. They also want to be treated fairly, but Canada Post and the Liberals are painting posties as the enemy. Why are Liberals using the most vulnerable people to undermine workers' rights?
Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Mr. Speaker, our government expects all employers to provide safe workplaces, and as Canada Post works to reduce the backlogs, the health and safety of its employees will continue to take the highest priority. But, Mr. Speaker, the labour dispute has taken its toll on Canadians, including workers, charities, organisations and businesses of all sizes, and Canada Post will be doing everything it can to get up to full operations as quickly as possible.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, this week is National Addictions Awareness Week. Countrywide, we are seeing a crisis, especially with opioids, and it's important to think about the complex issue of addiction and how we can help them. I'd like to thank health professionals who save lives, who help reduce stigma, and help families help their loved ones. I'd like to know what this government is doing to fight addiction. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent question. The problem consumption of substances can affect everyone, loved ones, friends, colleagues. Our government has continued to help those who need help and to keep Canadians informed with awareness-raising campaigns of the necessity of providing help where needed.
Today, the steel and aluminum tariffs are in place. Canadian jobs are at risk. The new NAFTA agreement with the United States and Mexico is a deal with many concessions. The Liberals gained nothing and lost a lot. Why did the Prime Minister give up so much without ensuring that steel and aluminum tariffs will be lifted?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, our government is absolutely
absolutely clear on the steel and aluminum tariffs imposed illegally and unjustly by the United States. Our view is that we have to fight these tariffs. We fight them with a strong retaliatory response. We fight them at the WTO, and we fight them at NAFTA, where we have preserved the Chapter 19 tribunals. What is unclear, Mr. Speaker, is the position of the Conservative Party, which seems today to be arguing we should capitulate just as they did on NAFTA.
Mark. Alors, honorable.
Order, please. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Transport Minister announced that a free trade agreement with Europe is going to go forward on the backs of Quebec workers. Via Rail, which is a Crown corporation, and Crown, this means a government. So Via Rail is going to have its trains manufactured in Europe rather than Quebec. There are people in Saint-Bruno and in Napocatia who have the expertise needed, but once again, Quebec is being tossed aside. Why has the Minister agreed that Quebec workers should be left by the wayside?
Mr. International Trade Diversity.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to opening markets for Canadian workers and businesses. We are the only country in the G7 that has a free trade agreement with all other G7 nations. We are committed to helping our businesses grow. That's why in the fall economic statement, the Minister of Finance has announced our trade diversification strategy to help businesses in Quebec and across Canada, because we want to bring more investment to Canada, we want to create more jobs for Canadians, and we want to raise the quality of living for all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Bécancour, Nicolas Sorel. Mr. Speaker, we knew that our dairy producers had been left high and dry in the free trade agreement with Europe. We didn't know that the same thing held with our rail industry. A Canadian corporation that is controlled by this government hands over a $1 billion contract to one of Quebec's competitors. What's their pretext? They poorly negotiated the free trade agreement. Will the minister talk to the executives of this Crown Corporation in order that our workers not fall victim to their inability to negotiate? The Honourable Minister, Mr. Speaker, as I said, it would be inappropriate for anyone in this House to talk about a tender that was still underway with respect to replacing our Quebec-Windsor fleet. But Via Rail is a Crown corporation that is independent, is arm's length. And I can assure him that this process was open, transparent, rigorous, and was done according to the rules of trade. The Honourable Member for Beauce.
The industry in Western Canada has suffered a proportionally far greater crisis than the automobile industry. And yet, not only is the government not helping, it will make energy projects even more difficult with Bill C-69. Can the minister give us assurance that she will finally listen to the concerns of the industry and pull out this bill?
The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to stand and say that Canadians should be confident in the evaluation of major projects.
Way our resources will get to market. After there was a failed system under the previous government, we were not able to do that. We didn't bring Indigenous peoples together. We didn't take serious environmental concerns, nor did we have a timely process, nor did we work with provinces to ensure one project with one review. That's exactly what we're doing.
I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the 2018 Governor-General's Literary Award winners: Paul Gagné, Laurie Saint-Martin, Marianne Dubuc, Mario Brassard, Frédéric Lavoie, Anne-Marie Olivier, Michael Trahan, Caroline Georges, Howard Scott, Phyllis Aronoff, Gillian Tamaki, Jonathan Auxier, Darrell J. McLeod, Jordan Tannehill, Cecily Nicholson, Sarah Henstra.
I would also like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Isaka Sidibe, Chair of the National Assembly of Mali.
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope is rising on a point of order.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising on the issue of the question from the member for Thornhill, and I'm hoping that you can provide some clarification. On November 22nd, Thursday, CTV News reported that the member for Brampton East informed the Chief Government Whip that he intends to leave, which according to the Canadian press is effective immediately. On November 23rd, Friday, in the Toronto Star, the Prime Minister's office is quoted as saying, based on these circumstances, we agreed that his decision to resign as Member of Parliament from Brampton East was the right one. Mr. Speaker, as far as we have been told, this member has resigned from Parliament. Could you inform this House what the procedure is to inform this chamber about a member resigning, and whether we would be made aware of that from your office as soon as possible, or whether we should continue to rely on inaccurate media reports that say he is a former member of Parliament? Great point.
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley is rising on the same point of order.
Yeah, this question and response left me in some concern and confusion as well. My understanding, Mr. Speaker, for any member of Parliament who seeks to resign, they have to notify one person in one office, and that's your office. I listened in writing in order to have officially resigned their seat. We have a Liberal member from Montreal who's had some problems in doing that since the spring. We have this recent case of just last week, the member from Brampton East, who indicated through the Prime Minister's official site, and I believe also through the House Leader's comments of the government here today, that it was, quote, it was agreed that his decision to resign was the right one. So first, if you could clarify for us if you have received notice from the member from Brampton East if he's in fact resigned that seat, and if he has not resigned that seat, to call upon the government House Leader to clarify the record from the beginning of this very concerning affair that now involves an Ethics Commissioner investigation, an RCMP investigation. The government has difficulty in being consistent and truthful to Canadians about this very worrisome affair. Continuing to contribute to that confusion does not help anybody and does certainly not help us get closer to the truth in this matter. I'd call upon you to clarify the reality for all Canadians.
I thank the honourable members for Chilliwack Hope and Skeena-Bulkley Valley for raising and commenting on this point of order. Let me refer members first to page 252 of the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, which says a member may also, of course, a member may resign by standing in the House and resigning. It says a member may also resign his or her seat by delivering to the Speaker a written declaration of intention to resign, signed before 2 witnesses. On receiving the declaration, the Speaker addresses a warrant to the Chief Electoral Officer for the issue of a writ for the election of a member to fill the vacancy. First, I have not received such a letter. Secondly, when the Speaker receives a letter, the Speaker then informs the House that the Speaker has informed the Elections Canada of the vacancy. Yes. The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley is rising on another point of order, or the same.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But the second part, thank you very much first for clarifying the fact of the matter. As far as we know, this chamber knows, the member from Brampton East continues to hold his seat in Parliament. My second part of the question was if the government House Leader had left the House in error in reporting that, in fact, he had resigned in her replies to the comments and questions that we've been consistently asking of the situation of the member from Brampton East. She had several times indicated that she agreed with his sentiment to resign. If that is not in fact true, and she does not have any extra knowledge to that fact, then she should simply clarify the record for all Canadians.
I see the honourable Government House Leader rising.
Speaker, you'll be able to check the Hansard, I'm sure, which is the official record, in which my response would have been that we have accepted his decision to resign. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
thank honourable members for their comments on this. Order. Order. I am now prepared to rule on the question of privilege raised on October 30, 2018 by the member for Milton regarding the government response to written question Q1316 tabled in the House on January 29, 2018. Je remercie la députée de Milton.
I want to thank the member for Milton for having raised the question, as well as the parliamentary secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House for his response.
For Milton explained that she had submitted a written question asking the Minister of Environment and Climate Change for the titles of the individuals who had approved a particular tweet from November 7, 2017. In response, she received what she described as a non-answer as it lacked the specific information requested. She explained further that the information she was looking for was recently provided to the CBC by the government through an access to information request. This she characterized as a deliberate attempt by the government to deny information to her and the House, and thus contempt of the House. En réponse, le secrétaire parlementaire.
In response, the parliamentary secretary to the government House Leader argued that it is not the role of the Speaker to judge the quality of answers provided to order paper questions, and that the answer was in fact duly tabled as per the rules of the House. He was also of the view that through the two different processes, that is, written questions and access to information requests, different questions were asked and thus different answers provided.
Of members to obtain timely and accurate information from the government through whatever means is essential to the proper functioning of our parliamentary system. My predecessor made this point clearly on May 26, 2015, when he said at page 14137 of the debates, and I quote, "Members place great importance on obtaining full and accurate information through answers to their written questions, a procedure that exists in part to allow members to fulfill their obligations as parliamentarians," unquote. Malgré cela,
despite this, the fact remains that under current practices, the Speaker's authority is limited in this respect. As House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, mentions at page 529, quote, "There are no provisions in the rules for the Speaker to review government responses to questions," unquote. In a ruling dated February 8, 2005, which can be found at page 3234 of Debates, Speaker Milliken further explained, quote, "Any dispute regarding the accuracy or appropriateness of this response is a matter of debate. It is not something upon which the Speaker is permitted to pass judgment," unquote.
Conclude that there is a prima facie question of privilege, all members must have easy access to precise, relevant, and complete information. Commensurate with this obligation is the government's responsibility to provide that information to members in support of their work as parliamentarians. I thank members for their attention. Orders of the day.
Government Bills, Government Orders, Government Bills Commons, resuming debate at report stage of Bill C-86, Budget Implementation Act 2018, number 2.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's always a pleasure to be able to rise and talk about important pieces of legislation that become before this House. And there's very few that would be as important in terms of budgetary measures. And what we're debating today is the budget implementation bill. And there are so many things that one could actually talk about. It's hard to be as focused on all the good things that are in there. Which one do you actually pick from it, Mr. Speaker? I know one of the ones that I've highlighted in the past a great deal is the Canada Child Benefit Program. And I do that, Mr. Speaker, because I do believe that that's one of the jewels that's within the budget. We have seen it virtually from day one. When this Prime Minister made a commitment to Canada's middle class, one of the centerpieces of that was, in fact, the Canada Child Benefit. And for the constituents of Winnipeg North, it has really been had a very profound positive impact. To give you a sense, imagine, Mr. Speaker, $9 million plus. I believe that's approximately of what it is that comes into the community of Winnipeg North every month as a direct result of the Canada Child Benefit Program. Now, when you think about the economy, you think in terms of what moves an economy forward often is when you have consumers that are spending. So think about that $9 million plus a month that Ottawa sends into Winnipeg North, where those residents are able to use that money to be able to support our children in the community, Mr. Speaker. I believe that is one of the reasons why, as a bigger picture, the macro picture, that we have seen over the last number of years an economy that has grown to the degree in which we have seen over 500,000 new jobs, Mr. Speaker, full-time jobs in a relatively short period of time. Contrast that to when Stephen Harper, for example, was the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. It took him over 10 years, or approximately 10 years, I should say, to generate a million jobs, Mr. Speaker. And here we have 500,000 full-time, tens of thousands of other part-time jobs, Mr. Speaker. It's because I believe of very progressive measures that this government has taken in order to support Canada's middle class. So when you talk about the Canada Child Benefit Program, you also have to take into consideration with this most recent budget, and in fact this budget implementation bill, is it is further enhanced by recognizing the need to be able to have annual increases to support our families. Now, Mr. Speaker, we not only think of our young people, we also think of our seniors. And again, Winnipeg North has benefited by direct enhancement of social programs by this government, Mr. Speaker. And what I'm referring specifically to would be the guaranteed income supplement, where once again we are literally taking hundreds of seniors within Winnipeg North that are in fact benefiting directly because of a positive government decision to enhance the guaranteed income supplement. That means some of the poorest seniors in our country, for me, I'll focus on Winnipeg North, receiving an annual increase of more than $900 a year, Mr. Speaker. Again, that goes a long way in terms of assisting our seniors. Now, when I think of seniors, and I've had the opportunity to, through knocking on doors to meeting at many different types of events, one of the common things that comes up with seniors and dealing with income, and in fact, I would even bring it to those individuals that are receiving the guaranteed income supplement, is the cost of medications. Now, the reason why I bring up the cost of medications is because not only is it an important issue to the residents of Winnipeg North, but it's also an important issue for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. You see, I would ultimately argue that there's that one social program in which most, if not all, Canadians kind of get that sense of pride. Whenever you talk about what is one of the greatest things about being a Canadian is the fact that we have a fantastic healthcare system. Madam Speaker. This is a system that's envied from around the world. If you talk to many, in particular immigrants that come to Canada from other countries, they'll often talk to you about how wonderful the healthcare system is here in Canada, Madam Speaker. And I look at that in terms of, well, you know, at times we need to recognize the need to change, and change is in the winds. We have a Prime Minister and a Minister of Health, now the second Minister of Health, that has really taken a look at how it is that Ottawa can assist in continuing to have positive change on the healthcare front. For many years, I've always thought of the importance of the cost of prescribed medicines, and in many ways, it's fairly prohibited for people that are at that low-income threshold. Even the cost, Madam Speaker, to the middle class or those that are doing exceptionally well financially can be fairly prohibitive in terms of just how much a monthly salary will go towards the paying of medications. So for the first time, we actually have a government that's literally committed to looking at the issue of a pharmacare. Now, we've had the Standing Committee on Health bring forward the issue. We've had a minister, the first minister, try to deal with it and working with provinces to try to get a better handle and better price for provinces on pharmaceuticals. And I believe that the very next step is to have a pharmacare program. In fact, Madam Speaker, I have had the opportunity to be able to introduce numerous petitions to the House, because this is an issue in which I have literally had hundreds, many constituents of mine that have taken the time to sign a petition saying that they want to see a pharmaceutical plan, a pharmacare plan, Madam Speaker. And that is something that I believe, as a Liberal, for many years have found that it is an important social issue, and it's so rewarding to see finally a government that's prepared to look into bringing that into a reality, Madam Speaker. And I realize that there's a lot to be done on it, because health care is not just a federal responsibility, Madam Speaker. It is a shared responsibility between provinces and territories and Ottawa, Madam Speaker. And I would even go further. There is a moral obligation, if not a legal obligation, to look in terms of that the Indigenous people, Madam Speaker, and how that also should be taken into consideration. So I believe that through this budget implementation bill, we're once again moving forward in regards to seeing a possible pharmacare program for all of Canada. And I hope that someday we will see that, but at least we're moving forward, and I anticipate and I look forward to hearing from our Minister of Health in the coming months, possibly the Minister of Finance, who might be able to give us a better indication in terms of if, in fact, this is something that is doable. Now, that's more so on a personal note. I talk about Winnipeg North, Madam Speaker, and how it is some of these decisions have really had a positive impact. If we take a look at the bigger picture, I often talk about the issue of taxation and some of the positive tax measures that this government has put into place virtually from day one. I often talk about the tax break or the tax cut to the middle class. I talk about the special tax on Canada's wealthiest. There's many businesses, incentives that have been put into place where we're reducing taxes for our small businesses, which is the backbone of our economy, Madam Speaker, from almost 2 percentage points, or about 2 percentage points, reducing it down to ultimately 9%, Madam Speaker. At the same time, we are investing in infrastructure, recognizing the importance of supporting our communities. We have seen many benefits in all regions of our country. You know, it wasn't that long ago I was talking about everything from splash pads to community facilities to roads and infrastructure, that all of those things are really important. This government believes in investing in Canadians, in infrastructure. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, we have seen a Prime Minister committed to delivering on the commitments that we made in the last election, dealing with things such as a healthier middle class.
Unfortunately, the time is up, and I'm sure that the member will be able to add anything during questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. You know, I once read out in this House an excerpt from a Liberal platform from, I think it was 1997, where the Liberals identified the problem of Canadians who don't have access to necessary and essential medicines, and they told Canadians that they were going to immediately bring in pharmacare to fix that gap. And of course, here we are, you know, over 20 years later, and we have a Liberal government who is prepared to act. But of course, they're prepared to act by not bringing in pharmacare, but by convening a committee and having another study that is going to report maybe by June. So my question to my honourable colleague is he going to stand in this House and tell his constituents and the people of Canada that his government is going to bring in universal public single-payer pharmacare in the next year? Will he do that or not?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, whether it was in the Manitoba legislature or the House of Commons here in Ottawa, I like to believe that I've been consistent in regards to the importance of the pharmacare issue. You know, my daughter, who happens to be an MLA in the province of Manitoba, has also been advocating for, if Ottawa doesn't move forward, that provinces can do it alone. We know, Madam Speaker, at least I choose to believe it is a program that I would like to see further advanced. It is something in which I believe that there's a good number of members of this House that would like to see it advance. And for the first time in generations, virtually since Medicare was put into place, we are seeing some movement forward on that particular file. I am encouraged by it, and we will have to wait and see. But at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, as I indicated, I think that we are very fortunate to have the type of health care that we do have in Canada.
Comments? The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madam Speaker, and many times today, and including my current, the previous speaker, commented about how the economy is doing so well. But Madam Speaker, then my question is, why is the Bank of Canada actually warning us about the decline in investments in Canada? Over the last 3 years, Madam Speaker, we've had an increase of Canadian investment into the U.S. by 65.8%. And yet in that same time span, Madam Speaker, investment into Canada is decreased by 52%. So where's the confidence that my colleague has in terms of the economy and what we can look forward to going forward, Madam Speaker?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm confident because if you do a comparison between Canada and the G8 countries, what you will find is that Canada is performing exceptionally well. We are leading the pack. How can the member, he can cite some specific stats and then call them into question. But I think for in most part, Canadians will realize that as a whole, the government has been moving this country forward in working with Canadians. What we have seen over the last couple of years is just amazing job growth. Second, you have to go back 50, 60, 70 years before you've seen the type of growth of jobs, real tangible numbers of jobs that have been generated. Over 600,000, over 500,000 of them are full-time. Those are real tangible proofs of evidence that the economy is in fact moving forward in a healthy way.
Question, l'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you very much. I'd like to ask my colleague opposite if he doesn't think it's a little inappropriate on the part of this government to come forward once again with this huge, big bill with all kinds of details that everyone is trying to figure out quickly, and yet we don't know what's going to happen, for example, with copyright. We learned out of the blue that the Copyright Board would be reviewed in this bill. So for a member who really thinks it's important to review the issues, suddenly comes up across these important issues all of a sudden.
Answer, please.
Well, Madam Speaker, what I would suggest to the member is that virtually from day one we have seen a very ambitious government on a number of different files. We have seen substantial changes, all to the good. I remember not that long ago, and I've made reference to it before, Madam Speaker, where I had a constituent come to me and saying that this government has done more in 2 years than the previous government did in 10 years. And I believe that that individual was talking about it in a very positive way, Madam Speaker. The results are very much there in a very tangible way, and I don't make any apologies for a government that's wanting to work hard, and I look forward to 2019.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too look forward to 2019 in October, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, while I'm glad to rise today and lend my voice and the voice of my constituents to this debate, I'd be remiss if I didn't also register my frustration that the majority of members, my colleagues in this House, won't be able to even give any input on this piece of legislation because the government has again moved time allocation, effectively ending debate. Madam Speaker, here we go again with more broken promises. Over and over during the campaign, they railed against time allocation, they railed against omnibus bills, all of the promises they made out the window, Madam Speaker. This 800 pages of omnibus bill, it would take Canadians more time to read this legislation than we have been given to debate it. It's outrageous and it is undemocratic. But it's made even worse, Madam Speaker, because of the campaign promise of this government not to use omnibus bills. Madam Speaker, I'll be focusing most of my time on the lack of action this Liberal government has taken in order to improve Canada's competitiveness on the world stage. The imposition of a carbon tax, the spending spree, and the debt spiral this government is plunging Canada into, and the abysmal track record of the Liberals on keeping their promises to Canadians. Remember those promises, Madam Speaker? Maximum $10 billion deficit. Balancing the budget in 2019. Well, Madam Speaker, again, more broken promises. The Business Council of Canada, who represents all of the largest companies operating in Canada, wrote in their submission to the Finance Committee during their pre-budget consultations, quote, "In the Council's pre-budget submission, we asked the government to introduce a comprehensive strategy to improve competitiveness, diversify trade, and attract private sector investment. Only 1 in 7 CEOs surveyed by the Business Council expressed confidence in the competitiveness of Canada's business climate. 1 in 7. According to the survey, the tax and the regulatory burden, combined with concerns about the availability of talent, are the most important factors affecting company investment plans in Canada. Among other recommendations, we've called on the government to undertake a comprehensive review of Canada's tax system with the goal of strengthening the incentives for investment and growth. The need for a comprehensive review has only been intensified by the implementation of the U.S. Tax Cuts and Jobs Act." They go on to say, Madam Speaker, quote, "Effective January 1, 2018, the United States reduced its federal corporate income tax rate from 35% to 21% and allowed for full expensing of investments in machinery and equipment. The reform package also introduced new international tax rules that encourage multinationals to shift capital to the United States. These changes have given the United States a significant tax advantage over many advanced economies, but in particular Canada, given our country's proximity and the high level of dependence on the United States market. According to a study commissioned by PwC Canada on the implication of U.S. tax reform, failing to respond to these changes threatened 635,000 Canadian jobs. 635,000 Canadian jobs and $85 billion in GDP, end quote. The Liberals in their last budget and their most recent fall economic update do absolutely nothing to address the concerns outlined by the Business Council of Canada or Canada's lack of competitiveness on the world stage. Madam Speaker, the Liberals are just out of touch with Canada's business community. Our Conservative team has been on the ground from coast to coast to coast, talking with business owners, investors, and employees. Personally, I have visited Sault Ste. Marie, Belleville, Guelph, and throughout the Waterloo region. I was proud to host a roundtable with local business several months ago with the Shadow Minister for International Trade, the member for Niagara West. While the roundtable focused on the trade negotiations between Canada and the United States and the retaliatory tariffs, we also heard how the Liberal government isn't creating a healthy environment for small and medium-sized businesses to grow. One business from southwestern Ontario that participated in our roundtable shared that in 2009, during the global economic recession, they lost 800 employees. However, because of the policies of our Conservative government at the time, they were able to recoup their losses in just 8 months. Contrast that with today. They're looking at job losses of over 1,000, and as a result of slow economic growth. They're worried that this Liberal government is spending the cupboards bare so that when a recession hits, they won't be able to recoup like they did previously. According to Finance, we also heard that just as the Business Council of Canada outlined in their submission to the Finance Committee, that the competitive climate is causing many companies to move south of the border, and even worse, discouraging entrepreneurs from starting businesses here in Canada at all. Or for those already in operation, any foreseeable plans to expand have been put on hold. Companies that once felt they were supported and encouraged by the policies of the federal government just don't feel that same level of support anymore. That the government is raising taxes, has no plan to return the budget to balance, is making this climate of worry and concern much worse. And speaking of debt, Madam Speaker, in the first 3 years in government, the Prime Minister added $60 billion to the national debt and are even high national deficits. Deficits are even higher than expected and higher than what was promised in the 2015 election campaign. The Parliamentary Budget Officer projects deficits of $22.2 billion in 2018-19 and $21.4 billion in 2019-20. This is $4 billion higher than the government showed in the budget of 2018. Last year, Canada's net debt reached an all-time high of $670 billion, or for every Canadian family, $47,612. According to Finance, the budget will not return to balance until 2045. By then, racking up an additional $450 billion of debt. When the economy is strong and growing at 3%, a responsible government would pay down debt so that we have more fiscal room in case of a downturn. However, we see this government doing the exact opposite. In 2009, the Conservative government was able to take decisive action to support the Canadian economy, and yet return to balance and a surplus by 2015. But with no plan or commitment to balance the budget, they have budgeted the cupboard bare, and it will be the next time when Canada is faced with a crisis, there will be nothing there. The cost of interest alone on our debt will increase from $23.9 billion in 2018, almost doubling to $39 billion in 2021-22. That's $39 billion is more than we spend on federal health care, the Canada Health Transfer. $36.1 billion. Think of what that money could do if we were to provide our veterans with the help they desperately need. We could properly invest in mental health care throughout Canada. Madam Speaker, we could provide palliative care to every community from coast to coast. Instead, it's going towards paying for this government's out-of-control spending. Lastly, the carbon tax, Madam Speaker. Speaking with the president of the Cambridge Chamber of Commerce following the Liberals' announcement of their forced carbon tax on Canadians, he had this to say, quote, "While I am a climate change believer, the senseless response by governments all over the world is simply put ridiculous. There should never be a cost to using less. It makes no sense. If less use is required, punitive measures are frankly the lazy man's way of reducing carbon emissions. It is completely counterproductive to take money out of circulation, hang on to it for a period of time, and then give only 90% of it back. At least that was the Prime Minister's promise on a news report I heard yesterday on 570 News. It insults the intelligence of every taxpayer like we need to be babysat." End of quote from the Chamber of Commerce. He went on to say, quote, "I am reminded of an old saying, tax is a fine for doing something good. A fine is a tax for doing something wrong. Carbon tax is a fine. Everyone will have to accept, and that is wrong, just wrong. Today, when business is burdened in every manner by government, it's time that it be recognized by all politicians that without business, there is nothing for anyone. We, as a business, need a path that clearly demonstrates our economy is first and foremost, so it can provide all the money that government needs to save the world." End of quote. Madam Speaker, it's clear that this government is far more interested in imposing its ideology on Canadians than it is to listening and working with Canadian business. Allow me to finish with this. According to a website that tracks the success of the government, after 1,119 days in government, this government has broken or completely ignored as many promises they made in the 2015 election campaign as they have kept. That gives Canadians much reason to worry, because a government who campaigns on one thing and does just exactly the opposite only increases Canadians' mistrust in our democratic institutions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech. He was all over the place with a lot of different points, and unfortunately I won't have time to address issues like the carbon tax supported by Pinko Commie, Preston Manning, and other Conservatives. Won't get into that. Won't get into his misleading Canadians on raising taxes. We only did that to the wealthiest 1%. I won't address that either, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask, though, about his love of U.S. tax changes down south and the massive deficits that have caused. And while the U.S. debt to GDP ratio is increasing, ours is decreasing. So why is the honourable member in love with that deficit and Conservative deficits through the Harper administration, but why are they against ours?
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madam Speaker, I know my colleague wasn't here in 2008, 9, and 10, those years when we were facing not just a Canadian downturn in the economy, Madam Speaker, but it was a global recession. And my colleagues on the far side, who are on the far side now, when we were in government in 2008, 2009 as a minority government, we were suggesting stimulus funding. Their party, Madam Speaker, actually said we weren't spending enough to stimulate. They wanted us to go deeper and deeper into deficit. Our Prime Minister Harper, had the wisdom to know that there was a limit as to how much government could spend, how much it could go into deficit, and they also, Madam Speaker, had a credible plan to bring us back out of deficit spending within a 3 to 4 year period, which we accomplished, Madam Speaker. So there's a big difference between going into deficit financing to stimulate a lagging economy that's in recession and comparing that to today when we're in an economic growth period and still spending way more than we're taking in, Madam. It's a recipe for disaster, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia. No, sorry, not Kootenay. Yeah, Kootenay, South Okanagan, West Kootenay. That's the one.
That's it, Madam Speaker. I knew you'd get there eventually. It's a lovely spot. I just like to, through you, thank the member for his speech, and he talked a lot about balancing the budget, and I'm just wondering if he would comment on how much easier it would be to balance the budget if the government didn't forego $10 billion or more per year in taxes by not closing down tax havens, overseas tax havens. I've often stood in this place and brought up the example of one Canadian company that for the price of a postage box, of a post box in Luxembourg, I think it was, they've foregone $690 million in taxes, one company alone. They don't have any employees in Luxembourg. They just made the big investment of getting a post box. And I'm just wondering if he would like to comment on why the government in this budget or any other budget they've put forward haven't brought forward measures to close those tax havens instead of been opening new ones.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for the question. I think it's just a clear indication of the misplaced priorities of this government. We found the same thing a year and a half ago when this government started attacking our farmers and our small businesses. trying to go after them for what they were calling tax cheats, Madam Speaker, and yet at the same time they were ignoring their multi-billion-dollar corporations. And this is just another example of that. I agree with my colleague that we should be going after those who are cheating our tax system and avoiding taxes or evading taxes, Madam Speaker. It's a clear indication that we need to. Those are areas that we need to shore up. But, Madam Speaker, to go after small businesses who are the backbone of our economy, who provide thousands of jobs for Canadians, those are the people that we need to not only leave alone, but we need to have policies in place that encourage them to maintain those businesses and expand them as they're able to, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Willowdale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm honoured to rise in the House today to discuss Bill C-86, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 27, 2018, and other measures. Bill C-86 represents our government's commitment to do more for Canadians. The bill acts as a framework to implement key measures proposed in Budget 2018 that will ensure Canadian businesses remain competitive and successful globally as well as domestically. In Budget 2018, our government is placing people first by creating a competitive, sustainable, and fair Canada. Throughout my speech, Madam Speaker, I will be providing several examples as to how Bill C-86 accomplishes such objectives. Madam Speaker, last week on the 21st day of November, the Minister of Finance addressed members of this House to unveil the 2018 full economic statement. His statement reiterated the commitment of our government to continue investing in the middle class to ensure that our economy remains robust and continues to flourish for years to come. We're experiencing a strong and growing economy from coast to coast to coast. We on this side of the House have always believed that investment leads to growth and growth leads to more jobs. And that is why we can all be proud as we witness new jobs being created, which in turn provide new opportunities for many Canadians to succeed. In 2017, Canada experienced the strongest economic growth among all G7 countries, accumulating 3% GDP growth. Due to the hard work of Canadians, the results continue to speak for themselves. Madam Speaker, we're also experiencing healthy wage growth. In fact, we're now experiencing the fastest rate of wage growth in the last 8 years. With more jobs and the lowest unemployment rates reported in 40 years, consumer confidence remains strong. Our plan is to put more money in the pockets of Canadian families next year, whereby a typical Canadian family of 4 will be $2,000 better off. Now, allow me to start off with examples by citing the significance of Bill C-86 to legislating gender budgeting. Madam Speaker, we've placed gender equity at the forefront of decision-making by introducing gender budgeting legislation. The future of Canada's economic and social prosperity depends on supporting women of all ages, reducing the gender wage gap, and increasing the participation of women in the workforce. Madam Speaker, this comes after the failure of the Harper government to recognize women as a driving force in the economy. We, on the other hand, are making sure every Canadian has an equal and fair chance to succeed. This is not just the right thing to do, it is the smart thing to do. In fact, there are now more women employed than ever before in our long history. Another example is the significance of Bill C-86 to the issue of pay equity. Madam Speaker, to further complement legislating GBA plus budgeting, our government aims to provide pay equity to all Canadians by implementing measures to create a more inclusive work environment. For this reason, work has already begun with key stakeholders to introduce proactive pay equity legislation. To deliver on our commitment to gender equality, we are proud to offer equal pay for equal value of work. This has been long overdue, and we hope to set a precedent for the global community as leaders and champions of equality. The next thing I'd like to cite is the significance of Bill C-86 insofar as the new employment insurance benefits are concerned for second parents. Madam Speaker, as I've already touched on the significance of gender equality in the workplace, allow me to now emphasize our government's interest in introducing legislation to ensure that there is similarly gender equality at home. The new parental sharing benefits will provide all parents, including adoptive and same-sex parents, an opportunity to focus on sharing the responsibilities of raising their children as they see fit. Madam Speaker, the new employment insurance benefit for second parents provides more flexibility for parents to set aside time and ensure greater success at shared parenting. Encouraging equality is the right thing to do for all Canadians. Finally, Madam Speaker, allow me to talk about how crucial Bill C-86 is to the establishment of the Department for the Status of Women. Madam Speaker, unlike the previous Conservative government, this government keenly understands that gender equality is a key factor in stimulating economic growth. Bill C-86 proposes to create the Department of Women and Gender Equality. This new department will solely focus on the status of women in Canada and strengthen our capacity to advance gender equality and stimulate the middle class through innovative policies and programs. Preserving the department's place as a centre of gender expertise, we hope to prevent gender-based violence as well as expand the mandate for gender equality. This is inclusive, I should add, of sexual orientation, gender identity, and expression by promoting greater understanding. Madam Speaker, we have come a long way by appointing the first gender-balanced federal cabinet and the first federal minister fully devoted to gender issues. We hope, and I think it would be fair to say, that we have seen that Canada is serving as an example on the world stage. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, allow me to say that Bill C-86 signifies our government's commitment to next steps in advancing our economy by focusing on the growth of the middle class and those who are working hard to join it. Through Bill C-86, we are taking significant action to invest in this plan. Canada's future prosperity depends on offering equal and fair chances at success. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his remarks. I enjoy working with him on the Scrutiny of Regulations Committee, and I find him to be a very collegial colleague. But, Madam Speaker, during his comments, he commented frequently about supporting families and children, which we certainly agree with. But, Madam Speaker, my question would be, if that is true, why then would his colleagues have opposed motion 110 the other day that seeks to give additional support for families after they've had the unfortunate situation of losing a child? It seems to me, Madam Speaker, this is a common sense motion that the House gets behind, and yet when it gets to the committee, the Liberal members on that committee put roadblocks in the way and will not allow the amendment to go through. So I wonder if my colleague would comment how he squares the circle of support for families and children, but on the other hand, for those who've actually experienced the loss of a child, which is one of the most devastating experiences a family can endure, they seemed rather uncaring in that situation, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Whittledale.
Yes, Madam Speaker, allow me to thank my honourable friend. It indeed is a great honour to serve on the Scrutiny and Regulations Committee with him, and I might as well add that he does an admirable job chairing that committee. Now, as he rightly pointed out, we're into common sense economics, and I don't think for a second that any Canadian would doubt our commitment to Canadian families and to Canadian children. For the past 3 years, every single decision we have made has been to put families and children at the center of economic planning. And I think the results speak for themselves. If we look at GDP growth, if we look at the rate at which Canadians are experiencing wage growth, I think we can all be very, very proud that Canadian families are doing admirably and that we are all seeing the positive results of focusing on families. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague across the way for his speech. And there's so many things I could ask him. I could ask him about why we're getting these huge budget implementation bills, 850-something pages, and only a couple of days to assess it before we begin debate, and then only a few hours of debate, a few hours in committee. But I just want to go and get back to the big picture here of, one of the things that we really should be concentrating on here in Parliament is to reduce the gap between the wealthiest of Canadians and the rest of us, the 1% and the 99%. That gap has been growing since the 80s and 90s, and one way to do it is to make sure everybody pays their fair share in taxes. Here they had an opportunity to close tax loopholes for CEOs, to close offshore tax havens where the wealthy hide their money, but instead they go after the little fish, and it's very little return for a lot of work. Why are they just missing the boat on fixing this problem that will help us get back to a fair society in Canada?
The honourable member for Willowdale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and allow me also to thank my honourable friend for his question. He alluded to the fact that the budget bill is a lengthy one, and I couldn't agree with him more. The reason being that, yes, we are doing quite well. We are leading the G7 in terms of economic growth, but our work is not done. We think it is absolutely imperative that we continue to tackle various issues. And this particular budget, as he is fully aware, is all about ensuring that we have a competitive system, that we have a sustainable system, and that we have a fair system. And therefore, the various issues that are addressed in this budget are, every single one of them, focused at addressing the issue of ensuring that we have a more inclusive economic growth and that all Canadians can share in the new prosperity. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. L'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Alfred Pélan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to take this opportunity to stand in the House about this bill, especially with respect to the modernization of federal working languages and with respect to wages. The Government of Canada is mandated to modernize working standards and have them better reflect reality. This bill, C-86, is being proactive in making modernization a reality.
Madam Speaker, I would like to begin by providing some context to Part 3 of the Canada Labour Code establishes minimum labour standards in the private sector in federally regulated sectors, and this includes annual leave and various other types of leave.
For employers by requiring all of them to meet these minimum entitlements. Madam Speaker, many employers already go above and beyond what is in the code. But for some workers, these standards are the only protections they have. Malheureusement,
unfortunately, the reality is that, for the most part, these standards have not changed since the 1960s, when most Canadians had stable jobs with a regular 9-to-5 schedule.
To support their families in part-time, temporary, and low-wage jobs. They may work several jobs to make ends meet, face unpredictable hours, and lack benefits and access to certain entitlements. Le gouvernement comprend que la nature du travail.
The government understands that the nature of work has changed, and this is why we have carried out vast consultations which concluded that we need to update modern workplace standards, and that's what we're doing with the Budget Implementation Act number 2.
That there are a number of complex issues related to federal labor standards and the changing nature of work that require more in-depth review and discussions. Madam Speaker, a modern set of federal labor standards will better protect our workers and help set the stage for good quality jobs. Ces questions seront étudiées par un groupe.
These issues will be studied by a group of experts whose composition will be announced soon.
Talk about some of the changes being introduced through Bill C-86. Subdivision A of Division 15 of Part 4 amends the Canada Labour Code to, among other things, provide 5 days of paid leave for victims of family violence, a personal leave of 5 days with 3 paid days, an unpaid leave for court or jury duty, and a 4th week of annual vacation with pay for employees who have completed at least 10 consecutive years of employment. Eliminate minimum length of service requirements for leaves and general holiday pay, and reduce the length of service requirement for 3 weeks of vacation with pay. Prohibit differences in rate of wages based on the employment status of employees. Madame la Présidente, plusieurs Canadiens.
Madam Speaker, many Canadians around the country are victims of domestic violence. It takes a lot of courage and determination to make the decision to leave a violent environment, especially, or rather, this is a situation in which people are stressed and vulnerable. And in these types of conditions, those people cannot go to work for sometimes several days, and they're in an impasse because they don't know where to turn or how to explain the fact that they did not show up at work. And these 5 days of leave for domestic violence will help ensure they keep their job.
Precarious work are paid and treated fairly and have access to the same entitlements as their full-time counterparts by introducing equal treatment protections. As well, they would ensure that employees receive sufficient notice and compensation when their jobs are terminated to help protect their financial security. Change of this magnitude, however, does not happen overnight. That's why up to approximately 51 million over 5 years starting in 2019 to 2020 and up to about 12 million on an ongoing will be allocated to support implementation and enforcement of the labor standards amendments, including education and awareness, training, and increased resources for proactive enforcement and timely resolution of complaints. In addition to these changes to the code, we're also enhancing the Wage Earner Protection Program to provide more support for Canadians during a difficult time when their employer is insolvent and they owed wages. The Wage Earner Protection Program, or the WEPP, is a Government of Canada program that provides financial support to workers who are owed eligible wages when their employer files for bankruptcy or becomes subject to receivership. In short, Madam Speaker, the WEPP is there to help workers when they need it the most. Budget 2018 announced that the government will propose legislative amendments to increase the maximum payment under the WEPP and make eligibility more equitable. As such, our government is proposing to increase the maximum payment under the WEPP from an amount equal to 4 weeks of employment insurance, maximum insurable earnings to an amount equal to 7 weeks. For 2018, this would amount to an increase of up to $3,000. Madam Speaker, I think the members of this House would agree that this increased support is a welcome change for Canadian workers. And I'm glad to say that the increase to the maximum payment would come into force on royal assent and will apply in respect of bankruptcies or receiverships that occurred on or after February 27, 2018. Changes would also be made to make eligibility for the program more equitable so that workers who are owed wages, vacation, severance, or termination pay when their employer files for bankruptcy or enters receivership are better supported during the difficult time. Madam Speaker, the changes proposed today are part of our plan to modernize federal labor standards. As part of Bill C-86, we're also introducing historic proactive pay equity legislation. This legislation will ensure that women and men in federally regulated industries receive equal pay for work of equal value. We've already introduced the right to request flexible work arrangements, new leaves, and new protections for unpaid interns in the Canada Labour Code. And more recently, we've passed Bill C-65, which addresses workplace harassment and violence. Madam Speaker, we're bringing in change that Canadians have been asking for. We spent nearly a year consulting with Canadians, stakeholders, and experts to get their perspectives on what a robust and modern set of federal labor standards should look like. And now we're taking action. We're ushering in modern and robust standards that will benefit both workers and employers. With modern labor standards that support good quality jobs, employees can thrive and achieve a better balance between the demands of their personal lives and the operational requirements of their jobs, which can lead to a greater sense of well-being. By the same token, they can help employers recruit and retain employees, which can lead to an increase in productivity. Employees who come to work feeling supported by their employers are able to do their best work and innovate, which can create a better working environment and lead to long-term gains for employers. It's a win-win for everybody. Je demande le soutien de la Chambre.
I'm asking for the support of the House to put an end to the provisions which go back to the 1960s and which are not relevant anymore. We must modernize workplace standards that reflect the quality of jobs throughout our country. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Of course, there are many people in many industries, including in the cultural industries, who are scratching their heads because Canada has the best economic performance of all of the G7 countries. But how is it that yesterday in committee we heard from Facebook representatives that they decided to set up sales offices in Canada and that they will charge GST on their advertisements as of mid-2019. Why, therefore, is our government not asking of these companies who sell advertising to Canadians, why should those companies not be taxed themselves? There is no way to explain the lack of action on the government and why it is not collecting billions of dollars in taxes, which the government needs. The honourable member. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his question. In 2015, Canadians made their voices heard. They clearly chose our government's plan to invest in Canadians, to create good jobs and positive growth for all. So we are helping Canadians and helping to meet their needs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, in 2015, Canadians had their voices heard, but in 2015, the Canadians also heard significant promises from this government in terms of the deficit. $10 billion max deficit, balanced budget by 2019. Now they go on and say, well, we're just investing in the economy and it's making our economy stronger. But Madam Speaker, the record is clear. Budget 2016 promised that spending would raise the level of GDP by 0.5% in 2016 and by 1% in 2017-2018. But the Parliamentary Budget Officer has estimated the infrastructure spending actually only contributed a tiny 0.1% to GDP growth in both years. So not even 10% of what was promised, Madam Speaker. So how can they continue to go down this path of spending more money, increasing our deficits, increasing our debt payments, $15 billion more over a 4-year period, $15 more just for interest, Madam Speaker? How can this government continue to support some kind of an investment like that that's simply creating more interest payments for this generation? But more importantly, Madam Speaker, this is just being downloaded to our children and our grandchildren.
The honourable member for Alfred Bella. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for his question. I will repeat again, in 2015, Canadians made their voices heard clearly by choosing our government's plan. I would also like to add that we chose to invest in an economy which works for all. Let me give a few examples which happened since 2015. The creation of 500,000 new jobs, the unemployment rate which fell and which is now at its lowest rate in a decade, the implementation of the Canada Child Benefit, which many families in my riding benefit from, the creation of opportunities for our youth through the Canada Summer Jobs Program, support for our seniors under the New Horizons program, significant investment in infrastructure across the country, and the list goes on. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, there's almost no way for me to exaggerate the crisis in housing that is being experienced across this country, and particularly in the Lower Mainland. In my constituency of Vancouver Kingsway, we have renters who can't find affordable places. The dream of home ownership is crushed for young people, and people are leaving the communities they grew up in. And yet this government, they claim that they're interested in housing, but if you dissect what they promised, they say they have $40 billion in housing, but it's actually only $20 billion because 20 of it is coming from the provinces. And then the $20 billion is tied to provincial contributions, and then it's over 10 years. So most of which will flow after 2019. So my question, my honourable colleague, is, does he really understand that there's a housing crisis in this country? And if that's the case, why are they putting so little money into housing, and why are Canadians having to wait so long for any of that federal money to actually flow?
The honourable member for Alfred Pellant. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, I agree with my colleague that there is an affordable housing crisis, but I'd like to refer you to what is happening in my riding, and especially in the city of Laval. In the last year, our people are happy with the government because we are implementing concrete measures. We are doing real things to help real people in need. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Resuming debate, the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Madam Speaker, and I'm going to start where the Liberals just left off. When the Liberals said, unbelievably, that somehow Canadians who are in the immense turmoil that exists currently with the housing crisis that exists in so many parts of this country are actually happy with the government. Well, Madam Speaker, I can tell you firsthand, living in New Westminster Burnaby, which is in a sense in the epicenter of the housing crisis that exists, there are women and men and families that tonight are wondering whether or not they can keep a roof over their head, because as rents rise, their limited pensions or working at minimum wage, they do not believe that they can keep up. There are women and men and families that are worried about whether or not they'll ever have housing again, and that's why so many of our shelters are filled to the brim. And Madam Speaker, it is a national tragedy. And yet what we've heard today from Liberals is that everything is just fine. It is clearly not, Madam Speaker. And what we need to have is a federal government that understands the principle of a roof over every single Canadian's head, that will make the required investments to ensure that every Canadian can sleep with a roof over their head at night, and that housing becomes a priority again in this country. And Madam Speaker, that's certainly something that Jagmeet Singh has been speaking to right across this country as he talks with Canadians. There's no doubt in his mind that the housing crisis is critical, and we have to respond with the kind of effort we did after the Second World War, Madam Speaker. And I've mentioned this before in the House, that we built 300,000 housing units in the space of 30 months. We had governments at that time who understood that the men and women in the service overseas were coming back to Canada and deserved to have a roof over their head. And that's why in places like New Westminster, in places like 109 Glover, which is my address, those houses were built in 1948, in 47, in 48 and 49. We built hundreds of thousands of units. And today, for this government to pretend that somehow they've done something, they manufacture in a bizarre way some kind of cooked-up figure as if they're actually addressing the housing crisis. That is a tragedy that this government does not understand the importance of that. There's nothing in this budget implementation bill that addresses the housing crisis. Nothing in the budget implementation bill that addresses the crisis in pharmacare as well. The lack of pharmacare is something that so many Canadians feel acutely. 1 in every 5 Canadians, as my colleague, the member from Vancouver Kingsway, has mentioned numerous times in this House, have no access to their medication. They simply cannot afford to pay for it. And businesses have to pay billions of dollars a year for drug plans. The good businesses, of course, provide the drug plans to their employees. Businesses that care less choose not to do that. But then those employees become part of the 1 in every 5 Canadians that can't afford their medication. So these are the big glaring errors that are in this Budget Implementation Act. When the government could have chosen to take action, it chose instead to do nothing, and aggravated it, Madam Speaker, when we saw last Wednesday, appallingly to me and appallingly to so many Canadians, a massive $14 billion corporate tax write-off scheme, $14 billion of taxpayers' money that is now being allocated. And stunningly, when I talked to the Ministry of Finance officials and asked them, is it true what I'm reading on page 58, that plush corporate jets and stretch limousines are included as part of these massive corporate tax write-offs that could go to Bay Street companies? And they said, yes, that's very true. The stretch limousines, absolutely. Plush private jets, absolutely. So instead of prioritizing the needs of Canadians, putting in place single-payer universal pharmacare, putting in place housing in this country at a time when it is in crisis, responding to the needs of Indigenous children who are profoundly underfunded and disadvantaged for life because of the up to $10,000 funding gap per pupil per year in Indigenous schools because of the chronic underfunding by this federal government. Instead of responding to all of this, we have what is before us, Madam Speaker. And what is before us had some good intentions. Pay equity was a very good intention, Madam Speaker. Good intention. The federal government slaps itself on the back and says, well, we've done a good job. And then it was referred from this House to committee. And we heard from witnesses. We heard from the Pay Equity Coalition. We heard from CUPE. We heard from the Public Service Alliance of Canada. We heard from the Canadian Labour Congress. We heard from a wide variety of activists who have been fighting the issue of pay equity and making sure that women are paid equally for work of equal value for years. And then, Madam Speaker, they came before committee, and each one of them said, these are major flaws. This bill was done far too rapidly, and they obviously have holes that must be addressed. And so they said, the Pay Equity Coalition was particularly eloquent in this regard, said unless these holes are fixed, unless these flaws are fixed, women will have to go back to court under this Liberal bill so that they can actually get equal pay for work of equal value. That's a compelling argument, Madam Speaker. No matter how you slice it, parliamentarians from the Liberal Party were there in the committee hearing from the Coalition for Pay Equity, hearing from the Teamsters, CUPE, BSAC, and of course from the CLC, all of them saying the same thing, fix the flaws. Every single one of them saying, if these flaws are not fixed, women will have to return to court. And then the Liberals cannot brag about bringing pay equity All they can brag about is bringing a flawed bill to the floor of the House of Commons. So the NDP, because we're the worker bees in this House, we went to work. We worked night and day. My staff worked night and day. We came up with dozens of amendments to fix all the flaws. Yes, the Liberals put forward a flawed bill, but our job as parliamentarians is to fix the flaws, Madam Speaker. So when I came to committee last week, my full expectation, despite the fact that the Liberals were bulldozing the bill through the committee, was that the Liberals, even though we'd done all the work, would accept the amendments and fix the flaws in the bill. Madam Speaker, unbelievably, Liberal MPs who had sat at committee and heard about the massive flaws that would lead to women having to go back to court to achieve pay equity because of the flaws in the bill, refused to entertain any amendments whatsoever. Unbelievable, Madam Speaker. So now we are left at report stage with a deeply flawed piece of legislation. Not a single Liberal can get up and say, oh gosh, yes, we fixed pay equity, because they haven't. They had a chance. We did the work for them. We were willing to let them take the credit, because that is the only thing that seems to concern them, is who gets credit. We don't care. We just want this fixed. We want pay equity to be a reality. We don't want women to have to go back to court. And Liberals said no, Madam Speaker. And so we are left with the bill with all the massive flaws that were identified by witness after witness after witness after witness after witness. And not a single Liberal MP was willing to stand up for pay equity in committee. Not a single Liberal MP was willing to fix the flaws. Now, Madam Speaker, that is just one in a very sad narrative. I only have 10 minutes. I could speak for hours on this, because flaws that had been identified in other parts of this massive omnibus piece of legislation, the biggest in our history, 850 pages thrown in the House of Commons with all kinds of flaws, all kinds of mistakes written in, and yet Liberals were unwilling, even when other parties did the work for them, to entertain any fixes to the flaws that they had thrown on the floor of the House of Commons. And unfortunately, Madam Speaker, what that means is exactly like we saw with the Harper government, that half a dozen times had court throw out their legislation because they steamroll it through the House of Commons rather than listening to elected representatives and experts so that they could fix the flaws. We are going to see, tragically now with pay equity, women being forced to go back to court and to throw out a piece of legislation that tragically could have been fixed. And we did the work for them. That's the most frustrating thing, Madam Speaker, is under this Liberal government now, they do not have the character to understand that it is not who gets the credit. It's that the work is done right, Madam Speaker. And we always believe the work needs to be done right. That's our role in Parliament. As Canadians chose in the last election, and up until the next election, we will continue to do that work. Alors, Madame la Présidente,
Madam Speaker, I can only oppose this bill at report stage. The flaws are huge. There are dozens and dozens of amendments that we brought forward, but they were all rejected. So the government has refused to repair this bill, and that is why, Madam Speaker, that I will be voting against it.
And comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
I'm going to focus my question on his housing analysis, and the member's housing analysis, for a very simple reason. Not one single fact was presented in the argument that he presented to the House. You know, the NDP will complain that if you spend money this year, you should have spent it last year. If you spent money last year, why aren't you spending it this year? If you spend it over 10 years, why aren't you spending it all right now? If you're spending it all right now, what are you going to do for the next 10 years? They have an argument against any action any government takes ever. But when you take a look at what they've actually promised, if they had been elected in this to govern this term, in the year that we're currently in, they would have spent $0 on affordable housing. That's in the platform. Actually, 3 years in a row of $0 on affordable housing. Not a single penny of new housing. And on homelessness, the issue which the member spoke to specifically, which he thinks is suddenly a crisis, because quite clearly the drafting of the platform last time didn't see it that way. It was an additional $10 million a year. Let me tell you something. We're spending $10 million in Vancouver and Toronto alone in new dollars, $100 million across the country. We doubled those funds. The only thing worse than the argument that was just presented was the NDP platform that was presented to Canadian people in the last election.
The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member needs to understand, despite the influence of Donald Trump and Trumpism, repeating something that is false over and over and over again does not make it true, Madam Speaker. That's very simple, very straightforward. The facts are this. The facts are Heather, who has a daughter and a mother. The three of them live in a one-bedroom apartment, and the fact is she is wondering whether next month she will still have a roof overhead because she works at minimum wage. The facts are John, who, when his pension couldn't keep up, ended up trying to sleep on the sofa of a friend, and eventually a senior who had worked all of his life on the Liberal watch, well, he ended up at the Parkade in downtown New Westminster, sleeping in his last possession, which was a car. The fact is, Ed tries every single night to try to find an affordable apartment. He wants to move out of the shelter, but he finds within minutes of anything going online, it's already impossible to get that particular apartment because it is taken up so quickly. Those are the facts, Madam Speaker. I wish Liberals would listen to real Canadians for a change.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Speaker, and my honourable colleague from New Westminster, Burnaby. This kind of debate is devastating for me as I listen to it, because there's parts of what the Liberal government's saying that are quite correct. There's much of what I agree with the New Democrats. And if we could just have a kind of conversation that would say, we need pay equity, we need universal child care, we need the housing. How do we get there from here? We know it's not in this budget. And more than anything, we need a climate program that actually ensures we have a world that will allow human beings to live on it. We need a habitable planet. We don't have that from this government, and we have promises of it from many of the parties in this place. I just want to ask my honourable friend from New Westminster, Burnaby, if there's any way that we can see a way out of this constant hyper-partisan wrangling, that if we can only put our political stripes aside and find ways to agree with each other on some things so that we can move to agree with each other on the big things.
The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to start off by congratulating the member from Saanich Gulf Islands for her engagement. She's going to be married very soon, and I think all members of the House join in congratulating her and wishing her and her husband to be the very best in the years to come. Secondly, I would like to say the reason why we worked night and day to get those amendments in to fix the pay equity bill is because we don't care who gets credit. What we do care is that pay equity actually becomes a reality in this country, and that women are not forced to go back to court to obtain the rights that they had to go to court to achieve in the first place. And I think that's the starting point. The member from Saanich Gulf Islands raises an important point. We have to make sure that we're getting the work done. It's not a series of talking points that makes a difference. It's actually developing, producing the results. And that's why we worked so hard at report stage, at committee, to fix all of the flaws that were identified in the bill by witnesses. We listened to witnesses. We provided those amendments. And I share her incredible disappointment that Liberals did not accept a single one of the opposition amendments, that they became partisan. If they'd accepted the amendments, we would have a much better piece of legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
À l'ordre. Conformément.
Order. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
One, international development. The honourable member for North Island Powell River Housing, and the
honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte Employment Insurance.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage and Multiculturalism.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a great privilege to speak to this House about Bill C-86, which represents our government's next steps to advance the mandate given to us by Canadians. In 2015, Canadians sent us to Ottawa on a promise to grow the economy, support Canada's middle class and most vulnerable, and to build a more inclusive and prosperous nation for all Canadians. And over the last 3 years, our government has made great progress on this promise. Across the country, a strong and growing middle class is driving economic growth. creating new jobs and more opportunities for people to succeed. While there is still more work to be done to ensure that every Canadian has a fair chance at success, real progress has been made. More Canadians are working, wages are growing, and Canadians and businesses are confident in their future. The Canadian Child Benefit is helping families with the high cost of raising children, and by putting more money in the pockets of 9 out of 10 families, helping to lift 521,000 people, including nearly 300,000 children, out of poverty. It's a measure that's making a real difference in Halifax, Madam Speaker. This summer I was at Mulgrave Park in our city's north end. It's a vibrant public housing community where many families benefit from the CCB. In a conversation with the Executive Director of Mulgrave Caring and Learning Centre, Crystal John, I asked her what she'd been hearing from families and about how the CCB is helping them. She told me that one important way is by giving families the funds to purchase nutritious meals for children. We know that food is expensive and that healthy food is even more expensive. And yet, ensuring that children are well fed, receiving the nutrients they need from healthy food, fresh fruits and vegetables is critically important. This is the positive impact of the CCB on the ground in Halifax and across the country. And of course, more than 9 million Canadians are also benefiting from the government's middle-class tax cut. By this time next year, a typical middle-class family of 4 will receive, on average, about $2,000 more each year as a result of these two measures to help with the cost of raising their children, save for their future, and help grow the economy for the benefit of everyone. We've enhanced the Canada Pension Plan, which will provide more Canadians with a secure retirement. We've made historic investments in infrastructure, including the National Housing Strategy, which is helping Canadians with a secure and safe and affordable place to call home. And Madam Speaker, I'll say that as a city planner, this is a point of great pride for me. Secure and affordable housing is fundamental to a citizen's well-being, and we've taken important steps to create a strategy that is smart, that is focused on the vulnerable, and is rights-based. Now, Canada's strong fiscal position, including the lowest net debt to GDP ratio in the G7, allows the government to continue investing in the middle class and to lay a solid foundation for future generations. In November, the Minister of Finance presented the federal government's 2018 Fall Economic Statement, and here are some of the measures that it included. First, the government is taking action to help Canadian businesses to compete, succeed, and create good, well-paying jobs. We're introducing new tax incentives that will support business investment in Canada, including allowing businesses to immediately write off the full cost of machinery and equipment used for the manufacturing or processing of goods. We're also cutting red tape to make it easier to do business in Canada while protecting Canadians' health, safety, and the environment. The Fall Economic Statement also makes important investments in a new social finance fund. The government recognizes that innovative approaches are needed to tackle persistent and complex social challenges that make it difficult for some Canadians to succeed and reach their full potential. To encourage and realize innovative ideas, the Government of Canada is creating a new social finance fund to allow potential investors to partner with charities, nonprofit and social purpose organizations and work together to solve our country's biggest social challenges. We're also providing support to social purpose organizations to improve their ability to successfully participate in the social finance market. All told, the Social Finance Fund is expected to help create thousands of jobs, foster economic growth, and help us build a more equal and fair Canada. In Halifax, we're so lucky to have a vibrant community of passionate people working in the social innovation field. Just last week, I had the opportunity to invite the Minister of Innovation to Halifax for a reception at Common Good Solutions, an incubator and consulting agency that helps social enterprises start and grow. Their fearless leader, David Upton, has been a strong voice for government support for social enterprises, and I've been proud to stand along with him. In speaking with him since last week, he is thrilled with what the new Social Finance Fund will mean for this growing industry. One more important update in the Fall Economic Statement is support for Canadian journalism. A strong and independent news media is crucial to a well-functioning democracy. The government recognizes the vital role that journalism plays in communities across Canada and is making key investments to ensure that Canadians in underserved communities continue to have access to informed and reliable news coverage. New measures include allowing nonprofit news organizations to receive charitable donations and issue official donation receipts, introducing a new refundable tax credit that supports original news content creation, including local news, and introducing a new temporary, non-refundable tax credit for subscriptions to Canadian digital news media. Madam Speaker, there's still more work to do, but the progress we've made to date is extraordinary, and we're not slowing down. We will continue to fight for Canada's middle class and vulnerable Canadians. The budget elements included in Bill C-86 will go a long way to help us realize this goal, and I encourage all members to support it. Madam Speaker, do I have much time remaining? 4 minutes. Okay. Well, I am going to share a few more excellent points about the budget bill, Madam Speaker, and I'm sure that everyone in the House will be interested to hear them. If I could just get the technology going here. Madam Speaker, you will also remember that, you heard me say this before in this community, that Nova Scotia is home to some of the brightest scientists and researchers in the world at leading research institutions like Dalhousie University, St. Mary's University, the Bedford Institute of Oceanography, and the IWK, Isaac Walton Killam Hospital for Children, and more. And for the last year, they have rallied around the recommendations of the Fundamental Science Review, also known as the Naylor Report, which is commissioned by this government under the leadership of our Minister of Science. And this report called for significant investment in investigator-led research. Our government agreed with those calls for action in research because research expands our understanding of how the world works, allowing us to address existing and emerging challenges in our region in new and effective ways. Equally important, basic research also serves as the foundation for the knowledge-based economy. And that's why Budget 2018 includes the single largest investment in investigator-led fundamental research ever. That's $4 billion for fundamental science and research infrastructure, and includes a 25% increase to funding in the Tri-Council of NSERC, CIHR, and SSHRC. We've said it before, science is back, but more than that, with Budget 2018, it's unstoppable. The final measure I want to highlight is conservation, and this is a topic that many of my constituents in Halifax care deeply about. A whopping $1.3 billion to protect Canada's landscapes and biodiversity, including species at risk, is included in the budget. It also includes funding to protect endangered marine life, such as the right whale. These measures are joined by several others that are geared toward protecting our environment for generations to come, including funding for the implementation of Canada's pricing of pollution system, $56 million to expand an existing home energy retrofit partnership with Efficiency Nova Scotia, and one of my favorite measures, making entry to Canada's national parks free for kids forever. These are the kinds of investments that will keep Canada on a path to prosperity, along with others that I mentioned in my speech today, and countless additional initiatives from Budget 2018 that I did not have time to address. Madam Speaker, I hope that my colleagues from all corners of this place will agree that this plan is working for Canadians and that they will vote for this budget implementation measure to keep this spectacular momentum going. Thank you very much.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou.
Notice that the parliamentary secretary cannot spontaneously, without any note, speak about supposedly their great budget engagement. But perhaps, I went out for a few seconds, and I'm sure I missed the point where he said when his government would come to a budget balance. I'm sure I missed that. I'm sure because they seem to want to be a responsible government. So I'm sure I missed that point. Can you just repeat to me on which year they will balance the budget? Thank you.
The honourable member, Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Canadian Heritage and Multiculturalism.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for creating a wonderful opportunity to talk about the importance of the economy in Canada and how well it's doing. Well, of course, the member will know that we have the lowest GDP to debt ratio in the G7. We've got the lowest rates of unemployment in 40 years. In fact, in Canada right now, we have a labor shortage, not an unemployment problem. We are having the highest productivity in the G7. This is an economy that is doing extremely well. In fact, it was someone who works in the finance world in Ontario told me that he doesn't right now see any room for expansion in the economy the way that it is right now. Everything is working at full capacity, and it's a remarkable thing to behold. This has been made possible by key budget measures that this government has made that has allowed Canadians to expand their companies and create new employment opportunities.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Heritage is not the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance, but if he's watching the Heritage Department, he knows that they have not been asking groups like Netflix or Google. They have not been asking for these companies to pay taxes. And that is a great disservice to all Canadian competitors. Now, I'm not even talking about the finance department. Oh, it's all so complicated. But I understand that corporate tax is complicated, but not allowing tax breaks for our competitors, that's pretty easy to understand. Why are these digital giants these web giants not being taxed? I think that in society, we feel that our creators, our artists, our local broadcasters should be on an equal footing with others.
Well, I thank the member for his thoughtful statement and question. Right now, the Industry Committee and the Heritage Committee are undergoing parallel studies that will have the result, in the end, of proposing measures to this House that we can all debate and vote on that will help to level the playing field in this point of transition from an analog to a digital economy. I think the member would be very happy to realize that, in fact, Netflix has announced the production of their first Quebec-based film, which is going to be very wonderful in Canada. This is an evolving landscape, a media landscape, and we are all together going to be finding solutions to address the realities of a new world of media.
Bravo.
Time for a brief question. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Highlands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To my friend from Halifax, the problem as I see it, I watched the budget cuts in 2012. Environment Canada, Park Canada lost 10% of its budget. That money has not been replaced. So yes, it's wonderful to see investments in new areas to be protected areas, but as the Auditor General's report pointed out, our heritage buildings aren't even being properly tracked. They're under Parks Canada's jurisdiction. Our lighthouses aren't being protected. Meanwhile, on the species at risk side, the Canadian Wildlife Service doesn't have the people to prepare the recovery strategies. That's why it took 14 years to get a recovery strategy for southern resident killer whales, and it's still not being enacted. So I'm frustrated, Madam Speaker. I see the nice words, and I know there are a lot of kind of iconic measures in press releases, but we're not seeing restoration of Environment Canada to what it was before the cuts.
Brief answer from the Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to add my voice of congratulations to the member from Saanich Gulf Islands for her wonderful news. We're all elated, and it's a beautiful bit of news for all of us to hear at this time. Look, the fact of the matter is that, like many federal departments, Parks Canada had to labor under terrible and debilitating budget cuts for nearly a decade under the previous Conservative government. They are now working valiantly to come out from under those dark days and produce work plans and business plans and strategic plans to restore the system of Canada Parks and the environment which they administer back to what they have been and should be. Unfortunately, we never have enough resources, and we're going to continue to work hard to give them what they need to succeed.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou.
The MP from Saanich Gulf Islands, she said, this government always have those kind of iconic and historical engagement announcement. And I've come about to think that's all they're about, this government. It's always historical, it's always amazing, it's always so great. but we've never seen in the Canadian history a government spend so much money to do so little. Alors, chers citoyens Beauport-Limoilou, très content pour prendre la
So,
parole.
to my fellow citizens of Beauport-Limoilou, I'm happy to join this debate. And I have to mention that in this House, we'll have to move for 10 or 12, 15 years, but I will be in the new chamber to defend your interests. And I will be there to discuss the implementation. I'm here to debate the implementation of C-86. And we in the Conservative Party are extremely disappointed with this budget legislation. What we've seen for 3 years is a series of broken promises, and yet it's rather paradoxical, Madam Speaker, because remember that the member for Papineau, who is now the leader of the present Liberal government, he said during the campaign that he wanted to act in a way such that people would be less cynical with respect to politics. He wanted people to believe more in the ability of the executive and legislative body to do things that are good for them, but also to keep the promises made during the election campaign. You know, at Laval University, there's a research group that is following the respect, the honoring or dishonoring of election promises. And just before the 2015 election, this group confirmed, I think it was, they looked at Mr. Harper's record and they said that 76% of Mr. Harper's promises were kept. But here are at least 3 major promises that have been broken. And these are little small, unimportant promises. These are structural, major promises that would have created the parameters of how this government would act so quickly. These 3 major promises, and people listening to me will know what they are. They promised to only have small $10 billion deficits for the first year, and the second year a $6 billion deficit. Well, the first year there was a $30 billion deficit, and the second year a $20 billion deficit, and this year it'll be an $18 billion deficit. So these are broken promises that they just wrote on a paper napkin in a restaurant. Now, I know it's rather strange, but during the election campaign, the member for Papineau said, we're going to have deficits for infrastructure. So this $10 billion a year was to inject new money into infrastructure, but out of the $60 billion in deficit racked up so far, out of this, very little has been in infrastructure. This is another broken promise, and this is why I was saying before in English, I think this is a first in Canada that we see a government spend so much with so little to show for it. And I'll give you an example. They said $10 billion for infrastructure with a $10 billion deficit. Now, they spent a lot less than this on infrastructure, and now they're up to a $30 billion deficit. Madam Speaker, they spent the money to be able to please certain special interest groups. And of these 3 promises was a very important structural promise. And it really even wasn't a promise. It was something that should have been obvious. All Canadian governments very responsibly followed this sort of practice, which was that in a budget they said, if there's a deficit, they indicated when there would be a return to a balanced budget. Anyone in Canada, all families listening to us in Beauport-Limoilou, when they come to the end of the month, when they take out a mortgage or a car loan or a loan to buy household appliances, not only does the seller say you have to sign a paper that says if you take out a loan, when you will pay back your debt. So it's natural to know when budget balance will be achieved. Now, they said 3 years, but we have to think about the context in which they said it would be 2019. That's what, 40 days? So they said that they would get to budget balance. So when is the deadline for a balanced budget? What are the consequences of this huge deficit? Well, one of the consequences is that we have these gargantuan deficits in right now a very favorable economic context, but we don't know if there is a recession in the future. Now, even though in Alberta it's very difficult right now, and we see that GM is leaving Ontario, so there are areas that are really suffering, but overall the global context at the present time is pretty healthy. Now, first serious mistake is that when things are going well economically and globally, when the government is making money, raking in revenue, then they should put money aside to have emergency funds, to have, for example, the families of General Motors employees. Now, my colleague knows that people in Alberta have been losing their jobs in the oil industry. There should be emergency funds for future economic crises, because in a capitalist system you have highs and lows. There are agreements made in advance. We've been in a high period, a very healthy period for some time. And one of the very grave consequences of running high deficits is that you may not have the money you need when you need it. And something else that should really strike my fellow citizens in Beauport-Limoilou is to look at federal health transfers. Now, you know the answer. You're a veteran MP. You know that every year $33 billion goes into health transfers. Do you know how much money was put onto the debt? $37 billion to service the debt. That was to pay people in different parts of the world, our creditors. So last year it was $4 billion more to service the debt than for health care. This is a disgrace and obviously a case of public mismanagement. Now I am convinced that Canadians will realize this makes no sense, and I'm convinced that they're tired of hearing these deficit numbers. And I'll give you some other figures. Canada's total debt. It's more than $670 billion. This means that you have a personal debt, family debt, of $47,000. This is the debt you will have to pay, and the Parliamentary Secretary, and I'll end on this, Madam Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary was so proud to talk about the Canada Child Benefit. And it would be so many thousands if a person made under $40,000. But this is money that goes to buying votes. Now, it is something that is completely unconscionable, this kind of action, and I am proud to belong to a Conservative Party that was responsible, that dealt with deficits, that maintained budget balance. And Madam Speaker, thank you. I am sure that the honourable member will be able to add to what he has to say during questions and comments.
Thank you. Thank the member de Quebec, and I know he has a lot more to say, so I'm going to let him say it because my comment has nothing to do with his speech, and he can finish his speech when I finish. But I did have to put something on the record, and it's come up a lot in this debate about omnibus bills, and some people did not just understand how it works. So omnibus bills since 1888 have been going and have never been able to be split, except politically, maybe with the great bell ringing in '82. But so they haven't been able to split, and so there's two types of omnibus bills. There's one on a regular, just a bill time, when you do a bill that has more than one topic, or one with the budget. And so there was a problem that they were being abused, especially the example of the budget with a whole bunch of stuff about the environment that wasn't in the budget. So what was brought in was we promised to change that, and we did in section 69.1 of the standing orders. Change that, and it had those two categories of bills, explaining you can't split them, and so that promise was kept, and that was used 3 times. It was used in October 31st, 2017 on a corrections bill, which turned out not to be split, on June 11th, 2018 on a national security bill, which was actually split, showing that it worked, and then on November 3rd, 2017 on a budget bill that was split 5 ways. So not only do we put in a mechanism, but it's working.
I think that the preambles have to be a lot shorter to allow someone to answer the question or comment, and for somebody else to ask a question within that 5 minutes. So the honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
Yeah, well, you know,
The honourable member.
because us conservative, we're not afraid to be truth. And the fact is that the MP from Papineau, their leader, the Prime Minister presently, said during the last campaign, he said, never in the world will I present an omnibus bill. He never did this kind of nuance. And there was no nuance. It was no omnibus bill ever. And the fact is, it's the biggest omnibus bill we never saw in this parliament. It's bigger than an elephant, okay, seriously. It's huge, 380 pages, Madam Speaker. And the blunt fact is that we thought we were not ashamed of putting forward omnibus bill. You know why? Because Canadians want this House to be efficient. Canadians want this House to go forward, to make changes when necessary. And sometimes when you have to debate every single article, it doesn't go fast enough for the fast-changing pace of the world right now and all the needs of the Canadian people. So this sir right now tries to engage with people to try to hide the fact that they're not doing omnibus bill. They are doing an omnibus bill, sorry, and they're ashamed of it, of course.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Windsor West? Windsor Tecumseh, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I heard my honourable colleague's speech, and I'm very intrigued by some of the aspects that he believes are a disgrace. And so just on that, I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the amendments in this Budget Implementation Act that are actually about bankruptcies and about commercial license holders and corporations being protected from bankruptcy, and yet we don't have any amendments that allude to a worker's pension protection in bankruptcy. I believe that this is a moral failure of this Budget Implementation Act, and I wonder what the honourable member believes as well with regards to protecting pensions when we're talking about bankruptcy legislation.
The
honourable member has 1 minute to respond.
Personally, believe that we should make sure that the work pension is protected for the workers. Seriously. En français aussi, moi, Lupa Clark, je pense.
In French, I, Alupa Clark, believe we should protect workers' pensions when a company files for bankruptcy. As a society, we cannot afford to tell workers who've worked for 30 or 40 years, who are looking forward to their pension, and for purely profit-driven motives, that pension is yanked out from underneath them. There is a company in my riding which drastically cut back on pensions, and the only comfort I took is when I met with the administrators from Papier White Birch, is that also executives' pension funds were cut. So the NDP is working on this. It's an important issue.
I have the honour to inform the House that messages have been received from the Senate informing this House that the Senate has passed the following bills to which the concurrence of the House is desired. Bill S-243, an act to amend the Canada Revenue Act reporting on unpaid income tax, et le projet de loi S...
And Bill S-248, an act to declare National Doctors' Day.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage and Multiculturalism.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm very glad to speak here on Bill C-86, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget table in Parliament on February 27, 2018, and other measures. At the outset, Madam Speaker, I'd just like to just take stock of where we are as a country today. I know economically this is one of the best economic times we've had in history, at 40-year low unemployment rates. If you look at our growth in the GDP, it's one of the top in the G7. We have unprecedented amount of growth taking place in various sectors, particularly in the high-tech sector. And in fact, one of the often complaints I receive from employers especially is their concern over being able to hire people. There is a labor shortage, as we've heard in this House a number of times in different parts of the country, but also in the area that I represent in the Greater Toronto area. Middle-class families, Canadians are seeing firsthand that this plan is working. They're getting $2,000 a year in comparison to what they were getting before. Budget 2018 is a step in that plan, Madam Speaker, supporting our government's people-centered approach to ensure that every Canadian has a real and fair chance at success. And I know this has been a difficult week for some of us, especially those who are close to the GM plant in Oshawa, and our hearts go out to all the workers, all the hardworking men and women and their families in the Oshawa region. I know I have constituents in the riding who depend on that, and it is certainly something that I think all of us across all parties really do hurt, along with the families in Durham and in the general region. I think the fall economic statement presented by Minister of Finance, I think, sets out some very specific targets that allows more competitiveness in the Canadian economy. This past Saturday, Madam Speaker, I know all of us got back into our ridings very late in the morning, and I actually had the pleasure to open a new company in the riding. It is located on Thornmont Drive in Scarborough Rouge Park, and it's called Sakura Wood Inc. And they basically manufacture wood panels. They invested in several very expensive manufacturing equipment. And in fact, they didn't even know about the accelerated deduction, and I was able to tell them when I went there of the deduction that's available. This individual, who's been working for a very long time, is going to be hiring people, Madam Speaker, and I was very proud that he chose to establish his business in the riding, but it does show a sense of confidence that people have in the economy right now when we have these types of businesses that are also opening. I think it's fair to say that since we took office in the last 3 years, Madam Speaker, we've worked on a number of important initiatives, but particularly towards ensuring that there's gender equality in this country, and that's been a cornerstone of both of our Prime Minister, but as well as many of our ministers' direct mandates. Our budget budgetary process goes through a gender-based lens, which oftentimes was not the case, and I think this allows essentially the full participation of all women in the economy, which is going to help grow our economy in the long term, Madam Speaker. And I just want to highlight some of the very specific things that I think Budget 2018 offers in this respect. Pay equity is something that I know, I would say throughout my adult life is something that I've heard over and over and over again about pay equity and the challenges and the failures of successive governments to fully implement pay equity. The statistics are startling, Madam Speaker. Men and women do not make the same amount of money for the work of equal value, and over time that's really limited many women from progressing in the workforce and being able to attain the same level of economic security that men were able to do. It affects pensions. It affects a whole host of benefits, because oftentimes our benefits are based on earnings. And I believe that the pay equity component of this budget, I think, is essentially sets us on the right path. It does recognize equal pay for work of equal value. It's a very smart thing to do, Madam Speaker, but we're also very proud to move forward with this proactive legislation. It is a key way in which our government is delivering on its commitment to gender equality. As you know, Madam Speaker, our government will introduce proactive pay equity legislation for workers in federally regulated sectors in 2018. This is on top of a number of other initiatives, most notably, of course, the establishment of a full status of women department. This, I think, is long overdue. I do recall that a number of initiatives have been undertaken by the current minister, which is very progressive, which essentially looks to challenge many of the barriers that exist for women to fully participate, but also to ensure that there's a safe and secure place for women and girls, but also for boys to be able to ensure that equality takes shape in the years to come. We recognize that it does require a lot of work, and I think the standalone department, I think, speaks to the importance that a government is demonstrating towards this issue. I believe this allows additional resources for the department. It'll give additional funding opportunities and resources so that the minister is able to target very specific issues and gaps within the current status of women. As I go across the country, Madam Speaker, undertaking the anti-racism engagements in several cities, this issue came up, the issue of racialization as well as discrimination against women, and intersectionalities have come up repeatedly, and I think it does point to the fact that we're on the right direction. Certainly there's a lot more to do, and I think as a government we will do it. I think the other important aspect, Madam Speaker, is the poverty reduction strategy. It's part of an overall strategy that allows many Canadians to get out of poverty. Poverty in 2018 should not be a reality for Canadians. And as we look at the world, as we look at different parts of the world that are impoverished, that have limited economic resources and opportunities, it is a shame in a country like Canada, which has one of the best GDPs and one of the best economies of the world, to have people living in poverty. Yet we do, and as a government we were successful in uplifting 650,000 Canadians out of poverty, which includes 300,000 children, Madam Speaker. That's a very significant improvement, but again, this is an ongoing process. This includes support for infrastructure, support for housing. As you know, we have for the first time, a national housing strategy in a generation. That too will assist people living under the poverty line to be able to to get out of poverty altogether, Madam Speaker. As you know, poverty limits individual success, limits the ability of young people to attain their maximum potential, whether it be at school, whether it be in the workforce, or in other areas of life. And it's very important that as a government, I'm very proud that we're doing this. Madam Speaker, once again, time appears to be running out, and I just want to thank you for this opportunity and look forward to the questions.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Longueuil.
The honourable member for Longueuil, Saint-Hubert.
The Honourable Minister for Seniors.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to designate Wednesday, November 28, 2018, as the day appointed for the conclusion of the debate on the motion to concur in the 18th report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration. Thank you.
Thank you. Resuming questions and comments. L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I don't doubt he is sincere, but I really did not receive an answer to my simple question. My colleague has also attended our committee meetings. It's all very well and good that the cultural sector in Quebec feels at a disadvantage when it comes to the web, various platforms, and posting content on these platforms. Compared to Netflix, they feel they are at a disadvantage. And my colleague knows that the cultural sector in Quebec wants to make sure that their buyers are not at a disadvantage online, whereas the government has not treated Netflix the same way. It's the same with Google. They are not being asked to impose the GST on activities in Canada. So my question, and I hope he will answer my question is, because it is unexplainable. Yes, Canada is a member of the G7. Our economy is doing well, but it seems that we are gullible or spineless when it comes to forcing our companies to collect the GST, but not these online giants.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I certainly don't doubt my friend's sincerity on the other side with respect to this issue, and I think he's been a very strong advocate for culture in Quebec and in Canada. Madam Speaker, the nature of production is changing. I know that Netflix, our government's made it very clear that the high-tech companies are not getting a free ride in Canada. If they participate in the system, we expect them to pay into the system, and that's why we've undertaken consultations on this issue. And with respect to the overall strength of the economy, Madam Speaker, I can speak to the Greater Toronto area virtually every weekend. Whenever I go downtown, what I'm seeing right now are dozens of vehicles that are stopping traffic because of production. There's many production houses in the Greater Toronto area, in Montreal, and Vancouver, and I think this speaks well to our overall cultural sectors.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert,
the member, point of order. Well, I don't know if it's a problem of interpretation, but I expected a very simple answer. The member spoke for 2 minutes, and I didn't hear a single thing. Members can rise when they speak. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou.
I'm sure the member must have skipped one of the paragraphs in his speech where he was intending to announce when the government will balance the budget, because it's something that has always been the case in the history of Canada. And so maybe he could check upon his speech one more time, just to let us, because all my citizens are calling every single day in the writing, it's like nonstop. They want to know when the budget will be balanced.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I'm actually surprised the member has time to be in the House when he's answering so many questions from his constituents. And the paragraph I want to refer to is the strength of the economy, Madam Speaker. Canada has one of the lowest debt to GDP ratios of any G7 countries. We are on sound economic footing, and with respect to
Deficits, I mean, I would love to talk about the deficits that we have. We can talk about the social deficit, Madam Speaker, because of 10 years of neglect from that government, the previous government, Madam Speaker. If you look at the infrastructure deficit that exists in Toronto community housing, where walls are falling apart, where it hasn't been painted in a decade, we see a serious deficit with respect to infrastructure. So we can talk about a number of issues, but when we talk about deficits, it's also important to understand the effects that our infrastructure deficit has had in our country.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, as their federal member of Parliament, I thank the good people of my riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke for giving me the privilege to represent their interests. Together, we inform all Canadians about the deteriorating state of the nation's finances as demonstrated by the economic update that was delivered by this government less than a week ago. It's even less relevant today than on the day it was delivered. Conservatives believe in clean air, low taxes, and a healthy economy. A clean environment and well-paying jobs are only possible when taxpayers are treated with respect. This is in marked contrast to the Liberal governments who stifle competitiveness and investment with their out-of-control deficit policies. In Ontario, we have suffered rising small business and personal taxes, a higher minimum wage that was introduced with no thought of its negative impacts, like job losses and soaring electricity rates. The additional environmental laws and regulations brought on by this government are driven by ideology rather than common sense, including the new carbon tax that will do nothing to help the environment and will make Canada a bad place to invest. Of course, entrepreneurs already figured this out years ago when they moved their capital out of Canada after the last election. Carbon taxes raise the cost of doing business, a cost that will be shouldered on the backs of ordinary Canadians. Thoughtful Canadians who follow my speeches in Parliament will recall when I first sounded the alarm shortly after the 2015 election, where the finances of our nation were headed. Since the 2015 election, there has been an unprecedented flight of capital from Canada. After October 19, 2015, over $122 billion fled the country. For the first time, according to Statistics Canada, total Canadian investment in the United States exceeds that of United States holdings in Canada. Scared investors fled the country. Capital that should have been available for the private sector to create jobs in Canada instead was used to create jobs in Trump's America. Make no doubt about it. This government has been getting a free ride on the American recovery. As demonstrated by the announcement of more job losses in the automotive manufacturing sector, the free ride is over. Between Canadian investment dollars and cheap oil, the Prime Minister has been Donald Trump's best friend to the harm of working Canadians. In their first 5 months of office, the Liberals spent the Conservative budget surplus and burned through billions more. Then they proceeded to fake news their way through their bad spending in changing accounting methods to try to cover up the Conservative budget surplus. Ontario taxpayers have seen this cover-up before, when the disgraced former Ontario Premier Kathleen Wynne tried to cover up how much the Toronto Liberal Party had driven Ontario into debt with her bad spending and making election bribes promises taxpayers could not afford. This economic statement is costly and dogmatic, with no plan to balance the budget, the finances of Canada, anytime in the future. Only a Liberal government would brag about taxes fattening coffers. And what did this finance minister do with the tax windfall the government collected from average working middle-class Canadians? He spent it. Rather than slowing the growth of the federal deficit in a budget that will never be balanced as long as the member for Toronto Centre is the finance minister, he spent the additional tax revenues and more on bad spending. This government wasted taxpayers' dollars on things like a $500,000 logo, $40,000 on propaganda Facebook ads aimed at telling children how to use a stove. Let's not forget the $65 million that was spent on big greenhouse gas-producing SUVs to impress G7 members as part of the Prime Minister's Vanity project to buy a seat on the UN Security Council. The Liberals broke their election promise in raising taxes on small business. By selectively raiding the employment insurance account, payroll taxes are set to rise along with the changes to CPP the government has legislated to start next year. These additional costs are layered on top of the rise in minimum wage. Our party left government with a $3.2 billion surplus and had the best job creation record among the G7 countries. As a result, we were able to keep taxes low for Canadian families and businesses. We reduced the taxes to their lowest point in 50 years, with a typical family of four saving almost $7,000 a year. Energy poverty is now a fact of life in my riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. This economic statement does nothing to help people in need. Luckily, smart voters elected Doug Ford to put a stop to corrupt electricity practices of the previous provincial party.
Common sense.
The good he is trying to do is being undermined by this deficit-obsessed Liberal Party. The economic statement makes energy poverty worse for all Canadians, with more money for industrial wind turbines. Unlike before, in only Ontario, now every time one is put up, everyone's taxes go up. In Ontario, the price of electricity to consumers rose to the highest level in North America. This federal government action just picks a different taxpayer's pocket with the same failed policies that resulted in Ontario as being the most indebted sub-national government in the world. So what is the policy of this government that's driving the deficit so high and costing more job losses in the automotive manufacturing sector? The policy of the Liberal government is to intentionally wind down Canada's fossil fuel industry, and with the most recent announcement from General Motors, the products that use the fuels as well. The Prime Minister clearly stated in January 2017, quote, we need to manage the transition off our dependence on fossil fuels, end of quote. I quote the Calgary Herald. That's what the Liberals have been doing since being elected in 2015. They're managing down Alberta's industry by imposing new regulations, killing pipeline options, withdrawing tax incentives, and passing energy-hostile bills, such as C-48 and C-69. The crash in prices for Alberta and bitumen is a direct result of Liberal hostility to both the Northern Gateway and the Energy East pipelines. The damage to Ottawa's finances will be huge, but that seems slow to sink in. Maybe that's because for many government MPs and ministers, the crisis looks like a kind of victory, end of quote. Now, the Liberal Party can claim another victory with the announcement that thousands will lose their jobs at the General Motors factory in Ontario. So while the policy to kill the Alberta economy is working, maybe a bit too well, it remains to be seen how the federal government will react in this policy to shut down the fossil fuel industry as it's being felt across the country with more job losses, particularly in the automotive manufacturing sector, which is centred in central Canada. The policy to shut down the oil and gas industry can only be followed by shutting down the industries that need fossil fuel to operate. So I'm waiting for the proper mainstream media reporting on this story. As the rising deficit and more of this government's disastrous policies work their way into Canada's economy, the only response by this government can be labelled as a threat to democracy in Canada. Rather than changing direction, the response by Principal Secretary Gerald Butts and the rest of the Prime Minister's handlers is to double down with a propaganda campaign and an audacious plan to bribe the Canadian media in how facts are either reported or selectively omitted. When a Conservative MP utters the words fake news, it launches headlines in the Globe and Mail, Global News, and the Ottawa Citizen. When the member for Ottawa Centre calls a columnist she doesn't like fake news or attacks a climate scientist or another member of Parliament, the response by too many members of the captive media is silence or some form of fake news. How many more independent voices in the media will be silenced with this bribe that's being offered? And how about the timing? In an election year, democracy depends on an independent media. The so-called arm's-length panel that will act like a government censor board to determine who gets direct funding is a model ripe for abuse. Censor boards will censor. That's what they're intended to do. The Liberals have stolen the media's power to set the federal election debates, and now they're turning the media into a political wedge issue on what gets reported. The voters in my riding know a bribe when they see it, and they know when a political party is trying to stack the deck in its own favor. All of this bad spending is being done with borrowed money.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The problem with asking a question here is there's so many things, so much inaccurate information that's there. Where does one begin? Really, it's the first thing that comes to my mind, Madam Speaker. You know, every year there's about over 200,000 people that die in Canada. I'm surprised she didn't blame that on the government of Canada, Madam Speaker. You know, at the end of the day, I guess maybe to focus the member on a specific question, can she explain to the House how many or why it is that the Conservatives who have been in power for 38% of the time, 38% of the time in Canada's 151 years, they have accumulated 75% of the debt. So they're very good at debt accumulation. When I asked the member prior to this, the Conservative member said, well, blame the Liberals. So just in case she's thinking of blaming the Liberals, let me just remind her that Stephen Harper inherited a multi-billion-dollar surplus and before the recession even got underway, converted it into a multi-billion-dollar deficit. I'm wondering if she could just kind of explain to Canadians why they should believe that the Conservatives know anything about deficit management.
The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I thank my most loyal fan across the way for asking the first question today. And I want to remind everyone of the Flaherty principle, which really does work. Flaherty's principle was that as you reduce taxes, overall revenues actually increase. Hear, hear. And that's why when we were government, we were able to lower taxes and grow jobs in the economy at the same time. In fact, we saved the average family of four $7,000, the lowest tax rate in over 50 years. And let us not forget what's happened just this week. It's not just the oil sands the government is shutting down. Now it's shutting down all the industries, or beginning to shut down, and we're seeing it at GM, beginning to shut down the industries that are related and use fossil fuels. So this is only going to compound the problem, and the debt that they're racking up is going to cost even more.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Vancouver, Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. I think all parliamentarians were quite shocked when they saw the Sears retirees and employees after Sears shut down lose significant amounts of their pension. And I know one of the deficiencies in the bill before the House, and something the government chose not to act on, was to amend the Bankruptcy Act and other similar legislation to ensure that workers' pensions were protected upon bankruptcy. Does my honourable colleague agree that workers who defer their salaries and wages and put them into company pension plans should have that money protected from creditors in the event of a bankruptcy, or is she content with the status quo?
The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Like the member who just spoke, we in our community have many people who have who were already retired and collecting pensions from Sears, and we also endured many people who suffered as a consequence of Nortel. With the Sears specifically, and with the different automotive companies that have huge debts, and what it's led from is the provincial holiday that they've given these companies. So the most important measure that has to be taken, firstly, is for the non-federally regulated pensions to be required to make sure there is always more than enough funding in the pension pool.
Time just for one more short question and response. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
And I've heard my honourable colleague mention several times through her address that reducing fossil fuels was somehow put forward as a bad thing. I just wonder if her view is that we should increase production of fossil fuels or eliminate them so that we have some chance of survival on this planet.
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, as the fossil fuel industry in Canada is wound down and more fossil fuels are taken out of the ground in countries outside of Canada, in places where they don't have the environmental laws that we do, the emissions are actually increasing. So as a total result of shutting down our oil sands, what we're getting is more emissions overall in other countries because they don't sequestrate the carbon or let alone pay attention to the overall emissions rules.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. La députée de Vimy.
The honourable member for Vimy. Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to rise today and speak to Bill C-86. As a member for the riding of Vimy and member of the Standing Committee on the Status of Women, I am proud of the accomplishments of my government and of how they have positively affected the lives of Canadians in my riding and throughout the country. We continue to implement policies that are benefiting the middle class and all those striving hard to join it. We believe in the importance of investing in all Canadians. Our economy is strong, it is growing, and middle-class Canadians can see for themselves directly how effective our plan is. The number of Canadians with a job is increasing. Unemployment has reached its lowest record in 40 years, lowest level rather, in 40 years. We've seen the strongest economic growth amongst the G7 countries. Wages are increasing. Consumer confidence and business confidence is increasing, and businesses are investing because they believe in our plan, whose purpose is to foster sustainable growth. The same date in 2019, a four-member family in the middle class will get $2,000 more thanks to the Canada Child Benefit. And thanks to this benefit, 300,000 children will be lifted out of poverty. 9 families out of 10 will receive this benefit. In my riding alone in Vimy, more than 19,000 children have benefited from this. Thanks to programs like the Canada Child Benefit, the National Housing Strategy, have made significant differences in people's lives. Last week, we celebrated the first anniversary of this strategy. We're also providing benefits to seniors. And we've been doing this since we came to office. We reestablished the age of eligibility to 65. We increased the guaranteed income security, while decreasing taxes for those earning less. We increased the taxes on the wealthiest, and all that has made a difference in Canadians' lives. We've also invested in sustainable infrastructure. We have created many jobs. And I'd just like to say in passing, Mr. Speaker, that over the past 12 months in my riding of Vimy, I've had the pleasure of seeing more than $55 million be invested for the electrification of public transit. I am so proud that the City of Laval is a leader in sustainable infrastructure. This is something I'm so very proud of. Affordable housing is a problem throughout Canada, and I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that we have invested in the lives of the most vulnerable. In my riding of Vimy, We have invested into the construction of affordable housing under Projet Val-Matin, and the first stage of this project is already making people happy. There are more investments. More than 1,000 people are waiting for affordable housing in my riding. But this is a first step, and we are on the right path. Our citizens are truly happy. They see the difference we're making in their lives. They see that we're investing. Yes, there is debt. However, we are investing in the lives of Canadians in affordable housing. This is a national issue, Mr. Speaker. There is still considerable work to do, but I can tell you that we are committed to working hard to resolve the issue of affordable housing that has been ongoing for decades. As you also know, Mr. Speaker, as a woman, I am also a member of the Standing Committee on the Status of Women. And I'd just like to underscore that from the 25th of November to the 10th of December, there are 16 days of activism against domestic violence, and it's an opportunity for each and every one of us to reaffirm our commitment to preventing and eliminating violence that approximately half of young women and children experience throughout the country. So these 16 days are very important because it's an opportunity to underscore and highlight the work that has already been done to tackle violence against women. And at the same time, it gives us an opportunity to recognize the importance of people's actions in this fight so that together we can make a difference. Our government is also working on pay equity. That is to say, equal pay for work of equal value. That is the smart thing to do. And it is a key priority for us. The government has kept its commitment to foster gender equality. We've also been doing a considerable amount of gender analysis to make sure that each and every Canadian has an equal opportunity and a fair opportunity to succeed. And that we do it not only because it's the right thing to do, it's the smart thing to do.
Canada's future prosperity depends on this. Our government has put gender equality at the very heart of its decision-making process in order to close the pay gap and to increase women's participation in the workforce and to create a country and an economy that works for everyone. We have created a dedicated department, a department of women and gender equality, and we feel that the involvement of women in the economy will be good for the economy. We want to improve our ability to advance people's equality, to help the middle class through policies, programs, funding community programs which advocate for equality and equity. The government will take advantage of the international movement that we witness and the change in women's status and image. Our government has launched a program for women entrepreneurs, and we have invested $2 billion into this program. We've also opened the doors to foreign markets and new customers, and this is why we have signed agreements which will give Canadians access to an additional 1.5 customers. We have created a great deal of progress, but there remains a great deal to do, and I'm proud to be part of this government. And I'm proud to represent the people of Vimy, and I promise them to do my very best with my government in order to target and help the poor in my riding and throughout the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Commentaire, the honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her remarks. And she listed a number of the accomplishments that this government has achieved, but she didn't list the great increase in the deficit and the increase in interest costs. But Mr. Speaker, at one point, she said that investor confidence is growing. Well, it certainly isn't growing in my area, Mr. Speaker. I can tell you of a number of small businesses, small and medium-sized enterprises that are losing confidence. They're not only not able to expand like they had hoped to do, they're laying off people. And Mr. Speaker, this is growing across the country, and the Bank of Canada actually confirms this because the new Canadian investments into the U.S. have gone up by 2/3, by 66%. Investments into the U.S. the last 3 years increased by 66%. U.S. investment into Canada decreased by 52%. So I would just like, Mr. Speaker, if my colleague could give us some actual concrete evidence as to her comments that investor confidence is growing, because that's not my experience. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vimy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague across the way for his question. Mr. Speaker, yes, we have a great deal of debt, but we've been investing in economic growth, in infrastructure, in creating 500,000 jobs, and I'm sure that my colleague across the way will know that we have created these jobs, and jobs have been created in my riding. We are leading among G7 countries in terms of economic growth, and we will continue on this road. Another brief question.
Commentaire. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This has been a question asked regularly. I wonder if this member has any thoughts on it since we have limited time. I'll state it simply. When will the budget balance itself?
The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, that's not what's most important right now. The Conservative government never managed really strong growth. We are sure that we are on the right path. We're investing at a time when at the right time is the right thing to do, and the numbers speak for themselves. We're leading the G7. We have a strong economy. We have created a great many jobs. The budget, we will balance it. We are proud of what we have accomplished, and we're proud that Canada leads among the G7. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As it is 5:30 p.m., it is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Richards, moved that Bill C-86 be amended by deleting Clause 17. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yea. All those opposed will please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. The recorded division on the motion stands deferred. La mise à voix porte sur la motion numéro 3.
The vote is on motion 3. Mr. Poilievre proposes that C-86 be amended by the deletion of clause 247. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the noes have it. The standing vote is delayed. On motion 4, Mr. Poilievre moves that C-86 be amended, be amended by deleting clause 52. All those in favour will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. And the vote stands deferred.
To motion numbers 7, 8, 10, and 11. Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Richards, moved that Bill C-86 be amended by deleting clause 444. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. Yay. All those opposed will please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. The recorded division on the motion stands deferred. This recorded division also applies to motion numbers 7, 8, 10, and 11. La mise à voix porte sur la motion numéro.
The vote is on motion 12, which will also apply to 13 through 22. Ms. MacLeod, seconded by Mr. Poilievre, moved that Bill C-86 be amended by deleting clause 675. All those in favor will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. The recorded division stands deferred. This will also apply from motions 13 to 22. The question is on Amendment 43, Mr. Poilievre, supported by Mr. Richards, will be amended by the suppression of this clause. Will the House adopt the motion? All those in favor will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. The recorded division stands deferred.
Voilà, la Chambre abordera maintenant les votes par appel non.
The House will now attend to deferred recorded divisions. Call in the members.
think I should let... Order. The question is on motion number 2. Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Richards, moved that Bill C-86 be amended by deleting Clause 17. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen. Mr. Nicholson. Ms. Finley. Ms. Ledoux. Mr. Bazan. Ms. Rempel. Mr. Kent. Mr. O'Toole. Mr. Reyes. Mr. Polyev. Mr. Dead-Ted. Mrs. Bloch. Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops Thompson Caribou. Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse des Etchemins-Lévis. Mr. McColman. Mr. Nuttall. Mr. Martel. Mr. Paulus. Mr. Alvis. Mr. Richards. Mr. Workington. Mr. Straw. Mrs. Stubbs. Ms. Harder. Mrs. Vecchio. Mrs. Wong. Mr. Abouteyev. Mrs. Kuzi. Mr. Kelly. Mr. General. Mr. Tilson. Mr. Warwa. Mr. O'Brien. Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Reed. Mr. Lukiski. Mr. Nader. Mrs. Wagenthal. Mr. Broussard. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Carey. Mr. Anderson. Ms. Alislev. Mr. Soroya. Madame Boucher. Mr. Lake. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Falk-Provencher. Monsieur Gould. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West. Mr. Lobb. Mr. Jennis. Mrs. Gallant. Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster. Mr. Albrecht. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. McGuire. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Arnold. Monsieur Clark. Monsieur Godin. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Sopuck. Mr. Van Kesteren. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Erglinski. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. Yerdega. Mr. Ziot. Mr. Leipert. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Shields. Mr. Viersen. Mr. Waugh. Mr. Weber. Mr. Motz. Mr. Benson. Mr. Trost.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau. Mr. Hare. Mr. O'Regan. Mr. Sajjan. Madame Joly. Mr. Goodale. Mr. Rodriguez. Ms. Petitpas-Taylor. Ms. Freeland. Monsieur Leblanc. Ms. Chager. Ms. Qualtrough. Mr. Bryson. Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan. Ms. Bennett. Mr. Baines. Ms. Haidu. Mr. Hussain. Mrs. Philpott. Mr. Blair. Ms. Tassie. Ms. Mahaichuk. Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester. Mr. Easter. Mr. Nault. Ms. Scrow. Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil-la-Petite-Nation. Mrs. McCrimmon. Mr. Algabra. Mr. Leslie. Ms. Gould. Monsieur Champagne. Mr. Holland. Monsieur Garneau. Ms. Duncan of Etobicoke North. Monsieur Duclos. Ms. McKenna. Madame Le Boutillier. Madame Bibot. Mr. Cuzner. Ms. Murray. Mr. Casey Charlottetown. Mr. Vaughan. Monsieur Lametti. Mrs. Lockhart. Monsieur Schiffke. Mrs. Romanato. Monsieur Hébert. Mr. Eiking. Mr. Bagnall. Monsieur Paradis. Mr. McGinty. Mr. Anna de Sangre. Mr. Fillmore. Mrs. Jordan. Ms. Goldsmith-Jones. Mr. Oliver. Monsieur Lefebvre. Mr. Duguid. Mr. Lamoureux. Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau. Monsieur Lightbound. Mr. Varani. Monsieur Poisson. Mr. Fraser Central Nova. Ms. Young. Mrs. Schultz. Monsieur Vandal. Ms. Cara. Mr. DeCourcy. Mr. Sims. Ms. Ratanzi. Mr. Jesnevsky. Mr. Dhaliwal. Mr. Pescasolido. Madame Mendez. Mr. Oliphant. Monsieur Duboul. Mr. Aldag. Mr. Amos. Monsieur Arsenault. Mr. Aria. Monsieur Ayoub. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Bayless. Mr. Bossio. Mr. Bertina. Monsieur Breton. Mrs. Cesar Chavan. Mr. Biddle. Madame Lapointe. Mr. Chen. Ms. Mr. Brusen.
Mr. Brusen.
Ms. DeMont.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Sassy.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Ekoury.
Monsieur Alcoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Elson.
Mr. Elson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fraser, West Nova.
Mr. Fraser, West Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Le Métis, Matin, Matipédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, Le Métis, Matin, Matipédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port
Mr.
Coquitlam.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Serré.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Cedar Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar, Mr. Mascui, Fraser Canyon.
Cedar Brampton South.
Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Seacan.
Mr. Seacan.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms.
Ms.
Matheson.
Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmondson Strathcona.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Suite.
Madame Boutin Suite.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur return to Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Monsieur Saganache.
Mr. Saganache.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Charquette.
Mr. Charquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudia.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Martial.
Monsieur Martial.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Island.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Yeas pour 79, 79. Nays contre 200, 200.
I declare motion number 2 defeated. La mise au voix porte sur la motion.
The next division is on motion number 3. Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Riches, moves that Bill C-86 be amended by deleting clause 247. All those in favor will please rise.
Well, the Honourable Government House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. I believe if you seek it, you will find agreement to apply the result of the last previous vote to this vote, with Liberal members voting against.
Sorry, I meant the Chief Government Whip. The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Mr. Speaker, we agree to apply, and Conservative members will be voting yes.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP agrees to apply and will vote no.
Mirabel.
Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Bloc agrees to apply, and we will vote against.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Green Party also agrees to apply the vote and votes no.
Anna Louvain.
The CCF agrees to apply and will vote no.
For Nunavut.
Agree to apply and hopefully keep applying, and be voting no.
Member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree to apply and voting no, and I'll follow Mr. Trudeau's footsteps.
Pour 79, 79, nays, contre 200, 200.
Je déclare la motion numéro 3.
I declare the motion number 3 defeated.
On motion number 4, Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Richards, moved that Bill C-86 be amended by deleting clause 352. All those in the Honourable Chief Government Whip is rising on a point of order.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of order. I believe you will find there is unanimous consent to apply the results of the previous vote to this vote, and the Liberal Party will vote against. We agree to apply the vote, and the Conservative Party votes yes. Honourable member for Hochelaga.
Vote and will vote no.
Honourable member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Bloc agrees to apply the vote, and we will vote no.
For Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Green Party agrees to the application of the vote and votes no.
Honourable member for Nunavut.
Mr. Speaker, again, I completely agree to apply and continue to agree to apply and continue to agree to apply and be voting no. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree to apply, and I'm voting no, and so far so good. Thank you.
Member for Regina Louvain.
CCF is pleased to confirm that there is unanimous consent to apply and will be voting no.
Yeas pour 79, 79, nays, contre 200, 200.
I declare motion number 4 defeated. La mise au voix porte sur la motion numéro.
The next vote is on motion number 6. And the results of that vote will also apply to motions 7, 8, 10, and 11. Mr. Poilievre, seconded by the honourable member, moves that Bill C-86 be amended by deleting clause 444.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On point of order, I believe if you seek it, you will find consent to apply the result of the previous vote to this vote, with Liberal members voting against.
Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Mr. Speaker, we agree to apply with Conservative members voting yes.
Honourable member for Hochelaga. The NDP agrees to apply the vote and will vote no. The honourable member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Bloc agrees to apply the vote and will vote no. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Green Party also agrees to apply the vote and will vote no.
Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, pleased to apply and will be voting no.
Honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree to apply and voting no. Thank you.
Honourable member for Regina Louvain.
CCF agrees to apply and will vote no.
Yeas pour 79, 79, nays, contre 200, 200.
Je déclare la motion numéro.
I declare motion number 6 defeated, and I therefore declare motion 7, 8, 10, and 11 defeated.
Number 12. A vote on this motion also applies to motions numbers 13 to 22. Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, seconded by Mr. Poilievre, move that Bill C-86 be amended by deleting clause 675. All those in favour of the motion, the Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe you will find unanimous consent to apply the previous vote to this vote, and Liberal members are voting no. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We agree to apply the vote, and the Conservative Party votes yes. The honourable member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Apply this vote and will vote against it.
Honourable member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Bloc agrees to apply the vote and will vote no. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
The Green Party agrees to apply and votes no.
Honourable member for Nunavut.
Speaker, agree to apply and be voting no.
Member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree to apply and
Van.
The CCF agrees to apply and will vote no.
Yeas pour pour 79, 79. Nays, contre, 200, 200.
I declare motion number 12 defeated, and therefore I declare motions number 13 to 22 defeated.
23, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Richards, moved that Bill C-86 be amended by deleting Clause 692. The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe, again, if you seek it, you will find consent to apply the results of the previous vote to this vote, with Liberal members voting against.
Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We agree to apply, with Conservative members voting yes.
Député d'Hochelaga.
Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NDP agrees to apply the vote and will vote no. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Bloc agrees to apply the vote and we will vote no.
Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We agree to apply and vote no.
Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree to apply and will be voting no.
Honourable Member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree to apply, voting no.
Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
CCF agrees to apply and will vote no.
Yeas pour 79, 79. Nays, contre, 200, 200.
Je déclare la motion numéro.
I declare motion number 23 defeated.
Ms. Haidu for Mr. Morneau, seconded by Ms. Tassi, moves that Bill C-86, the second act to implement certain provisions of the budget, tabled in Parliament on February 27, 2018, and other measures as amended, be concurred in at report stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Mr. Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Lauzon, Enchanté la Petite Nation.
Mr. Lauzon, Enchanté la Petite Nation.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Mr. Chiffquet.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Anna de Sangre.
Mr. Nan Sanger.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Vandage.
Mr. Vandage.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Brusen.
Mr. Brusen.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Mrs. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Sassy.
Mr. Alsassi.
Monsieur Edcoudi.
Mr. Alcouli.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Elson.
Mr. Elson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé Avignon, Le Métis Matin, Matipédia.
Mr. Marseille Avignon, le Métis Patin, Matipédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinney, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Hoda.
Mr. Hoda.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Monsieur Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sea-Doo, Mission, Matsquey, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sea-Doo, Mission, Matsquey, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sea-Doo, Brampton South.
Ms. Sea-Doo, Brampton South.
Mr. Seacan.
Mr. Seacan.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Sabera.
Mr. Sabera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Delted.
Mr. Delted.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martin.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abuteyev.
Mr. Abuteyev.
Ms. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Genera.
Mr. Genera.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. Laub.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Sopuck.
Mr. Sopuck.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Leiper.
Mr. Leiper.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Suite.
Madame Boutin
Ms.
Suite.
North Island Powell River.
Ms. Lady North Island Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. Saganache.
Mr. Saganache.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Boudriat.
Monsieur Boudriat.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Martial.
Monsieur Martial.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir. Yeas pour 156, 156. Nays contre 123, 123.
I declare the motion carried. Quand ce projet de loi sera-t-il?
When shall the bill be read a third time? At the next sitting of the House? Agreed.
Conformément à l'ordre adopté le vendredi 20.
Pursuant, we'll now proceed to a vote on second reading of Bill C-86. The question is on the amendment. C-81 will now be read. Ms. Coltrane, seconded by Mr. Soy, moved that Bill C-81, an act to ensure a barrier for Canada, be now read a third time and do pass. May I dispense?
Que tous ceux qui appuient l'amendement voient bien.
All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Blaney, Bachas, des Etchemin,
Mr. Blaney, Bachas, des Etchemin, Levy.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Genero.
Mr. Genero.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Alislev.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Commit.
Mr. Commit.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godet.
Mr. Godet.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Madame Rousseau.
Madame Rousseau.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion voient bien.
All those opposed will please rise.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Pat Taylor.
Ms. Patty Taylor.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Leblanc.
Mr. Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Waltrow.
Ms. Waltrow.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Lozon Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lozon Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Gabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan and Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan and Etobicoke North.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Anna DeSangari.
Mr. Anand Sangari.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Getsnow.
Mr. McKinnon
Mr.
Gatineau.
Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pascasolido.
Mr. Pescasilido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Duboul.
Mr. Duboul.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mrs. Caesar Chaban.
Mrs. Caesar Chaban.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruzen.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. DeMont.
Ms. DeMont.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Sassy.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Curie.
Mr. Alcoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Elson.
Mr. Elson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fraser, West Nova.
Mr. Fraser, West Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Matapédia.
Mr. Massé Avignon, Le Métis, Matin, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinney, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Wallet.
Mr. Wallet.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robial.
Monsieur Robial.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Hoda.
Mr. Hoda.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Monsieur Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mishimatsky, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar Mission Mashpee Fraser Canyon.
Sidhu Brampton South.
Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Seacan.
Mr. Seacan.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Sabera.
Mr. Sabara.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vanderbilt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Mr. Plamondon.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Mr. Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Mr. Marcel.
Monsieur Thériault.
Mr. Thériault.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Mr. Barcelou Duval.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung. Yeas pour 115, 115. Nays contre 163, 163.
Je déclare l'amendement rejeté.
I declare the amendment defeated.
Made on Friday, November 23rd, 2018, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded provision on the motion at third reading stage of Bill C-81. The question is as follows. Ms. Qualtrough, seconded by Mr. Sohi, moved that Bill C-81, an act to ensure a barrier-free Canada, be now read a third time and do pass. All those in favor of the Honourable Chief Government Whip?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think if you seek it, you will find consent to apply the result of the previous vote to this vote, with Liberal members voting for.
A member for Chilliwack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We agree to apply with Conservative members voting yes.
Député Dash-Lega.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP is agreed and will vote yes. We will apply the vote and we vote for. The Green Party is also agrees to apply and we vote yes.
You sure? Yes. Oh, sorry. I agree to apply and will be voting yes.
Member for Calgary Skyview.
Agree to apply, voting yes.
The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
CCF is in favor of applying and of the motion itself.
So this is
I declare the motion carried.
Mr. President, we'll have the reading of this bill.
It being 6:55, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business consideration of Bill C-417, an act of amendment for legal disclosure of information to jurors, standing in the name of Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper, seconded by Mr. Rankin, moves that Bill C-417, an act to amend the Criminal Code, disclosure of information by jurors, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice. Debate, the Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honor to rise to speak on my private member's bill, Bill C-417. Bill C-417 seeks to amend Section 649 of the Criminal Code, which is the jury secrecy rule. The jury secrecy rule prohibits a juror from talking about their experiences during jury deliberations for life. My bill would carve out a minor exception to the jury secrecy rule to better help jurors who are suffering from mental health challenges arising from their jury service get the help that they need. Before I discuss the particulars of the exception proposed in my bill, I think it would be helpful to provide some context and some background to how I arrived at introducing this bill. This bill arises from a study of the Justice Committee, of which I'm a member, on juror supports. Indeed, it is the first parliamentary study on juror supports, and in that regard, I would like to commend the member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford for his leadership in taking the initiative to bring about this study. It proved to be a valuable study that resulted in a unanimous committee report with what I believe are many important recommendations. Mr. Speaker, during the study, we heard from many former jurors who went through difficult trials and who were exposed to horrific evidence. We heard about the stress and anxiety that it caused them. We heard about how it impacted their relationships with others, including friends and family. We heard about the challenges that they faced upon trying to return to work, upon trying to return to the life that they knew prior to jury service. And yes, Mr. Speaker, we heard about the stress and anxiety and even PTSD that they have suffered as a result of their jury service. The testimony of these former jurors was extremely powerful, and I would like to read into the record some of the testimony of the former jurors. Mark Ferrand, who served as a jury foreman in a particularly gruesome murder trial, said this of his experience, quote, "Images would haunt me day after day, an unrelenting bombardment of horror. My daughter's red finger painting would hurtle me back to the scene of the crime, and I would stare transfixed, seemingly out of space and time. Sometimes I would just start to cry for no reason at all. Intimacy with my spouse was impossible, and I found myself either sleeping downstairs on some kind of vigil or sleeping in my children's rooms at the foot of their doors, if I even slept at all. I began to see everything as a potential threat, and even began arming myself with knives, just in case. I would say to myself, as I would take my children to the park to play, my daughter asked me one day why I was putting a knife in my jacket, and I struggled to understand, even myself, why I was doing it, let alone to explain it to a 3-year-old girl. I knew something was horribly wrong with me," unquote. And indeed, something was horribly wrong, because Mark Ferrand was diagnosed with PTSD as a result of his jury service. Tina Danzer, who more than 2 decades ago served on the Paul Bernardo jury, said this, quote, "At that moment, I had no way to fully comprehend how bad it would be. Imagine watching young girls being raped and tortured over and over again. You couldn't close your eyes and you couldn't look away because your duty was to watch the evidence. Many days I would go home in a fog, as if heavily medicated. I counted on my husband to care for our children and to assume most household responsibilities, as I often had difficulty focusing on tasks after a day in court. Most nights the videos would play in my head over and over again. I had difficulty sleeping. Intimacy with my husband became non-existent for a long time. Even after the trial ended, I became afraid to go outside after dark, and to this day that still affects me. I have extreme distrust of strangers." And then there's Scott Blue, who sat on a jury in a murder trial that involved the murder of a 2.5-year-old boy. He said this, quote, "To this day, I worry all the time that something will happen to my kids, that someone in their life will hurt them the way the victim was hurt. I'm super vigilant and accused of being way too overprotective, but not knowing what I know, I cannot be too careful with who looks after my kids." And that's just a part of what was a lot of testimony, very powerful testimony of jurors who quite courageously shared their stories, shared their experiences, shared about how their jury service changed their lives forever. We heard at the Justice Committee that one of the biggest impediments for jurors to get the help that they need is the jury secrecy rule. The jury deliberation process is, in fact, one of the most stressful aspects of jury service. After all, It is a time when jurors are sequestered with 11 other strangers, sometimes for hours, sometimes for days, sometimes for weeks, where they have to go through methodically the evidence, sometimes very disturbing and gruesome evidence. And they ultimately, Mr. Speaker, have to decide the fate of an individual. In the most serious of cases, that fate may be to put someone away for the rest of his or her life. And in that regard, Tina Danzer, who served on the Bernardo jury, described this of the jury deliberation process. Quote, "After the Bernardo trial ended, I was only sequestered for one evening, and basically I got the question, what took you so long? You can't answer that. You can't discuss what the other people in the room would like to do or not like to do. Again, you've seen the evidence, and you've decided that the person is guilty, but you are still sending that person to federal prison for the rest of their life. You shouldn't feel guilty, but somehow deep down you still do. Talking through those things could be quite helpful." Dr. Sonia Chopra, who is a psychologist who appeared before the Justice Committee and has undertaken a fairly extensive study around former jurors, identified as a result of her interviewing many former jurors that 7 out of the top 10 stressors for jurors occurs at the time of the verdict and the jury deliberation process leading up to that. In her study, some of the comments of jurors about the deliberation process include, quote, "The deliberation room, that's where the stress began. The trial was fun." Another juror said, "I was appalled with the jury. If there's a weak link, that's where it was." Another said stress wasn't because of the trial, it was because of the other jurors. Another, "Infighting with the jury was my only source of stress." Another former juror said, "Deliberations were stressful for me, and I'd been holding it in." And another said after the verdict, "I was crying." Mr. Speaker, taken together, it is clear that not being able to talk about those experiences, in fact, for it to be a criminal code offense to talk about those experiences to a mental health professional, is a serious impediment towards jurors getting the help that they need. And so, Mr. Speaker, that's where this bill comes in. It seeks to make a minor exception to the jury secrecy rule, namely that a juror, in the course of getting mental health treatment arising from their jury service, could share their experiences with a mental health professional who is bound to confidentiality post-trial. This is consistent with an important recommendation of our unanimous report. And I want to stress, Mr. Speaker, that this minor carve-out is in no way inconsistent with the rationale underlying the jury secrecy rule, including ensuring the finality of a verdict and protecting the sanctity of the jury deliberation process, because again, this exception would only apply post-trial to a mental health professional who is bound by confidentiality. It therefore, Mr. Speaker, may come as no surprise that at the committee this received very widespread support from the witnesses, including from former jurors, from mental health professionals, from lawyers, including William Trudell, the president of the Canadian Council of Defence Lawyers. This is a non-partisan issue. It is a common sense issue. It's about doing the right thing to help jurors get the help that they need by making a minor amendment to the criminal code. And, Mr. Speaker, in the nonpartisan spirit of this bill, I'm honored that the member for Victoria, the NDP justice critic who I have the honour to serve on the Justice Committee with, is the seconder of my bill. I'm very pleased that the chair of the Justice Committee, the member for Mount Royal, who ably serves as the chair of the Justice Committee and played an important role in the study as chair, is supportive. I see my friend, the member for Oakville North Burlington, who is a co-seconder, and other MPs on all sides of the House. And I'm also very honored that Mark Ferrand, who is one of the leading advocates in Canada for juror supports, stood with me here in Ottawa when I announced this bill. Mark Ferrand often says that jury service is the last mandatory form of service since the abolition of military conscription. And in that regard, I say it is completely unacceptable that jurors are unable to get the help that they need for doing nothing more than their civic duty. That, Mr. Speaker, needs to change. Bill C-417 helps change that, and I urge on that basis the speedy passage of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you. And I appreciate the contributions of the member from St. Albert, Edmonton at the committee, but also today in this House in terms of presenting this private member's bill. I wanted to ask him, because it's prior to my tenure as parliamentary secretary, but in terms of those committee deliberations, if you could advise this House about some of the practices that are taking place in different provinces around the country. I know some of them have put in place supports, counselling, psychological supports for jurors, and also in the course of applying those supports and that treatment, whether the issue of Section 649 of the Code has ever actually resulted in prosecutions of jurors in different parts of the country as a result of some of the treatment that they've received.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice for his question and also for his work on as a member of the Justice Committee and in his capacity as Parliamentary Secretary. The honourable member raises the issue of juror supports across Canada. What I can say is that there is a patchwork from province to province, with some provinces having better juror supports, some having less, and some having none at all. And it is why it was a key recommendation of our committee to call on the federal minister to work with her provincial and territorial counterparts to see that a better consistency of supports across Canada, and also to provide one-time funding to help make those supports available and accessible right across Canada.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Oakville North Burlington.
Mr. Speaker, and I first want to thank the Honourable Member for bringing forward this bill. I'm wondering if he could share with the House other jurisdictions who have brought in this type of legislation and the impact that legislation may have had on drafting his private member's bill.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
I thank my friend for Oakville North Burlington, and again thank her for her support of this bill. There is similar legislation in place in the state of Victoria in Australia. And the evidence before the Justice Committee was that since that law was passed, that it has worked quite well. There were no issues that arose from it. And that makes sense because, again, we're talking about post-trial, totally confidential in the context of meeting with a mental health professional.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Yes, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for introducing this bill and for
serving this House with his encyclopedic knowledge of statutory law and of our legal system. You're all well served by his presence here. The member spoke very eloquently about the importance of providing mental health support to people who go through the traumatizing process of serving as jury members during trials on allegations of violent crime. Can he also discuss how the existence of such mental health supports may actually lead to higher quality deliberations? Will members of a jury, for example, be able to deliberate more freely and more confidently, knowing that they will have support in the aftermath than they are capable of doing right now? Thank you.
Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, I thank the member for Carleton for his kind words, and he raises a very important point, and it was one that was raised by a number of former jurors and others who appeared before the committee, that by knowing that following the conclusion of a trial, one can go to a mental health professional and talk about all aspects of their jury service, that would go a long way to comforting jurors. And it would also encourage Canadians to step up to the plate, because far too often people who are called to serve on juries often do not want to go on to juries, and part of the reason is because of the very difficult circumstances that former jurors can find themselves in post-trial. So this is an important step in that regard.
We go to resuming debate. The Honourable Government House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I think you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, any recorded division requested in relation to the third reading stage of Bill C-75, an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Youth Criminal Justice Act, and other acts, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, or the third reading stage of Bill C-86, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 27, 2018, and other measures be deferred until Monday, December 3, 2018, at the ordinary hour of daily adjournment, and B, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions on Thursday, November 29, 2018, the House revert back to the rubric motions for the purpose of considering a motion to concur in the 66th report of the Standing Order Committee on Procedure and House Affairs.
Does the Honourable Government House Leader have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? No? Right, there is no consent. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Mount Royal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise. I want to thank my colleague from St. Albert, Edmonton, for the private member's bill that he put before us. It is consistent with the report from the Standing Committee of Justice, which had a unanimous approval. And I also want to salute my colleague from Cowichan, Malahat Langford, who, along with the member for Victoria and the member for Niagara Falls and all of the other members of our committee, have worked so diligently in terms of bringing this issue to the fore. Jurors throughout Canada have a serious issue. As the member for St. Albert Edmonton reminded us when he quoted Mark Ferrant, jury service is essentially the only compulsory service left in this country. And it is the only time that members of the public often find themselves in contact with the justice system. So while this bill, which I will get to, is a very important component, the study that we did showed many, many flaws in the way we treat jurors in Canada. For example, it showed us that in some provinces, the rate that we pay a juror has not been increased since the early 1970s. And that there is a great divergence amongst provinces, with some provinces paying up to $163 a day and other provinces paying nothing for the first few days of jury services, leading to many people being unable to afford to be on a jury. And when we want juries, we want them to be representative of the public at large, not simply one small group that it can afford to do jury service. We found that in some provinces, there was excellent services provided post-trial to jurors, only in recent years, but some provinces have started real legal support programs. Other provinces have absolutely no legal support programs. And as my colleague from St. Albert, Edmonton said, one of our important recommendations was to ask the Federal Minister of Justice to work with her provincial counterparts to ensure that all provinces were able to provide post-trial support to jurors. We heard the quotes that were read by my honourable colleague from St. Albert, Edmonton. We heard compelling testimony before our committee that showed how deeply people were affected by their jury service. We heard people come out of the trial unable to take care of their children, unable to have relationships with their partner, unable to fend for themselves even in the world, and dropping out of the world and harboring themselves in seclusion. And that is not acceptable in Canada today to stem from a compulsory service that we ask our citizens to be part of. So I would only hope that in addition to this very, very well-timed bill, that there is more that can be done through provincial, federal working together to improve the lives of jurors across Canada. Because the last thing we want is people to be disinclined to perform their jury service. Now, as to the bill that is put forward by my honourable colleague, this lies purely within federal jurisdiction. This is an issue that is in the criminal code. It is an issue where in Canada we have determined that it was inappropriate for jurors generally to discuss the matters that arose during deliberation, except if they were somehow raised in open court or they were the subject of a criminal proceeding. And that is not the case in every jurisdiction in the world. In the United States, for example, jurors are able to speak freely about their experience in deliberation, which has led to many books. All of us can remember the O.J. Simpson trial and how many books came out of the Simpson jury. Now, that is not the approach that our committee is proposing. We're not proposing, and nor did any of the jurors that came before us to speak to us at committee propose that jurors be allowed to enrich themselves by talking about juror deliberations in titillating or sensational trials. That is not the approach we're proposing. We took the time to listen to expert testimony from different jurisdictions in the United States, in Europe, and in Australia. And the model that we are proposing is the model that, as my honourable colleague mentioned, is used in the Australian state of Victoria. In the Australian state of Victoria, by the way, they actually have a coordinator for juries. They have a person whose entire job in that state is to be responsible for making sure that the juror experience in the state of Victoria is appropriate and that jurors are well taken care of. We in Canada would be well advised to find the ability at the provincial and territorial level to create the position of jury coordinator so that there is somebody that actually has the overall responsibility, not just for one trial, not just for one case, but overall to talk about the juror experience and make it better. We have bailiffs and judges and others who, with appropriate training, can do excellent jobs, but that doesn't mean that the experience should stop there. We heard testimony, Mr. Speaker, of jurors being confined to small rooms and small spaces. We heard testimony of jurors being told to park next to the accused or next to members of the accused family, of walking into court next to people who are testifying at trial. All of this could be avoided if we had someone who had an overall responsibility of walking through our courthouses, determining how best to allow jurors to have a decent experience. So in this case, Victoria, whose jury coordinator, by the way, came from Canada, told us that they had an exception to the secrecy rule that we have in Section 649 in our criminal code. They had an exception that when it came to speaking to mental health professionals, that jurors were allowed to do so, and it was exception to their general criminal principle that you couldn't talk about deliberations. And this is exactly what my colleague from St. Albert, Edmonton, is proposing in this piece of legislation. In our report, we recommended using Victoria as an example, and that's exactly what he's done. He's carved out a very small exception to allow those jurors who were deeply affected and could be deeply affected by the deliberations, which is, by the way, what we heard to be part of the most stressful part of juror service. You could have conflict with your fellow jurors in deliberation, Mr. Speaker. You could be hearing about gruesome, horrific testimony. You could for example, be even in a point where you're at an altercation with fellow jurors because you're the only one that believes that the defendant should either be acquitted or found guilty. And coming out of your service, while you can talk about the other things that impacted you during the service to a mental health professional, in Canada, we do not allow that juror or someone providing support to that juror, for example, if the juror is hearing impaired, to talk to a mental health professional or other medical professional about their stress that they received in deliberations and to open up about deliberations, which could be the major source of their stress. So while it is well and good and excellent that we are pushing for provinces and territories to each have a mental health support program for former jurors, it still doesn't work as effectively if this exception is not created in the criminal code to also allow them to talk about their experience in deliberations. So my colleague from St. Albert Edmonton has taken a recommendation that was unanimously supported by all of the members of the committee. He's taken an example, a concrete example that exists in a different Commonwealth jurisdiction in Australia to show how it can be done. And he's put this into legislation, which I dearly hope that we can unanimously in this House support and move quickly toward the other place so that we can move forward down a path of helping jurors in an area of federal jurisdiction be able to be better treated when it comes to mental health services. Donc, je crois que ça, c'est une pièce de législation qui est très importante. Je salue mon collègue de St. Albert Edmonton pour son travail.
And I'd like to salute my colleague for his work on the Standing Committee of Justice and Human Rights. And I truly hope that this will be passed as quickly as possible.
To speak, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak in favor of this legislation. Let's get it through.
Before we go to resuming debate, I see the Honourable Government House Leader rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion, that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, A, any recorded division requested in relation to the third reading stage of Bill C-75, an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Youth Criminal Justice Act, and other acts, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, or the third reading stage of Bill C-86, a second reading act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 27, 2018, and other measures, be deferred until Monday, December 3, 2018, at the ordinary hour of daily adjournment, and B, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions on Thursday, November 29, 2018, the House revert back to the rubric motions for the purpose of considering a motion to concur in the 66th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader du gouvernement à la Chambre.
Does the Government House Leader have the unanimous consent to move the motion?
Oui.
Yes. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes? Adopted.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Victoria.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I had the honour to second on October 29th this bill, Bill C-417, introduced by my friend and colleague from St. Albert, Edmonton. As he indicated, we worked together along with the member who spoke earlier, the chair of our Justice Committee, the Honourable Member for Mount Royal, on the Justice and Human Rights Committee. And I enjoy working with him there, and I note that today he spoke with his typical eloquence to this bill. Mr. Speaker, I get many letters from my constituents urging me, when it serves Canadians, to work across party lines to do what Canadians ask us to, make laws that are going to make their lives better. If ever there was an example of that, it's tonight. I think I'm delighted to support this initiative. It's a nonpartisan issue. It's what I think you've heard the expression, Mr. Speaker, I would call a no-brainer. It's really hard for me to understand how people could resist such an obviously right thing to do. What does this bill do? Well, it makes it possible for you to seek mental health assistance if you have served on a jury and you're one of those very few people who are deeply affected by that experience, traumatized by that experience. Who could possibly oppose such a measure? Perhaps there's ways it could be improved by drafting, and of course that's the role of committees to delve into it further. But in principle, how can one possibly oppose this measure? I want to, along with my other colleagues, salute the work of my colleague from Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, who pushed us to do this and produced, as my friend from Niagara Falls pointed out, a bill that an initiative, a report that was unanimous and that everybody joined hands around. And I think that I commend him for doing so. It's a unanimous report. The member for Mount Royal has described some of the recommendations aside from this that are part of that report. But as he pointed out, many of them are in provincial jurisdiction. The beauty of this very simple and clean amendment to the bill is that it is entirely in federal jurisdiction. It's an amendment to Section 649 of the Criminal Code that very narrowly addresses the problem that he has described today. Mr. Speaker, I grew up in a place called St. Catharines, Ontario. I can tell you that community was traumatized by the Paul Bernardo and Carlos Hamalco trial. And to his eternal credit, Mr. Justice Patrick Lesage did something for which he had really no authority. He provided counseling for jurors who were affected by that horrific testimony, videotapes and so forth that changed people's lives, and I know that to be true because I know people who were affected by that horrible experience. And then we were at the committee, we heard other people, including Mark Ferrand, who both my colleagues have spoken up, who has become a leader in this initiative, stood with the honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton and myself at a press conference to tell his story. He's not afraid to tell the story of what happened to him by doing his civic duty. Now, both my colleagues have stressed that one of the few remaining things, if not the only remaining things, that Canadians can be compelled to do is do their duty on a jury. We depend on them. Our system of criminal justice depends on them, and that they put their lives once in a while in real jeopardy by doing what we require of them. But the thing that also needs to be said is in that criminal courtroom, the Crown Counsel will no doubt have access to effective medical assistance. The judge will as well, because they have that kind of support. Probably the defense lawyer would as well through the Canadian Bar Association insurance program or the like. People who choose to come in and sit in the courtroom do so voluntarily. But you know who doesn't have any support, Mr. Speaker? The juror. They get nothing, but they put themselves sometimes at great risk. And I'll give you some examples of the poignant testimony that we heard at Justice Committee to prove that point. That's wrong. And the state of Victoria figured it out, that it was the right thing to do, and they fixed it, and we should in Canada as well. So here's an example. One juror named Tina Denzer said, "What I had to watch, those girls being raped and tortured, wasn't just watching evidence. It was sitting in a box where I felt I couldn't do anything to save them. It was excruciating for me." And she goes on to say, "It's been over 22 years. I still have residual effects. If your 85-year-old grandmother is standing on the side of the road waving me down to help her with her broken-down car, I'm not stopping. I'm not stopping for anyone. I'm distrustful of most strangers. My family life is back to regular, but as a societal person, I'm highly distrustful of people." That's what jury service did to that Canadian citizen. Sonia Chopra, a former juror, said this, "I experienced nightmares, recurrent thoughts, loss of sleep, loss of balance, weight loss. Grinding of teeth at night escalated to clenching of teeth during the day, which led to headaches. I had a general feeling of anger all the time and the feeling of helplessness." I could go on, Mr. Speaker, but psychologist Vivian Lee said to our committee that because of stigma, jurors often don't recognize or seek help until much later in their lives, when their difficulties have impacted many aspects of their work and personal lives. The point of this bill, Mr. Speaker, is to say that it's okay to go to a health professional, seek counseling, and obviously take the steps necessary before, at a time when it's perhaps easier to make the changes that would make their lives better. According to the World Health Organization, Every dollar we invest in mental health results in about $4 in savings to the Canadian and world community. I think that's applicable in this situation as well. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I really want to commend the member for St. Albert Edmonton for his leadership. I want to say how proud I am to have served with the people who've spoken and others in this chamber tonight who are on the Justice Committee, effectively led, as I wish to confirm, by the member from Mount Royal. And I urge all members to support what the member for St. Albert properly called a common sense bill. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to begin by thanking my colleague, the member from St. Albert Edmonton, for introducing this bill and giving me, as well as so many of my other colleagues, the honour of seconding this bill. I remember the first time in Parliament back in 1984 when my colleague Pauline Browse asked would I second her motion to erect a statue to John Diefenbaker here on Parliament Hill. And I, needless to say, was very proud to have that honour, and I can tell you I'm very proud to have this honour, and I again thank my colleague for that. This is the first time that we have introduced legislation, Mr. Speaker, into this Parliament to address this critical oversight that you've heard about with respect to jurors in our justice system. And I appreciate the fact that my colleague from St. Albert Edmonton and all those who you have heard here are addressing this situation, which up till now has been basically ignored. I was Justice Minister for 6.5 years. I don't remember any reports, any memos or something with respect to the health and well-being of jurors. And so I am so pleased that we are taking steps, as my colleague, the member from Victoria, just pointed out, something that makes common sense. And so what we can get out of Bill C-217 is the protection that members of the jury need. And again, the member has proactively taken this issue that, again, has been ignored for too long. The legislation effectively speaks to, as you've heard, Section 649, which prohibits jurors from disclosing jury deliberations to anyone other than in relation to the obstruction of justice under 139(2) of the Criminal Code. This new legislation will allow jurors for the first time in Canada to seek the help of licensed practitioners such as psychiatrists and psychologists, and I'm so pleased to hear of the support. All the members that when we were on that committee, Mr. Speaker, and you heard some of the testimony or some of the evidence, everybody is affected in some way or another. I see my colleague, the member from St. Catharines, who is here, and he still remembers, as we all do who lived in the Niagara Peninsula, the gruesome details of the Bernardo trial. I remember that trial, and I can tell you, indeed, my colleague from across there is correct when he said that the wounds from that trial have not healed. And all I can say, Mr. Speaker, is that thank God that man wasn't released on parole here just recently. As a matter of fact, there are people still suffering, still impacted by that trial. I heard from a constituent who was a friend of Christian French, and she reiterated the nightmares that trial live on in her family, friends, and jurors. And we heard, as you heard, Mr. Speaker, we had compelling testimony at the Justice Committee from Mr. Mark Ferrand and Mr. Patrick Fleming. Mr. Ferrand has been an advocate for jurors, and as you heard, he's one of those who has suffered PSD in addition to anxiety, depression, and nervous shock due to the distressing and disturbing evidence that was presented at the trial in which he served as a jury foreman. The 2014 trial that I was talking about was that of Farshad Badakhshan, who was convicted of second-degree murder in the death of his girlfriend, Karina Petrash. She was stabbed multiple times before her body was burned in a fire. Mr. Ferrand was subjected to viewing gruesome evidence over and over again. And it should be no surprise to anyone that jurors are traumatized by being obliged to sit and watch the graphic horrors repeatedly. In addition, Tina Denzer was another witness we heard from. She was the first one to be selected in the Bernardo trial, and she was the one who had to listen and see all the evidence with respect to the terrible evidence that was introduced at that trial. She wanted to close her eyes and look away, but she couldn't because she knew that it was her duty to watch the evidence. At one point during the trial, Judge Lesage had to call a recess on her behalf as she was having severe heart palpitations due to stress. She was referred to counseling. In his 29 years as judge, Justice Lesage had only ordered or recommended counseling for juror on only 2 occasions, and the Bernardo trial was one of them. And, Mr. Speaker, it should be noted as well that he himself sought counseling after that trial ended. Ms. Deisner ended her testimony by saying that the counseling helped her manage the trauma and anxiety and get back to living her life. This speaks to the reason why C-417 is critical to protect our jurors. If we want to continue to have jurors to serve and to value their service, we need to ensure that they are provided avenues to reduce their stress, including the opportunity to talk about it and debrief afterwards. Many provinces do have juror support programs, such as providing free counseling to former jurors. This bill would increase the effectiveness of those sessions, as it would allow jurors to further discuss the reasons that why they have become significantly stressed. And many of our healthcare professionals who testified before the committee supported this change, as they felt it would improve the health of former jurors without compromising the sanctity of our jury system, which medical professionals are bound by the confidential requirements. So I thank all the members who've been involved with this, the member for Mount Royal, the member for Victoria, and of course the member for Cowichan, Matahal Langford, for encouraging and moving forward with this at the Justice Committee, because of that report, this is what you're seeing here today, this bill C-417. It's not without precedent. As you heard, there are other jurisdictions that are having a look at that. You've heard that in Australia, in the state of Victoria, they have had similar secrecy rules like Canada did, but their Juries Act of 2000 now allows jurors to discuss further deliberation, to discuss juror deliberation in the course of their mental health treatment undertaken as a result of their jury service. I have to tell you, as Justice Minister, Mr. Speaker, it was always very helpful to see what our colleagues in Australia did. They have many of the same issues that we have in Canada. Both countries adhere to the Westminster model of Parliament, and in fact are, again, similar in many ways. I always remember when the Prime Minister of Australia was here about 10 years ago addressing the Parliament. He mentioned that Canada and Australia were like identical twins separated at birth. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, having a look at what they do in other countries such as Australia, I think are very helpful for us here in Canada. One of the things, Mr. Speaker, I do want to touch on, and I was pleased that my colleague from Mount Royal raised it as well, is the lack of remuneration for members of the jury. To ask somebody to sit on a jury for 2 weeks and then not pay them, or be paying them $50 a day, contributes to the stress these individuals suffer from. And as my colleague pointed out, some provinces have not raised this since the 1970s. That's absolutely wrong. These people are an essential part of our justice system, and they shouldn't have that added stress of not being able to look after their home. Even employers who are stressed because they're losing their employees for perhaps long periods of time. So I'm hoping that that's one of the areas that in our discussions with our provincial counterparts say, look, time has moved on. Give these people the kind of financial support they need. But Mr. Speaker, this bill here represents the complete jurisdiction within Parliament that Parliament has, and I am so pleased and honored to be a part of this. And again, I thank all my colleagues here for all their wonderful support of this important bill. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak to Bill C-417, an act to amend the Criminal Code with respect to the disclosure of information by jurors, initiated by the member for St. Albert, Edmonton. As is readily apparent this evening, the bill proposes to amend the Criminal Code, Mr. Speaker, to provide that the prohibition against the disclosure of information relating to jury proceedings does not, in certain circumstances, apply in respect of disclosure by jurors to healthcare professionals. Our government indeed recognizes the crucial role and dedicated service of jurors in the Canadian justice system. As stated by a former juror, Mark Ferrand, who was quoted indeed by the moving member, the member for St. Albert, Edmonton, Mr. Ferrand said in his testimony before the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights that, quote, jurors are an important pillar of the justice system, and you've heard reference to Mr. Ferrand repeatedly this evening. Between November 22nd of last year and February 8th of this year, that Justice Committee undertook a study which culminated in their report, Improving Support for Jurors in Canada, which was rendered in May of this year. The committee has held 8 meetings in Ottawa to hear evidence from witnesses, including former jurors, Canadian and foreign government representatives who work directly with juries or in Justice Departments, Canadian and international lawyers, and other experts interested in the stresses that are associated with jury duty. Again, those committee deliberations and that committee report has been referred extensively in the speeches we've heard thus far tonight. First of all, I want to indicate our thanks to the committee for their thorough study and their important report on this important issue. What I'd like to do now, Mr. Speaker, is take a moment to explain the jury process in Canada, because understanding the roles that jurors are asked to play is necessary to finding solutions to assist them with the difficulties that can result from their very important public service. In criminal cases, Section 11F of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms is triggered, and what that does is it grants any person charged with an offence the right to, quote, the right to the benefit of trial by jury where the maximum punishment for the offence is imprisonment for 5 years or a more severe punishment, end quote. And as provided in Section 471 of the Code, except where otherwise expressly provided by law, every accused who is charged with an indictable offence shall be tried by a court composed of a judge and jury, end quote. That's 471 of the Code, Mr. Speaker. So when a person is charged with a crime listed in Section 469 of the Code, the trial will automatically take place before a judge and jury unless the person charged with the offence and the Attorney General agree to a trial without a jury. In all of these types of criminal cases, Mr. Speaker, the jury is called upon to reach a unanimous verdict, determining whether the accused is guilty beyond a standard of what is called a reasonable doubt based on the evidence presented by the prosecution. In the context of civil cases, Mr. Speaker, the juries also have a role to play. While most civil cases are heard by judge alone, a defendant may also have the right to a trial by judge and jury, depending on the nature of the case and the court. Civil juries must decide on a different standard, the standard of a balance of probabilities, whether the plaintiff proved that the defendant violated the law in question. There are 6 jurors in a civil case, Mr. Speaker, and at least 5 of them are asked to agree upon a civil verdict. And finally, there's also an aspect of coroner's inquests that are triggered when we discuss jurors. Coroner's inquests aim to inform the public of the circumstances of a death, and those require jurors as well. Jurors must respond to questions about the circumstances of a death and may make non-binding recommendations. So unlike the civil or the criminal context, Mr. Speaker, jurors in the coroner's inquests are not required to render a verdict on anyone's legal responsibility. But serving as a juror in any of these capacities that I've just outlined can involve significant stress. We've heard a lot of testimony and a lot of submissions today in this chamber this evening about the stresses that jurors face. And those stresses have the potential to seriously affect a juror's life. What causes stress varies from one person to another, evidently, Mr. Speaker. Several examples were raised by witnesses at the committee, and I want to discuss some of these. For many Canadians, Mr. Speaker, being summoned for jury duty is the first and maybe the only experience that they have with the justice system. As a result, few prospective jurors are knowledgeable about what jury duty entails, and that unfamiliarity with the process itself often generates some anxiety. Many individuals feel, therefore, overwhelmed and stressed when they're summoned for jury duty itself. As expressed by Professor Jane Goodman Delahunty, who said, quote, jurors are moving into an environment that is very unfamiliar to them. This can be very intimidating, and that alone can be somewhat stressful, end of the quote. Being exposed to disturbing information is also a fundamental aspect of what jurors are faced with. Again, we've heard extensively about this evening. It goes without saying, Mr. Speaker, that some legal proceedings deal with truly horrific and horrible crimes and involve traumatic and explicit evidence and testimony, which can include disturbing audio and disturbing video. This can be extremely stressful for jurors who are exposed to it. As Mark Ferrand explained, images would haunt me day after day. We've heard this quote earlier, but it bears repeating, Mr. Speaker. An unrelenting bombardment of horror. My daughter's red finger painting would hurtle me back to the scene of the crime, and I would stare transfixed, seemingly out of space and time. That was Mr. Ferrand before the committee that heard from jurors around the country. With respect to deliberations, Mr. Speaker, some jurors explained that they were uncomfortable with challenging group dynamics and the confrontations that sometimes occurred between jurors. So the deliberation process itself can be stress-inducing. Other individuals spoke about their significant fear of making the wrong decision or rendering a verdict that will have a life-altering impact, feeling the gravity of the task that was before them. A former juror, Michaela Swan, told the Standing Committee on Justice that for her, quote, the most difficult process in serving as a juror was that of deliberations and the resulting post-trial discharge. It's confusing and highly complicated, but there is an immense drive to do the right thing. That's end quote. There's also an abruptness at the end of the trial, Mr. Speaker. Generally, after a verdict is rendered, the duty of jurors comes to an end. The committee heard repeatedly that for a number of jurors, particularly the ones serving on extensive and gruesome trials or inquests, the transition back to normal life is indeed challenging. Former juror Patrick Fleming explained, "We need assistance getting back to our normal life. We are civilians who do not choose this path for ourselves, nor are we trained to deal with this type of situation. Being a juror is a monumental job that has had a major impact on my life," end quote. Many of the former jurors who participated in the committee study described the difficulties they experienced once the jury task concluded. Michaela Swan, who I mentioned earlier, stated, quote, "Within 20 minutes of delivering a verdict and after 4 days of being sequestered, I walked through an open parking lot with 11 other strangers and returned to normal life. I had Sunday to reconnect with my family, and on Monday I was back to work." As Patrick Fleming explained, quote, "At the end of the trial, it was so abrupt. 1 minute I was reading a guilty verdict to 5 individuals, putting them away for 25 years plus another 25, and then the very next minute, the court doors opened and I was going home. Think about that." Mr. Speaker, with respect to Section 649 of the Code, some jurors described feelings of isolation. Currently in Canada, jurors cannot discuss the case with anyone, as per Section 649 of the Code itself. They're cut off from their family and friends and their usual support networks with whom they would normally share troubling information and receive advice or encouragement. This also can be an added stress. As Patrick Fleming explained, I felt isolated from my family and friends. I would distance myself, and I could not share what I was going through. I felt guilty for not being present for my family emotionally and physically. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the important work undertaken by the committee clearly shows that it is possible to prevent or reduce the stress on the juror and with respect to their experience, particularly by improving the preparation process and the conditions under which jurors fulfill their duties throughout the legal proceedings, as well as by providing jurors with psychological support as needed. As was also mentioned earlier, it is a worthwhile investment. According to the WHO, every dollar invested in mental health results in about $4 worth of savings. It is important that we continue to work with provinces and territories to find solutions that support jurors and their mental health, including an examination of Section 649 of the Code. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before we go to resuming debate and the honourable member for Oakville North Burlington, I'll just let her know there are only about just less than 5 minutes remaining in the time provided for private members' business, but I'll give her the usual signal and interrupt at the appropriate time. The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And while my time might be short, I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this bill. And I want to start by thanking the member for St. Albert Edmonton for choosing this as an issue that he wanted to address through his private member's bill. It's one that's extremely important, and as he's heard tonight, and he knows himself, it's a nonpartisan issue. I am a member of the Public Safety Committee, and our first report that we did was also on PTSD and operational stress injuries, and it too was a unanimous report, just like the Justice Committee report, because mental health is something that crosses party lines, and it's something that we need to all be working together. And when people do put themselves in the service to the country, we need to make sure that we're looking after them. I was actually quite surprised, Mr. Speaker, that juries were not able to seek support from medical professionals when they were finished a trial. I first learned about it during our public safety study. And we had both nurses and jurors who reached out to my office to ask if our study could incorporate the mental injuries that they had suffered or that they had received. And of course, that was outside the scope of our study. We probably first became aware of mental injuries through our veterans. And certainly for me personally, that was the first time I started learning that people could receive mental injuries because of what they saw or what they heard. And so I think we've come a long way with our veterans. We're starting to make strides with our first responders and public safety officers. Certainly with both of those groups, we have a long way to go. But with jurors, it's something that just has not come up before. And I'm so happy to be able to be speaking to this, and that the Justice Committee took the time to study this issue in a broad sense with jurors. Much of it falls under provincial jurisdiction, where right now we have 4 provinces that are providing some kind of services to jurors, but really it's something that should be provided across the country. I quite liked the member from Mount Royal's suggestion that there should be someone who looks after jurors. Wouldn't that be a lovely way to support jurors in doing what they're doing? Certainly, from the testimony that you heard and that I read in your report, jurors, after they've been through a trial, your report mentioned they have intrusive thoughts, nightmares, trouble sleeping, development of phobias, anger, loss of appetite, sense of isolation, hypervigilance, depression, anxiety, and substance abuse problems. So, Mr. Speaker, I see that I only have 1 minute left. I think it's critically important that all parties support this bill. We have limited time left in seeing this get through the House and then hopefully get through the Senate to become law. So I'm very pleased to offer my support to the member, and I will be supporting this bill, and I will certainly be advocating within my own caucus to ensure that we get this important piece of legislation passed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington will have 6.5 minutes remaining in her time when the House next gets back to debate on the question that's before the House. The
period provided for private members' business is expired, and it falls to the bottom of the order of precedence.
In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to be able to speak tonight about Canada's engagement with UNRWA and Canada's engagement in general in the Palestinian territories. Mr. Speaker, in response to an earlier question I asked, the Minister for International Development spoke of her time spent in the West Bank, having visited UNRWA facilities, and I've done the same. Earlier this year, I was part of a trip with the Canada-Palestine Parliamentary Friendship Group, where I also had the opportunity to visit the West Bank, to visit an UNRWA school, to speak with students there. And it left me with some striking impressions. I believe deeply that Canada must continue to support a two-state solution, recognizing that both Israelis and Palestinians have a legitimate historic connection to the territory covered by both Israel and the Palestinian territories. Recognizing as well that what is required is an appreciation and understanding of each other's histories, each other's connections, constructive dialogue that recognizes the legitimacy of each other's situation and the challenges that are presented by this conflict. But what I saw at this UNRWA school was, and I think what many have reported on in terms of the challenges that exist in terms of the discussion around this issue, are that the students at that school were not being given an opportunity to at all interact with their Israeli neighbors. And when they spoke about the fact, when we spoke to students, they spoke about the fact that they did not have a desire to have those interactions even as a result of the situation that they were in. The teachers in the room were nodding along to that. UNRWA, I think, is well known and well documented to be an organization that is far too tolerant of intolerance, that is accepting of curricular materials that do not recognize the essential connection that exists between both people. In this particular case, that do not recognize the connection between the Jewish people and that territory, and the need for that kind of understanding and appreciation of both positions. So the question for Canada is, when we're sending money to support, ideally to support the development of a Palestinian state, Palestinian education, are we becoming subject to that soft bigotry of low expectations that says, well, even though there's intolerance in the curriculum, that's good enough? Or are we insisting that when Canadian tax dollars are spent, that those be reflective of Canadian values, that we set the highest possible standard, and that we look for alternatives to the current situation we see with an organization like UNRWA, where dollars are not being spent in a way that are reflective of our values? What was striking when I posed this question to the minister previously is that, we had previously heard on the one hand that she had allegedly raised issues about problematic material. But on the other hand, she said that the money being spent was totally fine. In other words, trying to say on the one hand that there aren't problems, but on the other hand that the minister was speaking about and raising the problems that exist within UNRWA. And it seems to me that you can't have it both ways. Either there aren't problems and therefore it's acceptable to be spending this money, or there are problems, and if there are problems that are being raised by the minister herself, then why is this money being spent? I think Canada, I think our parliament should be deeply concerned about the welfare of the Palestinian people, and that is why we should not be giving money to UNRWA, but instead we should be looking to deliver support in ways that set the highest standard in terms of pluralism, in terms of neutrality, in terms of encouraging peace and peaceful coexistence. That is our position. Will the government come on side with that, stop funding UNRWA, and instead look for more effective ways, more reflective of Canadian values, to deliver support to the Palestinian people?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to providing humanitarian assistance and responding to the needs of the poorest and the most vulnerable around the world. And having traveled to the region recently, I'm sure my honourable colleague opposite would acknowledge that the Palestinian refugees endure high levels of poverty, unemployment, and food insecurity. And by helping to support their humanitarian needs, Canada is also contributing to the stability in the region. Mr. Speaker, on October the 12th of this year, Minister of International Development announced $50 million over 2 years to support millions of vulnerable Palestinian refugees who live in the West Bank, Gaza, Syria, Jordan, and Lebanon. And this funding, Mr. Speaker, is the same that has been provided over the past 2 years. It will help support education, health, social services, as well as the urgent humanitarian assistance for those affected by the Syrian crisis, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canada is also providing up to $12.5 million in support to Right to Play International, which will collaborate with UNRWA to help create a more inclusive environment, Mr. Speaker, Palestinian refugees' children, and also respond to the existing educational gaps and needs in the West Bank and Gaza. As the only UN agency mandated to provide assistance to Palestinian refugees, UNRWA delivers basic education, health, and social services and humanitarian assistance to millions of people whose need would otherwise be unmet. As it has been for years, Canadian support for UNRWA is also linked to Canada's commitment to a goal of a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in the Middle East, negotiated by both parties, which includes the creation of a Palestinian state living side by side in peace and security with Israel. Mr. Speaker, as we do with all of our contributions in the region, Canada is monitoring and working with UNRWA very closely. Our re-engagement with the agency allows us to do so, Mr. Speaker. It also allows us to raise allegations of violations when they come to light and to find solutions, Mr. Speaker. And I'm sure that my colleague opposite knows that UNRWA is required to use textbooks of jurisdiction in which their schools operate. This allows students to sit for local exams, Mr. Speaker. UNRWA has in place a formal framework to review all textbooks and, where needed, provides additional training for teachers to address any problematic issues related to neutrality, bias, gender equality of age or age appropriateness. Mr. Speaker, Canada will continue to take all allegations of neutrality violations extremely seriously. And Mr. Speaker, our government will continue to support the provisions of assistance to the most vulnerable on behalf of Canadians in a way that reflects Canadian values. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the member that Palestinian refugees are in need of our engagement and support. But I just don't accept that the recognition of that vulnerability justifies giving money to just any organization which is involved in providing social programs to them. I think it behooves us to actually assess the nature of the information and the education provided by that organization in the process. The member acknowledges that the textbooks used are dependent on the jurisdiction in which they take place, and this creates significant problems in terms of actually being able to ensure that our values are reflected, that universal human ideas of human rights, of pluralism, of human dignity are reflected in those institutions. I think all of the problems are evident in what the member is saying, and I say, instead of simply accepting that this is as good as it gets, let's insist on doing better in terms of the issues of neutrality, of pluralism. I want to ask very quickly the member if the programming provided through the Right to Play organization will include programs that actually encourage different communities to be involved in sporting activities together. Will these dollars be used, for instance, so that Israeli and Palestinian children are playing in programs together, or will that play that's facilitated through that program be happening only exclusively in terms of each community separately?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I've mentioned, Canada and other donors expect UNRWA to uphold UN standards for neutrality. This also includes the educational materials and jurisdictions in which UNRWA operates, and which UNRWA is actually required to use, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, along with other donor governments, Canada will continue to closely monitor these issues, and if and when they arise, it gives us an opportunity to find solutions, Mr. Speaker, if we're at the table. And thanks to UNRWA's work, Mr. Speaker, more than 3 million people have access to primary health care, and over 1 million Palestinian refugee girls and boys benefit from the quality education provided to them in the UN schools. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here today because I asked a question of the minister about a woman in my riding named Pat. Now, Pat is now 80 and was desperately ill, and in fact her family was uncertain of how long she would be with us. The good news is Pat got better. The bad news is during her time of having a hard health issue, she did not have a home anymore. So the reality is for Pat that she was told by the hospital that she would have to leave. She had nowhere to go and ended up spending months in a hotel where the rent there was $500 a week, much more than the pension that she had. And so when we look at the reality of seniors across Canada that are facing the same challenges that Pat is, we want to make sure that they have a safe place to go, that seniors are not homeless and put in this situation. I think that it's important to recognize that in our communities and the communities that I represent in North Island Powell River, there are a lot of organizations working hard every day to address issues of homelessness and the high risk of homelessness that is happening in so many communities across Canada. I'd like to name just a few in my riding: the Campbell River Coalition to End Homelessness, the Grassroots Kind Hearts who feed people in Campbell River every day, the Salvation Army Lighthouse in Port Hardy who provide lunch 5 times a week, the Port Hardy Seniors Society, of which I am a member, who feed seniors lunch every Tuesday and provide many opportunities for activities in the community, the Homelessness Partnering Strategy funded in Port Hardy through the Sacred Wolf Friendship Centre, the Comox Valley Coalition to End Homelessness, Dawn to Dawn in Comox Valley, does so much to support those who are at high risk and homeless. The Community Resource Centre of Powell River, which recently just received 20 beds added to provide emergency shelter. The Powell River Committee Against Homelessness, the Salvation Army that has shelters in several of the communities I represent. And that is just a few of the organizations that work hard every day with people across our communities that are facing significant challenges with housing. I think it's so important that we recognize that in rural, remote parts of Canada, housing is a significant crisis. And the organizations that I mentioned before do everything that they can, but they need a more active partner in the federal government. In BC, we are actually seeing what an active partner looks like. Recently, the Housing Minister of BC made a significant announcement in investments for housing. What I really appreciate is that rather than leaving the majority of the resources at the back end, like this government currently is, with 90% not even beginning to move until the next election, the Housing Minister is making sure that it's in the front. As the Housing Minister said in an announcement about housing crisis in BC, that, quote, "We're front-loading because the situation is so desperate," she said. "It breaks my heart every time I hear a story," and I heard another one today of a community, an Indigenous community, that is reeling from 2 suicide deaths of young people, end quote. This is from an article in the Tyee. I want to be really clear. This government, this provincial BC government, is dedicating funding for 1,100 units of Indigenous housing, both on and off reserve. And you know what? Provinces do not usually fund housing on reserve. Usually, they step out of that and see it as a federal responsibility. But as the article says, on-reserve housing has been a federal responsibility since 1867 and has been chronically underfunded. So when we look at stories like Pat's, we know that there's a significant issue for seniors across this country, and we need to make sure that they don't fall through the cracks. And I want to make sure that today in this House that people understand that seniors simply can't wait. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
I'd like to thank the member opposite for bringing that human story, not just to Parliament, but to all of Canada through Parliament. The challenges facing communities across this country as it relates to homelessness, but housing and homelessness are partnered in this challenge, are profound. And we have done several things to support governments like the BC government and others to try and turn the situation around with an historic investment in housing, which is not just the $40 billion over the next 10 years, but also includes the $5.8 billion put in our first budget, which are the dollars that are being spent by the provincial government in BC so effectively. But more has to be done. And part of what also has to be done is that we have to understand that the story that was just told to us comes from rural Canada. Rural Canada has housing and homeless challenges as well. And the previous government, when they identified 61 designated communities, kind of forgot rural Canada and also imposed the rules on rural Canada that they imposed on urban Canada. In other words, the definition of what constituted chronic homelessness was exactly the same as what designated in major cities like Vancouver or Toronto. And the challenge here is that rural communities, especially northern rural communities, experience homelessness differently, and women experience homeless differently, and women in rural communities experience homeless differently, and seniors who are women in rural Canada experience it differently. And the notion that the woman that was just described would have to spend 6 months living on the street before a federal program would even contemplate supporting this individual is obscene. It's wrong. And the changes that we've made to the program allow for the HPS, the Homeless Partnership Money, which is now renamed as Reaching Home, to work in preventative strategies. And one of the things we're trying to get to, and there's a good study coming out of London, Ontario, is the role that hospitals play in projecting people into homelessness. And the right to housing is going to be realized when governmental organizations that provide provisional housing don't simply swing the door open and say, good luck, I hope you find housing out there, but actually have a responsibility before discharge to make sure that people have a place to call home, that their rent is secured, and that they're attached to housing systems that can realize their housing needs and thus respect their human rights. This is the change to reaching home. It combines, as I said at the beginning, it is intertwined with an approach to housing, which also is building new housing now. We've built 14,000 units of housing since we took office. We've repaired 156,000 units of housing, and our support has reached into more than 1 million homes across the country. But even though we put these large numbers in play, and even though we invested before the $40 billion and have reprofiled the money in that $40 billion investment, when you hear stories like this, you know you have to work harder, you know you have to deliver more, because no senior, no woman, no person in rural Canada, no person anywhere in Canada should be in the situation where they find themselves paying the sorts of rents that were described, not having the supports around meal and social services and community. That is just unacceptable. And so that National Housing Strategy is a bold new beginning on the housing front. More needs to be done, and we have to make sure that when we act in recognition of the complexity of this issue right across Canada. As for the issue of Indigenous housing, the government is currently engaged with the national Indigenous organizations, the Métis, the Inuit, and the First Nations, and we're also in the groundbreaking moments of a national urban housing strategy to fulfill the last chapter of the National Housing Strategy to make sure all Canadians get the home they deserve. Thank the member for the story that she told. I will assure her that help is on the way, because help has already arrived in places like BC with a good, strong partnership between our government and the provincial government in Victoria.
Member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly do hope that help is on the way, because so many people are falling through terrible cracks. You know, I sat with Pat in her not very warm and friendly hotel, and she talked about how the community around her was doing everything they could to support her and how grateful she was. And I thought to myself, you know, she has a lot more grace than I would have in that circumstance. But it's also about working with women who are in their 80s that are calling my office because they didn't get their taxes done on time because of health issues. And so they've lost their GIS and now are facing eviction. You know, one woman in particular was 86 and she didn't know what she was going to do if she was homeless at that age. Seniors from small communities being sent to large communities to access health care, struggling to find housing, but at the same time, seniors in the larger communities being sent to the smaller communities because they can't afford to live in those bigger communities. And based on the vital signs in my community, we know that we have a lot of seniors, up to 26+% in our communities. Over 40% of renters are spending 30% or more, in some cases 50% in rent, and the vacancy is very, very low. So I look for action, and right now I just have to say, Canadians are waiting and waiting, and they simply cannot wait when they're in these vulnerable circumstances. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I'm glad to report that for many, many Canadians, the wait is over. The 14,000 new housing units is a start. I agree. We need to do much more. And the National Housing Strategy with the Co-Investment Fund and other investments is poised to do just that. The challenge we have is that it took us 25 years to build the crisis. And our party was part of the problem in the early 90s when we made significant cuts to the housing program. But people like Claudette Bradshaw, who invested her time and energy into changing the course and delivering the HPS, the Homeless Partnership Strategy program, from this side of Parliament. People like John Godfrey, who resuscitated and reinitiated federal investments in housing. And people like Bill Graham, who refused to let the operating agreements expire in cities like Toronto, in particular for co-ops. All of these Liberal members also helped start to rebuild the system. But quite clearly, by the time I stood for the by-election, the work wasn't near as complete as it should be. This government took office, invested $5.8 billion immediately. Those dollars are the dollars producing houses in places like BC now. We've now reprofiled the dollars to make them more effective. That's the next 10 years with a $40 billion investment with good, strong bilaterals. And I'm proud to say British Columbia was one of the first provinces to sign a bilateral, and that means there's 10 years of runway for housing to be constructed in that province, and that will turn things around, hopefully. If not, we have...
The honourable member, l'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Mr. Speaker, once again, the government is not keeping its promises on employment insurance sickness benefits that are currently limited to 15 weeks. Prime Minister himself told Ms. Uda Kelchokchi that, and I'm quoting the Prime Minister, that he was working on that. That was in December 2016, almost 2 years ago. Why have we seen nothing? Why do the Liberals refuse to listen to the experts, let them come to Parliament? Why allow those who are sick to live in precarious circumstances? What are the Liberals afraid of? We can't just sit back and do nothing when more than 1 million citizens are calling on us. We want us to act. It's our role as parliamentarians and as a government. Mr. Speaker, the employment insurance system as it stands has led to serious problems. How can we let some of our fellow citizens live in precarious situations simply because they are sick? And the numbers show that 1 Canadian out of 2 risks getting cancer. How can this government remain so insensitive to half of the population? Mr. Speaker, in January, I will be holding an event on the 15 weeks of sickness benefits. Under current legislation, only 15 weeks of sickness benefits simply is not enough to allow those who are sick to get better. Currently, more than half of the recipients need more than the 15 weeks under the current program. The Employment Insurance Act must be reformed. Above and beyond partisanship, there are sick people who need our support. On the 15th of January, I will be meeting with various people who will testify, who have been active advocating for this 15 weeks. I will be meeting with Yvon Bousquet and several organizations from the riding in order to attempt to get this legislation changed. Ms. Pelletier, Marie-Hélène, and myself need the support of all our fellow citizens and constituents, and I hope they will turn out in huge numbers. Mr. Speaker, it is so important to take the time to listen to these people who are ill. It's doctors now in my riding who are calling me and telling me that these patients have to go back to work when they're still sick. So I do hope that the parliamentary secretary will have good news to give us and that he'll be able to tell us that soon there will be changes to those 15 weeks. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Family, Children and Social Development.
From St. Hyacinthe-Bagot for requesting this adjournment debate. And as the Prime Minister has said and others have repeated, it's hard to hear stories about Canadians suffering. I recognize the difficult financial challenges that Canadians suffering from long-term illness or injury and their families are facing, and there are a number of measures that help them along the way. Je suis conscient.
I recognize the difficult financial challenges Canadians suffering from long-term illness or injury and their families are facing, and there are a number of measures to help them along the way.
Of course, there is employment insurance, or there are employment insurance programs which can provide support through sickness benefits when eligible Canadians are unable to work, and they can turn to these sickness benefits for support. These benefits also allow them to take time to rest and restore their health so that they can return to work in better condition without having to worry about the financial situation they face. Sickness benefits are designed as a short-term income replacement measure for temporary work absences. They provide 15 weeks of income replacement for Canadians who leave work due to short-term illness or injury. That said, I know that some sickness benefits claimants exhaust their 15 weeks of benefits before they're able to get better work and return to work. We are sensitive to their plight, and I wish to remind this House that EI sickness benefits are actually a complement to the range of other supports that are also available for longer-term illness and disability. That support includes the Canada Pension Plan disability benefit, as well as benefits offered through private employment insurance, as well as support provided by the provinces and territories. Improving the EI program is one of our government's priorities. Last year, we announced the creation of an EI benefit for family caregivers of adults for a maximum of 15 weeks. It also allows eligible family caregivers to provide care or support for an adult family member who is seriously ill or injured. We also announced that immediate and extended family members of children who are critically ill have, for the first time, access to a new benefit that was previously available only to parents. Additionally, medical doctors and nurse practitioners are now able to sign EI caregiving medical certificates. These changes facilitate the administrative process while allowing Canadians to focus on what really matters, being at their loved one's side. Ces changements facilitaient le process.
This change facilitates the administrative process while allowing Canadians to focus on what really matters, being at their loved one's side.
2018 announced that the government would extend working while on claim provisions, and this again blends in with our sickness and maternity benefits to support Canadians when they need help. This provision came into force in August 2018 and allows Canadians recovering from an illness or an injury to have greater flexibility to manage their return to work and keep more of their EI benefits. Mr. Speaker, these are just a few of the real differences we are making in the lives of Canadians. Our government is firmly committed to modernizing the EI system to better reflect the needs of hard-working middle-class Canadians. Our work is not done, but we are changing the system to be more accommodating, more sensitive, and hopefully more supportive for Canadians in need. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Cyr-Saint-Pégot. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to speak to you about one of my fellow citizens. She's experiencing what thousands of our fellow citizens are experiencing throughout the 338 ridings. And I want to congratulate her for her courage and especially her determination in trying to change this unfair legislation. Ms. Mélanie Pelletier, who lives in my riding, used up her 15 weeks of employment insurance. And Mélanie told me how difficult it is now. Now she's simply surviving, not living. She's experiencing stress, anxiety, and pain. That's her fate, and it's the fate of many people like her who do not feel supported or heard by this government. I cannot remain quiet with cases like hers and others. I want concrete results, and I'm calling on this government to show compassion. I want this government to keep its promises, and I want it to enhance employment insurance sickness benefits. It needs to extend these benefits to 50 weeks, to give our fellow citizens an opportunity to get well. Will the government keep its promise, take its responsibility seriously, or will it just turn their back on the most vulnerable? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Monsieur le Président, responsibility seriously. That's why we've introduced so many reforms to strengthen and broaden EI support for vulnerable Canadians as they deal with illness in particular. We empathize with the particular situation that my colleague has raised, and we're doing whatever we can to enhance the employment insurance to better reflect these sorts of specific needs of Canadians. The reality is that families and workplaces are changing, which means that EI needs to change too. The
reality is that families and workplaces are changing, which means that EI needs to change too.
That's why we've been working very hard over the past 2 years to make a number of these benefits more flexible and more inclusive. My colleague can rest assured that we are doing everything we can to deal with these realities and to help Canadians at every stage of their life. As I said, more change is coming. We understand the need to support Canadians, and EI is an important tool to do just that. Merci.
Thank you. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.